As long as racing cars has existed, it's been about going faster than your competitors. Going faster in a set distance or going farther in a set time. Since the dawn of motor racing, that competition has gone global, with auto manufacturers, drivers, and teams competing across the world at the biggest, fastest, and most historic racetracks on planet Earth. In the world of sim racing and Assetto Corsa Competizione, anyone can get a taste of modern GT endurance racing. But today it's about the drivers in the SRO America Esports Championship, taking on Mount Panorama Circuit in a virtual Bathurst 12-hour. Sometimes it's about the speed, but today the first goal is just to get to the finish at one of the most daunting racetracks in the world. Hi everybody, and welcome to our half-day excursion in Mount Panorama, Australia. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by DJ Clark. We'll be joined later by Paul Jeffrey and David Christie. 12 hours of action today, DJ, starting at the beginning of the day and going all the way back into the night. Welcome aboard. 12 hours starting soon.
Thanks, Kyle. It's going to be an absolutely spectacular race out here, and as you said, it is all about making sure you get to the end. It is not always the fastest car that finishes first in these endurance-type races, especially with such a technical, tricky section of track that is the climb up and down the hill here at Mount Panorama. It is really and truly a track that is going to challenge both drivers and teams. Everybody's going to have to be on their best behavior here through all 12 hours of this race.
We've talked about how historic this racetrack is. We'll get back to that in a moment. Here is a look at your entry list. The top three drivers there, numbers 1, 2, and 3, all PPR Esports teams, DJ. They've qualified it towards the front of the field as well. Note CrowdStrike Racing. Of course, CrowdStrike, one of the biggest partners with Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS, and globally, Kevin Bohm joining us. He's a driver in the number 9 Honda Civic Type R TC car, currently second in the TC America Championship, so we welcome him aboard in a Mercedes AMG GT3. TSE Racing has a couple of entries as well. But DJ, we've got almost 20 cars entered in today's 12-hour race.
We do 20 cars from a variety of manufacturers there. You can see everything from the Ferrari GT3 Evo, those Mercedes up at the top, McLaren, Honda, everything across the board. And with the track like Mount Panorama, which is really and truly a tale of two different circuits when you go from the first and third sector to the second sector, it's going to be especially fascinating to see how these different cars choose to handle it. Who's going to be faster coming up the hill? Who's going to be faster in a straight line? As the race goes along, we'll have to see. As also, we've got to take into account the fact that we are going from the wee hours of the morning through the day, and we may see some performance changes in the cars as the track temperature changes through that time.
A lot of dynamics in the Assetto Corsa Competizione. We'll follow along all day long here, but I wanted to go back to the circuit here. Of course, Mount Panorama Circuit in Bathurst, New South Wales, Australia, constructed in March 1938, but the racing in this area happened even before the track was constructed. The race lap record, 2 minutes and 1 second and 567 thousandths of a second. That was by a McLaren 650S GT3 back in 2016, driven by Shane Van Gisbergen. This track is 6.2 kilometers, 3.86 miles if you're here in the U.S., elevation 174 meters or 571 feet over the course of a lap. The 24 Hours of Nürburgring winner Kevin Estre describes Mount Panorama Circuit as half Nordschleife, half Macau. So that gives you a great idea of how much of a roller coaster this place is. And it's scary in the daytime, DJ, but we're starting, as you mentioned, in the wee hours of the morning, and there's not a lot of light around here other than the candles that you're going to have in the headlights of these cars. Not going to see a ton in the beginning other than tail lights, and hopefully you'll see the corners before you get there.
Well, that is the big hope. And yeah, you know, for the first part of this circuit, you're okay. There is a little bit of lighting, especially as you're coming by the pit straight and through Hell and Murray's Corner. But once you get off into the distance and get up over that hill, that's where it's going to be very tricky. And a lot of these drivers are just going to have to be relying on instinct. Most of these drivers, they know this place by heart, and that's really and truly the only way you can get around here, because as you said, headlights don't offer a whole lot of view in front of you.
It certainly takes a long time to get acclimated to this circuit in any car, but Carl Whitmer is going to take us through a lap for HPD Yas Pro America in his Acura NSX GT3 Evo. He'll take us through all 23 turns here at Mount Panorama Circuit.
Hey, what's up, race fans? My name's Carl Whitmer. I'm your official HPD Yas Pro America team driver, and this is a lap at Mount Panorama, otherwise known as Bathurst. So as we cross the start-finish line here, you'll notice it's quite narrow. The track is basically a city course, so turn 1 is super important, it's crucial, because you got a long run up mountain straights. So you want to get as early on the gas as possible without wiggling the rear, use the TC, and this is a great place to communicate back to your team, look at your dash, maybe see where the next competitor is, draft, because once you get up into the uphill and through the mountain area, it's hectic. So eyes on the left, at the exit road, you hit the brakes, use as much rolling speed as you can with the uphill compression, get on the throttle, use all the track. Like I said, it's basically a city course. Going into turn 3, also known as the cutting, maximum commitment through part 1, get on the brakes, release brake bias, get the rotation, on the throttle early, flat through turn 5, up some gears, flat through turn 6, max commitment through the mountain area. As we head down into Reed Park, flat, little lift, maybe 5% just to settle the platform. Maximum commitment over the crest, another slight lift. This gets hairy in a race, especially if you're following cars. In through skylines, hard on the brakes, really feathering the brakes down this. You don't want to unsettle the car too much. Through the dip, quick flick, through the compression, use it all, use the whole track because this gets tight. Get as deep as you can onto the brakes here without scrubbing too much speed or flat spotting. Get on the throttle, and that was a breath. That is tough because that's what it's going to be like in the race. It is hectic. Now you got time to breathe. Head down the straight. Now you can communicate to your team again, draft, see where you are on the track. Again, it is going to get hectic at the mountain area. So flat down Conrad Straight. We're going to get just at the 200 sign, hard on the brakes, coast through, use as little brake pressure, get on the throttle, use it all, get to the rumble strip, head through the Liqui-Moly Bridge, run down. You can, the pit lane is going to be tight on the left, but hard on the brakes in the last corner, down to second gear, get on the throttle hard, and that is a lap at Mount Panorama, Bathurst Circuit. Can't wait to get the race going tomorrow for the 12 hours.
And thanks to Carl for our Honda Racing HPD track preview. Welcome back live here for the GT World Challenge America Esports Bathurst 12-hour. Again, my name is Kyle Heyer, joined by DJ Clark. Of course, the Bathurst 12-hour in real life is part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, a series of races which consists of the Bathurst 12-hour, the 24 hours of Spa, the Suzuka 10 hours, the Kyalami 9 hours, and of course the upcoming Indianapolis 8 hours, which will be October 15th through 17th. In just a couple of weeks, which will be the season finale for the Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS as well. So with that coming up, of course, the Intercontinental GT Challenge, DJ, is a host of some of the best GT races in the world, but this is one of the races that typically kicks off the season, typically run in February in the real world. The last drivers to win it were actually the Bentley crew, which was the Jules Guénon, Jordan Pepper, and Maxime Soleil drivers, all drivers who competed with K-Pax Racing in the Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS. And one of those K-Pax Bentleys now runs an SRO America's new GT America series with TKO Motorsports, with Flying Lizard, with Memo Gidley, who you might remember from some other sports car racing in the past. But DJ, part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, some of the best racetracks in the world, and we get to represent it virtually here today. But the racing might be virtual, but the challenge of 12 hours of driving is very, very real.
Oh, it very, very much is. And rest assured, even though you may not be feeling the G-forces necessarily that are going through the cars as they make their way around Mount Panorama, it's still all about the mental acuity. To drive that long, you've really got to stay sharp and stay engaged. Drivers are out here with teams of 3, so they'll be able to sort of come through and cycle through, get some moments to breathe, but you have to fight off that sort of monotony that comes from running the same course again and again and constantly stay on your toes. And so running virtual boring, it's very, very difficult to keep that going. And it is just as much of a challenge as it is running it in the real world.
It certainly is, and every time you talk about sim racing endurance events, which have become increasingly popular across a variety of platforms, especially here in Assetto Corsa Competizione, there are things simulated like brake wear, tire wear, fuel usage, car damage. All these things are not necessarily real risks that you have to deal with like the real drivers do, but you as a real driver in the simulated environment have to worry about taking care of your equipment. And a track like Bathurst can be very rough on that equipment. Of course, there's concrete walls lining all 6 kilometers of this racetrack. So if you make a mistake, even 3 or 4 virtual inches, that can lead to some very real virtual damage that you'll have to contend with for the rest of the day. And your teammates will have to deal with that as well. So sometimes you'll walk out of races like this, maybe not the best of friends with your teammates because of what happens in something like this. But when you win together, it's a team effort. When you lose together, it's a team effort, DJ. Everybody plays their part in this 12-hour event. Of course, we'll be with you for the first and final 4 hours of the day. And, of course, we'll have our friends join us for the middle 4 hours. That will be Paul Jeffrey and David Christie. So you'll have 12 hours of action to watch today. So make sure you pop in and join us here on the GT World YouTube channel and the GT World Twitch as well. So as we prepare for our race here again, we're going to have 20 drivers. We'll list the grid here for you in just a little minute, just a minute here. As you mentioned, each team has 3 drivers, and they'll all be in different cars. We've got Bentley Continental GT3s, the Mercedes-AMG GT3, the BMW M6 GT3, the Audi R8 LMS, the Aston Martin Vantage, the Ferrari 488, the McLaren 720S, the Porsche 911, the Acura NSX. There are so many different cars here, DJ, but that's what makes GT racing amazing.
It certainly does, and it is a testament to Assetto Corsa Competizione that really and truly you're able to see all of that. As we look right there, we've got those qualifying results, and you can see the AMGs right on top.
Of course, that is the team PPR Esports Blue at the top of the order in their number 2 Mercedes-AMG. Have a look at the lap time there. That lap would be a race lap record if they were able to run that in the race. Of course, I mentioned the race lap record of 2:01.567 run by Shane Van Gisbergen. But have a look at the top 2 drivers. Both of those PPR Esports team ran a 2-minute .411. Identical laps. It must have gone down to the 100,000th off of the timing screen because they're so close together. That is so cool to see.
Yeah, it certainly is always good to see that kind of level of competition there between them. And clearly it looks like that those Mercedes may have a little bit of an advantage, but that may be early on. That may be single lap. We'll have to see what it pans out to. So many makes and models of these cars. And as we said before, it's not necessarily about who's fastest. It's really about who can survive to the end.
Right, being fastest over the course of the 12 hours is just one of the many challenges. As I mentioned in the intro, you have to make it to the end, and while that might seem like a pretty simple concept, at a place like this, any lap can mean the end of your race, so it's really going to be a challenge for all the drivers today, especially at the start when it's the darkest, when it's the most challenging, when there's the most cars on the racetrack all bunched together. Really, I think there's 2 separate races. There's a race of the first 5 or 6 laps to get spread out, and then there's the 11 hours and 50 minutes after that are really the race to the end. But you have to make it through to make it to the end. Here is your starting lineup on the front row. The number 2, PPR Esports Blue. That is a Mercedes AMG. In second place, the number 3, PPR Esports Purple team. Then in row 2, it's the number 1, PPR Esports Gold team, alongside the number 93, HPD Yas Pro America car. Row 3, the number 123 of FFS Racing, alongside the number 66, Sidemax and Blackhawk Racing. 7th place, the number 89, Racing Sim Tools Esports car, alongside CrowdStrike Racing in the number 4. And row 5, the number 124 Williams Esports car, along the number 88 Racing Sim Tools Esports machine in 10th, DJ.
In 11th, it's going to be the SOP Esports Racing America 877, followed by the HPD Jazz Pro America. Behind them in row 7, it'll be the Kings of Asphalt Max and Oil machine, followed by the TSE Racing Blitz car number 22. Behind them in 15th, it's the number 40 Unsponsored Talent machine, followed by the number 11 TSE Crazy Canucks Racing machine. AWS Racing is going to line up in 17th, followed by TSE Racing in 18th. Following behind them in 19th, it's going to be the number 44 Bentley, and bringing up the back of the grid, it is the lone Audi out there, the number 33.
Yeah, so great manufacturer diversity. One of the great things about racing in SRO America and SRO across the world is the variety of manufacturers and how they're all balanced together with the BOP, the balance of performance, something that we see done in the real world and here in Assetto Corsa Competizione to ensure very close competition. Of course, in North America, the Honda NSX is known as the Acura NSX, so if you hear us referring to the Acura, that's what we're talking about for the duration of this 12 hours. And I wanted to talk a little bit about this circuit while we wait for the pace laps to begin. We'll have one pace lap before we turn the field loose, DJ. We've got a number of corners around this 6-kilometer circuit, all named after different times, places, and people. And one of the ones I wanted to talk about was Conrad Strait. I didn't know where that name came from. That was named after a connecting rod failure of Frank Kleinig's race car in a race in 1939, 1 year after the racetrack was constructed. Literally named for the explosion of a connecting rod. That's why they call it Conrad Strait.
Yeah, I was not sure of that as well until we were doing a little bit of research for it. A lot of the other corners around here that you will hear us call out, Griffin's Bend, Forest Elbow, name for famous drivers around here. Sadly, a lot of them named for incidents around here, such as Forest Elbow and Murray's Corner. But it is really and truly one of the most spectacular tracks in the world to come. And if you ever get the chance to be up at Skyline, the crest of the hill where you see these GT3s just jump over the lip and come down, absolutely amazing to see. You're kind of amazed that the cars are able to keep everything together as they crest over it. And
of course, then they head down the hill and towards a corner named Forest's Elbow. Thought that was just because of the shape of the corner? Well, no, it was named after Arthur Ronald Forrest, an Australian motorcycle racer born in Wellington, New South Wales. He crashed his Norton International during practice at the track in October 1947, badly injuring his elbow, hence the name of the track, of the corner there before the Conrad Strait here today. So, as you mentioned, a lot of the corners named after incidents, and hopefully we won't have any more corners to virtually name here today, but there's a look at the downhill section. I always find the uphill here a bit more challenging, DJ. During the HPD hot lap, you and I were talking about how crazy this racetrack is, and you mentioned this is a track that you normally skip. Why would that be?
Well, it's frankly because of that uphill and downhill. It just scares me. It's a lot like driving a street circuit when you get up past the cutting and go up the hill all the way down to Forest Elbow. The walls are right there on either side of you. It's very claustrophobic to drive around here like that, and it's just one of those things that I do not trust my talent enough when it comes to driving up and down there. But that is the truth of the matter, that what makes these drivers so incredible is they do not have that same fear, and they are able to be millimeter perfect coming up over and around Mount Panorama itself.
It's a great look at Sulman Park there, and you can see how close the concrete walls are to the racetrack. They do have a little bit of curbing that you can kind of bank on when you get up to the top of the hill there and over the crest. There's a look at Luke Whitehead for PPR Esports. That is the number 2 machine. With Cody Blanton and Niels van Kokelt in their Mercedes-AMG GT3. Now just getting warmed up here on the first of a whole lot of laps we're going to do today. Of course, we've got 20 teams, 20 different cars in this field, each with 3 different drivers that will switch throughout the day. At some point, you're going to want to make tire changes, add some fuel, maybe make some car adjustments to find a little extra speed. And at some point, you might even have to worry about changing brakes. I saw a discussion earlier in the week with Josh Staffen and their Acura NSX GT3 Evo for HPD Yas Pro America. They were discussing which brake compound to choose. You can choose the thickness and the compound of your brake pads from 1 to 3 levels, 1 being the softest and best in terms of their gripping ability, 2 sort of a middle ground, and 3 being the longest lasting pad. You can run the entire race, but you really pay a performance penalty for running those stiffer, longer lasting brake pads. So I believe they've chosen that middle ground. A lot of drivers and teams might elect to do the same, but that's just one of the many choices you have to make when you set your car up, make those adjustments to find speed in a 12-hour race.
Yeah, exactly. And that endurance element of it, a great job from Assetto Corsa to get that in here to really add that sort of thing that you always hear about, whether you're running Le Mans or Bathurst, any of those real races, that you've got to think about how that's going to work. It may cost you a little bit out on track, but you're not going to have to be making as many changes in the pit stops as you would normally. So we watch here Luke Whitehead bringing the field around, just coming up over Sulman Park and getting up into that very, very tricky uphill section, the dip down there through McPhilmy Park. Such a scenic place, and I love the fog there you can see as the sun starts to come up here around Mount Panorama.
Yeah, a slight delay has meant that we're actually starting this race a little bit later than perhaps originally intended, 6:07 a.m. in the virtual Mount Panorama here. So they're not going to have to rely on their headlights quite as much as initially intended, which is great for the drivers and I think good for us. We'll be able to see what's happening on the opening lap here. So out in front, as we mentioned, Luke Whitehead in that number 2 car. All 3 of the PPR Esports teams in the front 2 rows, which I find really intriguing, DJ. So that team has captured the raw pace, but do they have the endurance to finish out in front as well? It's one thing to be fast over 6 kilometers. It's a whole other thing to be fast for an entire 12-hour event. I don't think they're the same thing. I think we're going to see comers and goers, and especially when we start swapping drivers out, I think we're going to see different strengths from each team and from the different manufacturers.
Exactly. It's going to be interesting to see which team elected to put the Rabbit driver, the driver who is just out there to go as hard as they can early on in this first stint, and maybe who saved that driver for a later stint to come out. That's going to be part of the strategy that these guys are going to employ over the course of this race, of when you send out the guys who are willing to just go for it and when you got to be a little bit more conservative.
Well, the teams have bolted on their virtual Pirelli tires. You're watching the GT World Challenge America Esports Championship. This is the SRO America Esports Bathurst 12-hour. We're going to be with you all day long. I'm in the Central Time Zone just near Chicago. It's just about noon here in Chicago. We're going to take you all the way through half of this day until midnight my time here in Chicago as well. I'm going to dip out for about 4 hours in the center, and we'll bring you Paul Jeffrey and David Christie. For now, I'm Kyle Heyer alongside DJ Clark. And we're about ready to go racing with 20 different teams and 60 different drivers. Now warming up the tires and brakes one final time before they head through the last corner, Murray's Corner. And we're going to turn them loose for half a day, half a revolution of the Earth as we come out of the final corner, turn number 23. 12 hours on the clock. Out front, it's the number 2 PPR Esports blue car, Luke Whitehead behind the wheel and waiting for the green flag to drop. On this 12-hour event, green flag flies and we're racing in the SRO America Esports Bathurst 12-hour, side by side down towards the first corner. The 2 PPR Esports cars door to door as they come out of turn number 1. Hell Corner spin. One of the Ferraris has looped it, and there is some contact in the background. Trouble already in Hell Corner as Whitehead pulls out front in the number 2.
Yeah, it looked like one of the Hondas there that had a little bit of problem, but Whitehead continuing to leave here. A little bit of a challenge there from McCree coming up on the outside in that Bentley. Remember, these are all 3 teammates out front as they make their way through Corey Bend for the first time and start their charge up the hill.
Cars 2, 3, and 1 out of order by number, but in order by pace as it stands whirling up the hill for the first time. And now you'll see the timing screen shuffle out here as we get through the first couple corners, through the cutting and up towards the 2 parks. The Solomon Park, McPhillamy Park at the crest of the hill, right out to the edge of the concrete wall, and then down through the compressions of the top side of the circuit here. On board now with Riley Murdoch for SOP Motorsport and his 11th place Ferrari. That's the number 877 car with Adrian Bourdon and Alberto Alvarez also paired up. That's a Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo in behind King in the number 88. That's Darren King for Racing Sim Tools Esports, battling for a top 10 spot down the hill for the first time. A little bit of dirt and dust flying on the first run down the hill, DJ.
Certainly is, and it looks like there is Murdoch's trying to catch up to the back of King. King's got his sights set ahead to that BMW ahead of him in the form of Kunin, trying to track him down. Looking like that Porsche up ahead has got a little bit of good run there as they make their way out of Forest Elbow. Good straight line speed there. Let's see if a little bit of that draft is going to come into play, and there comes McCree. That's going to be a move for P2.
Second place changes. Spears hit the wall, we're hearing, so there's some trouble for one of the teams in the background, but that's actually the 3 car, so he's gotten into the fence perhaps at Forest Elbow. That's going to facilitate the change for second, so Harry Spears with an issue, and PPR Esports going to change positions on the opening lap, but otherwise, other than the first corner issue that we had, I think it was perhaps Roman Alexinkov that we saw looped around in corner number 1. That's all been sorted out now as we come on through Hell Corner for the second time. So 3 minutes in almost, DJ, and our first lap is complete, but a long way to go, that's for sure. And it looks like PPR Esports is off to a very strong start, but here comes the Acura NSX GT3. That's the number 93 of Nicholas Hildebrand. Well, he's paired up with Josh Staffen and Carl Whitmer, and we know Josh Staffen is very, very fast. We've seen him in past championships, including the GT Rivals championship from the spring of 2020, and we know all those drivers are very capable.
Yes, they very much are, and there you can see Hildebrand getting that move done, breaking up that PPR Esports team and jumping his way into third place. It's a little bit of an aggressive maneuver there early on, but I think for him, he knows that if these PPR guys are able to get out and stretch their legs as a 1, 2, 3, that's going to be the end. Oh, that's the leader. That's Whitehead.
Oh, big crash at the top of the hill, and through goes the number 93, and the race leader crashed hard up at Skyline. That's huge. Right at the beginning of this race, the lead they had was a stout one for the first couple laps, but that's a major impact there, DJ, and everyone scatters trying to miss it.
Everybody getting around it there. I think McCree may have gotten into the side of him a little bit, so maybe a little bit of damage there to the Bentley, as well as obvious damage to Whitehead in that Mercedes. You see them both there trying to back their way around. That is the Bentley trying to get out and going, and finally the number 1 able to get back under its own power. That's going to completely reshuffle the order, and that's going to give Hildebrand now the lead of the race.
Yeah, the 93 car out front now, and that's a dangerous place for that car to be. As I was just mentioning how good Josh Staffen is, Carl Whitmer obviously with some real-world racing experience, so that's going to be a challenging team to dethrone, but as we've seen how quickly things can go downhill, as looks like that car's going to hit pit lane with significant damage. 2 of the PPR Esports cars going to hit pit lane with damage, so that's going to leave Harry Spears in third place. No, actually he's dropping down now as he heads to pit lane, so man, big trouble for that team after they had this on lock, at least in the early moments.
They did indeed, in reminiscence of what I was thinking that they were going to do is kind of run a little bit of a strategy similar to the way we used to see Audi or Porsche run back in the day at Le Mans, send one car out on an absolute flyer and have the other 2 hang back. Now that strategy completely thrown to the wind. As we watch here, this is Simard in that FFS racing machine, the now one of the higher placed Ferraris as he works his way around the highest placed Ferrari, as a matter of fact, trying to chase down Bohm ahead of him in that AMG.
And Kevin Bohm is no slouch either. I was mentioning in the pre-race that Bohm is currently second in the TC America powered by Skip Barber Racing School Series, coming off of a pair of second places at Watkins Glen last weekend. Heads into Sebring, still chasing championship rival Eric Powell, but Bohm has a lot of racing experience in touring cars. Front-wheel drive Honda Civic Si last year in the TCA category, won that championship, now stepping up to the TC class into Honda Civic Type R TC car, and has found a lot of success there. And Bohm right now in the GT3 car in the virtual world, of which he has a lot of experience in as well. So Bohm is certainly not going to hold back this team for CrowdStrike Racing. Scott Michaels and Sam Michaels also paired up with Kevin. That's going to be a stout combination. I should also mention the number 66 McLaren. That is the Sidemax and Blackhawk Racing team car with Tinko Vandervelde in command at the moment. So 1, 2, 3, Hillebrand, Vandervelde, and Bohm. Acura, McLaren, and Mercedes, the front 3.
Yeah, good mix of cars up front. There you see that Mercedes of Bohm starting to pull away a little bit. This is McCree. This is the driver that was involved in that incident earlier on that we saw. He's making his way around right now. That is the number 1 trying to come back down the hill. It looks like maybe get a little bit of damage repair. No, he's coming back up the hill. So just trying to recover what he can at this point. That's such a tough break for him. Jumping back here to Simard. I have to say, it looks like that Ferrari's a little bit faster through the twisty bits, and that Mercedes able to stretch its legs on the straightaways.
Here's a battle right now just outside the top 10. Having a look at Igor de Oliveira Rodriguez in the number 124. That is also one of the McLaren 720S GT3s, chasing down, as you mentioned, the lone Audi R8 LMS, the 10th place car. That's Anthony Ayala. Right now in the number 33 for TSE Racing Pure Ambition. So a solid battle there. Also note Zach Patterson in the number 94. That is the other HPD Yas Pro America car, the other team car running in second, or excuse me, up in the front in first place right now. So good battle back here. 3 positions. All these cars are mid-engined as well. You'll see a variety of mid, front, and rear-engine cars in GT3 racing in the Bathurst 12 Hour.
Yeah, it's one of the things that makes GT3 racing such an incredible sport. Jumping back here to Chiquetto in 16th place as he's trying to make his way forward a little bit. That's Lutkas right ahead of him in the number 44 Bentley, trying to see what he can do. And I want to give some credits there to Ayala. That Audi started in 20th place, already up 10 positions as we are not even 10 minutes into this race.
Yeah, and one could be forgiven for thinking that it was just the crash that helped him get there, but looking at the lap times, significantly faster than the drivers behind. So I'm not exactly sure what happened in qualifying, but certainly that 33 Audi much faster in the early moments of this race than qualifying would let you think. But watching Chiquetto now down the hill, chasing Lutkas in the Bentley, exiting Forest Elbow all the way out to that concrete wall, and then down the hill towards Conrad Straight, accelerating over 160 miles an hour in these GT3 cars. And this is where you're going to see the slipstream come into effect, DJ. When that lead car punches a hole in the air, there's not a much bigger hole than you can punch than the Bentley Continental GT3. That thing is enormous, and it makes a big gap in the air for the following driver to get into.
It certainly does, and while these GT3s may not have the total overall downforce as, say, an open wheeler or even some of the prototypes of the GTEs that we're now seeing phased out, you're very right that just that big block of air that is being moved by the sheer mass of these cars really helps you to get that good run, especially going down into the chase. That is going to be one of the prime overtaking opportunities on this circuit, as well as where we're going right now, coming out of Hell Corner on the Mountain Straight and into Quarry Bend. Keep an eye out over the next 11 hours and 51 minutes, as that's going to be a prime area. Looking out the back of Ayala right now, absolutely great angle there. You can see that chasing McLaren close in.
That's why I love Assetto Corsa Competizione and watching action here, because you can put cameras in places you can never put them in real life. I think a side-by-side car would have knocked that thing off on the opening lap, but we get to enjoy this for the duration of this 12-hour event. So Ayala right now running in 10th with Oliveira Rodriguez right behind in the 124 McLaren. Drive-through penalty assessed to Zach Koonin in the number 22 BMW. I haven't gotten notice on what that is for, but some troubles early going for the number 22 BMW. So out front remains Hillebrand in the number 93. That's for HPD Yas Pro America. Then it's Vandervelde in the number 66 Sidemax Blackhawk racing car, followed by Kevin Bohm for CrowdStrike Racing. Philippe Simard in the number 123, paired with Michael Kadacioglu and Kilian Ryan Meenan for FFS Racing. And that team is very stout as well. We've seen all three of those drivers in SRO America Esports competition before. They are all very talented racers. And now Simard, who, if you remember, last year in the SRO America Esports Championship, as he goes by Kevin Bohm here, he was actually one of the best, quickest drivers here, and was actually involved in an accident going down the hill with the driver Tom O'Gorman. So he really probably is owed a victory here at Bathurst.
Yeah, indeed, and rest assured that there's going to be a little bit of that chip on his shoulder there for Simard. So you see him getting by Bohm. Bohm not putting up too much of a fight here early on. That's some good heads-up driving, working their way around Hell Corner right now. As the Ferrari is going to try to see what he can pull out there. Remember, we were speculating that the Mercedes may have a little bit more of a faster in a straight line, as we're getting notes from Race Control, a drive-through for the Car 22 avoidable contact.
Yeah, that'll get you in the early going. Again, when everyone's close together, very easy to make a mistake and cause an issue. So the 22 car pulled the pit lane to serve that drive-through penalty. You'll note Kevin Bohm's number 4. Have a look at the nose of that car. If you've been a fan of Assetto Corsa Competizione, you'll notice it looks a little different. Well, this is the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. Now, in the real world, last year we saw the transition for the team that Kevin Bohm drives for, DXTT Racing, in Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. The transition from the non-Evo generation of the Mercedes to the Evo generation. A nose change, some new headlights, as well as some new electronics packaging and some driver comfort changes for that car to make it the Evo generation. Back to the battle now for 9th with Koonin bumped down. This is now position 9 that Ayala and Oliveira Rodriguez are fighting for. The 33 Audi and the 124 McLaren. Down the hill, you see the fog in the distance. A gorgeous sunrise the drivers don't care about right now, DJ, battling for 9th place.
No, they do not. The glory of these surroundings, the last thing on their mind. Oliveira Rodriguez trying to close up behind that Audi the best that he can. But again, don't want to see too many aggressive moves here. It's going to be a lot of just wait and see. If you can stick in that slipstream, that's all that's going to matter. Jumping back to another one of the battles here, this is Chiquito as he tries to track down Lutkus ahead of him in that Bentley. Looks like a good slipstream here. This could be a maneuver.
Love this. Here's the pass for position on Lutkus, side by side. Down the Conrad straight into the chase. Oh, very tight to the edge of the grass there. Now it's BMW versus Bentley on the brakes. BMW a little better for now. So Chiquito goes through in the number 40 and takes the unsponsored talent machine past Williams Esports. So Igor de Oliveira Rodriguez now trying to move his way back more solidly into the top 10 with Ayala. This battle has not fizzled at all in the opening moments. And the Audi maintains 9th spot, but only by about 2 car lengths as they head up the front straight here.
Yeah, heading up that front straight, and it looked like that Williams Esports machine took a little bit too much exit curbing there coming out of Hell Corner. That would cost him maybe about half a tenth or so as they make their way up there. Not close enough to get a move into Quarry Bend, but as you can see, keeping close enough behind to be able to keep that thing working well in that McLaren, just following behind the Audi. That's one of the big things here is if you get past, you don't want to have to necessarily throw in the towel and say, well, there he goes. It's just keep up and behind and wait for an opportunity to present itself.
Flashing headlights from the number 124 McLaren, and that's more of a distraction tactic than anything else. And the driver in front might find that annoying and might find that not distracting at all, but it makes you feel better as a driver to hit that button and watch the lights flash. But now under the bridge and down the hill once more. Got to be tiptoeing through here, not grab too much curb. Really easy to unsettle the car on this downhill climb. And
yeah, it
McLaren
really is. Go
chasing, I was just going to say chasing the Audi and setting himself off to the far right, but maybe caught a bit of that concrete there, DJ. And you're just trying to slip that car between the fence, but look who's behind, the number 88 Porsche. That's Darren King for Racing Sim Tools Esports. Now it's a 3-horse race for 9th place.
It is indeed, and this is one of the problems you run into if you get into one of those scrappy battles is that you can bring in a third competitor to it. Darren King in that lone Porsche closing in a little bit, losing out very slightly through the first bend of the chase as they now come their way through. Oh, that's a great run there for Rodriguez. Is he going to try to have a move down into Murray's corner? He thought about it. He's still poking his nose to the inside. He's going to go for it very late on the brakes for that Williams Esports machine, and that's going to move him back up into 9th.
And opens the door for Darren King as well in the Porsche. So now drag race into Hell Corner. The Porsche with that rear engine so good getting out of corners, and looks like King will get by as well. So move Ayala down 2 spots into 11th place. Move Darren King up into 10th. First time that team has cracked the top 10 here today. That was a strong move. An opportunistic one for sure, DJ, but that's the kind of opportunity that you want to do. That was a low effort move. Have someone else move the driver out of the way and you can just drive right on through.
Exactly. It's a good heads-up play for Darren King. I've got to give him massive credit on that. We normally don't see a lot of passes going into Hell Corner. It is normally a little bit more you expect to see into Murray. So just recognize there that Ayala was offline and went for it, taking full advantage of that good jump off the line that Porsche gets, like you mentioned. Now he's going to set his sights ahead of him to Oliveira Rodriguez. Try to see if he can close in on that McLaren. Here is Alvarado, though, running around in 6th place. Ooh, another little battle shaping up behind him, though.
Yeah, this is 7th place, Mark Leclerc for TSC Tacony Racing, the Crazy Canucks team, and has the Acura NSX GT3 of Zach Patterson in behind him, one of the HPD Yas Pro America teams. The drivers competed for this opportunity to be a part of this team, the Acura team, earlier in the year. It was another race event that you can find on the GT World YouTube channel. If you look back a couple of months ago, Patterson, one of the drivers selected to run, and now battling for 7th place with Mark Leclerc, who's on the number 11 team with Hamza Gulzar, Doug Bourne for the Crazy Canucks team.
And they're doing a pretty good job here keeping that car where it is, as it looks like we've got another penalty being handed down. That's to the 887 machine. Avoidable contact. That is going to be a time penalty. That is going to be Riley Murdoch for the SOP Esports Racing America machine.
Yeah, that's not a great start for them. And you really never want to be battling time penalties just because they're going to set you back on a pit stop or at the end of the race. Now, if I was to choose, I would probably take that through the race and finish out with it, because the gaps are going to be so large at the end that you might actually stand a better chance there than serving it in the pit lane. But we'll see what the plan is. There's a good look at Marc Leclerc, and I love this view to show what drivers are doing at home. Just a steering wheel clamp to the table. Other drivers have full rigs. Really enjoy the look in on this, and I'm getting a correction that have to be served in the pits, not at the end of the race, unfortunately. So that is going to be a 10-second, basically a stop and hold then for Murdoch when he hits pit lane for the first time.
Yeah, so he will have to take that. That'll be a little bit of a hole that he'll have to dig his way out of, but very, very early in this race, he should have plenty of time to get it back. And yeah, as you said there, as we continue to watch Marc Leclerc, that single monitor setup, just a wheel clamped to the desk, it just goes to show you that it really and truly doesn't necessarily matter how great of a setup you have. It's really just all about getting the feel and that connection you have between the wheel and the screen. You don't need the full all the way around. It's just whatever you can make work, and it's proving very well for Leclerc here.
There's a good look at Roman Alexinkov in the number 58. This is AWS Racing. Of course, AWS kind of SRO's data center, where all the data is stored and operated for all the broadcasts that you see, as well as other things that SRO uses AWS for. And of course, CrowdStrike secures AWS servers, and AWS stores all the things that SRO uses. It's sort of this like triangular relationship for all three of those companies that works very, very well. So it looks like Marc Leclerc has gotten passed by Zach Patterson, so move the 94 past the number 11 Mercedes for position number 7.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a commentator's curse there for Mark, but he's closing in a little bit the best that he can on Patterson ahead of him in that NSX. Focusing back here to the battle for P14. It looks like that's Liskanov and Lutkus, who we were following a little bit earlier in that Bentley.
Yeah, of course, Roman Alexinkov we've seen in the CrowdStrike Cup Virtual Racing League as well. And Roman, very talented and is used to this Ferrari platform. Love the livery they've got. Very reminiscent of the car that CJ Moses runs in the GT America powered by AWS series here in North America. Of course, that livery in GT America applied to the Mercedes platform. Here's Tadas Lutkus on the tailpipes of Alexinkov through the cutting and climbing the hill. The car under compression here, but this Bentley, it thunders uphill. It's got a ton of torque under that hood. Got a front engine car in comparison to the kind of light on its feet mid-engine Ferrari in front of it. But these guys battling for 14th place early in the going. But every position counts now, and it'll count later. So if Lutkus can deal with Alexinkov now, it's one less driver his co-drivers will have to pass later in the event.
Exactly, and there you can see that setup for Lutkus as we look there on the bottom corner of the screen as he makes his way around, really trying to get the power. You can see that Ferrari sparking coming over the crest of the curves on the Dipper. Absolutely very tricky place. Obviously, more weight in these GT cars than you would have in some lighter machines out there, so the compression is definitely felt, but with the stiffer suspension that tends to be out in these cars, you definitely will feel it a little bit. You got to be careful. You don't want to pick up any under tray damage if you go over those areas too hard. It's really only one line that you can run there from about Skyline on down to make sure that you're not going to be getting too much damage onto the splitter or anything like that. Onto the hard braking for the chase. Looks like Lutkus is losing a little bit of time to those competitors in front of him, but he may be able to try to regain it. As you said, that Bentley looking very strong on the climb up the hill.
Yeah, of course, the Bentley, as I mentioned previously, was the winner of the last Bathurst 12 Hours back in 2020. Of course, no 2021 Bathurst 12 Hours due to the global pandemic, but the Bentley has a pretty rich history of racing success, including the victory it had here back in 2020 with Jules Gounon, Jordan Pepper, and Maxime Soulet, all drivers, again, who competed with K-Pax Racing here in North America. Watch Alexinkov up the road, though, having a look at Michael Parker in the number 838. That's the TSE Racing Rogue Motorsport car. That is a McLaren 720S GT3 with Carlos de la Tour and Chris Barnes co-driving that dark gray McLaren.
Yeah, and he's definitely under a lot of pressure here. It looks like a little bit of the cork in the bottle is Parker holding up Alessinkov and Lutkus behind him. But Lutkus, again, as we said, that Bentley so strong on the run, really from the cutting all the way up through Skyline. Looks like he loses a little bit of time as they start to go down the hill and then getting onto the Conrad Straight. This is where it'll start to maybe shift over to Alessinkov. Right on board here with Michael Parker as they go down the hill. You can see all of that compression that I was talking about, the weight and the pressure put in onto those springs. Very, very difficult to make sure you keep the car pointed the right way. And as we saw earlier on, if you just get a little bit offline, really through any of the section on this hill, it can massively throw you off, and you've got to either catch the car and lose a bunch of time or risk ending up in the wall.
That McLaren 720S GT3 is a car that we've seen here in North America this season as well with Inception Racing. What I didn't know about these McLaren 720S is that the doors actually open upward. It looked like a Batmobile the first time I saw it at Circuit of the Americas earlier this year. Really neat looking car, and they continue to battle for 13th place right now with Michael Parker out in front of Alessinkov, Lutkus, and right behind them is the BMW M6 of Zach Coonan back after that drive-through penalty. And on an upward climb, we should also mention that the BMW M6, one of the oldest platforms in the GT3 category, being phased out and now replaced by the M4 GT3, which has already made its racing debut, but will make a debut here in North America with Turner Motorsport next season here in Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS.
Yeah, very excited to see that new system come in. Ooh, we may have a little bit of a run here, and indeed, there goes the Bentley of Lutkus slipping out to the inside, coming up to Quarry Bend, but backs out of it. Not able to get the power down fully there. That may have been a little bit of a psychological maneuver, just trying to get into the head of Alessinkov, seeing if he can maybe force a mistake out of that Ferrari.
You know, it's really interesting to watch these four different manufacturer cars climb this hill because, yes, the drivers make a pretty significant difference in where the cars are strong, but let's remember that balance of performance we talked about earlier. All these cars are running roughly the same lap times as it stands, but making speed in very different ways. That Bentley, very strong climbing the hill from that torquey motor that it's got under the hood. The Ferrari, a little bit more nimble perhaps, the mid-engine platform, the twin-turbo V8 right behind the driver, so that car is going to have advantages in different places. The M6 right behind, very large dimensionally, so it's going to be good on some of the faster, straighter sections versus the tight and twisties. And look at that McLaren 720S drive away as soon as you get to that nimble part of the racetrack where you need to kind of dance between the concrete walls. All the cars they're roughly the same speed, just in vastly different ways.
Yeah, exactly. And there you start to see as they get onto the straight, those power trains, those different things that you were talking about there starting to come into play. Doing a good job there for the McLaren. Not necessarily the fastest in the straight line, but still just pulling enough of advantage coming out of Forest Elbow to keep a good run.
Look out!
Wow!
Oh, Coonan way late on the brakes into the chase and absolutely demolishes the AWS Racing Ferrari of Roman Alessinkov. That was from a long ways back. And that was certainly going to draw some attention from the stewards, especially after the avoidable contact penalty from earlier. That was a big mistake, certainly not on purpose, DJ, but came from a long ways back, got too deep on the brakes, and clobbered a competitor.
Yeah, very much did. I think he was just trying to get the single pass done there on Lutkus, and unfortunately just too far back to make it work. And had a little bit of a lockup there going in, and Alessinkov, the unfortunate problem there. This is Whitehead who's had a problem, I believe.
Yeah. This is back from the start of the race. This is the crash that took him out of the lead and collected his teammate. And there goes the 93 Hillebrand around. But two of the three PPR Esports teammates involved in that collision. It looks like the car just stepped out, and that could be from low tire pressure. That could be from aerodynamic settings that weren't quite tweaked properly, DJ, but that car just turned around backwards on him on the opening lap.
Yeah, that rear end just not gripping up the way he wanted. Maybe a little bit of low tire pressure, a little bit of cold tires as well. Remember, we are still in the morning here at Mount Panorama, and it just looked like that car wanted to keep going around, no rear grip, and that just sent him right around as it crested over. I think definitely an issue of some of the elevation change that you get into that sector too, probably coming into farm.
And here's a look on board with Nicholas Hillebrand, the current race leader in the HPD Yas Pro America team car, the Acura NSX. Now watch Mercedes slip, slide, and collect a teammate, and on the brakes, dive for the left, and through went Hillebrand. Great move there. drove on through. You were referencing the track temperatures. We got a great battle here for 11th place with Ayala and Chiquetto again into the chase. Track temperature right now around 20 degrees Celsius. That's 68 degrees Fahrenheit for our Imperial friends, including myself. 68 degrees Fahrenheit is really cool, so it's going to take a couple more laps for your tires to work their way up to temperature, and the track surface is going to be fairly grippy, but it was also what we would call fairly green. Not a lot of rubber laid out on the racetrack as well. And this is on board with the Bentley. Chasing. This is the second place car, and bam, just picked the wrong side of the racetrack like a soccer goalie or a football goalie, I suppose, for our European audience, going for the wrong corner of the goal and just kind of missed.
Yeah, certainly. And in those split-second decisions like that, when you try to make that dive, there comes a move a little bit. That looks like Chiquetto moving his way around Ayala there. That BMW finally able to get by going into Quarry Bend. And yeah, Kyle, as you make your way through those incidents, it is a split-second decision where you've just got to jump on it as quickly as you can, and it's literally just a flip of a coin whether or not you get it right, and clearly they're not getting it right.
Yeah, and roll the dice, flip of a coin. Lots of metaphors to describe that scenario. I think the Bentley driver, which at the time I think was Marco McCree, was I think he just described it as a bad situation, regardless of how you flip it, but still a lot of time left in this race. Regardless of the damage, they'll have an opportunity to claw their way back through the field. They're currently listed down in 19th with Luke Whitehead down in 20th, and since then, those two cars have been lapping without much incident. Last lap for Whitehead was a 2:02.565, and McCree was a 2:01.983. Those are times good enough to be right at the front of the field. Here's a look at another replay a moment ago. This is the 3 car. This is Harry Spears. Oh, this was actually the opening lap incident. He actually got tapped and damaged as well and scattered down the hill. Got the least damage of the 3, but again, they had such a great start, DJ, that it all went downhill. About, what is it, three laps in that they had that incident? It was just not pretty for that team.
No, it was not. And, breaking the cardinal rule of racing, the last thing you want to do is run into your teammate. Obviously, they're unintentional all the way around, but a very, very tough break for the PPR Esport team. They'll still have a lot of time to recover, as you said, running very, very competitive lap times, albeit at the back of the field. So they're going to have some work to do. They may see at this point if they can maybe eke out an extra lap or two on fuel strategy, try to maybe extend the stint, do something a little bit different to see if that can move their way forward.
Here's a look at the 88 of Darren King. Whoop, this is a loop at the exit of the final corner, and easy to get on throttle and make that mistake just a little bit too soon. Again, all these cars are equipped with anti-lock brakes and traction control, DJ, and you can adjust those in the car. One of my favorite Assetto Corsa Competizione features is that you can actually, if you're riding on board with the driver, you can actually watch their hand go and make the adjustment. I think that's unbelievable, but that's something that, you're going to want to tweak throughout the race. And as I mentioned, the sort of green racetrack, the lack of rubber laid down could contribute to the lack of grip. And as the day goes on, the track rubbers in. On the racing line, you're going to find a lot of grip. And as soon as you step outside it, you'll find your way onto what they call the marbles, the bits of Pirelli rubber that have shaved themselves off and sort of sit trackside. You find your way onto those, and it's like driving over marbles. So that's why they call that the marbles. There's Kevin Boehm running 4th right now for CrowdStrike Racing in the number 4 car. But don't look too far behind, because there is Vinny Oliveira chasing him in the number 35. That is an Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT3 for Kings of Asphalt and Axon Oil.
It is indeed, and Olivier has been doing a good job to work his way up through the field here, trying to chase down Boehm, as you said. And yeah, with those traction control and ABS settings, definitely going to be leaning on him a little bit more here earlier in the race with the cool track temperatures and the green surface. But especially as we get later on, I think, especially as we get into what they like to call the golden hour, right around sunset, when the track is cooling down a little bit from the day and very, very rubbered in, a lot of grip out on the track, I think you're going to see drivers taking those settings away as much as possible and really, really do well.
On board now with Marc Leclerc, running up the hill right in front of Igor de Oliveira Rodriguez in the number 124. This is a Mercedes we're on board with now, the number 11. Here's the incident between Zach Coonan And Alex Sienkopf on lap 21, a 10-second stop and go for the car 22. So instead of a drive-through now for the number 22 of Zach Coonan, it's going to be a stop and go. So ramping up the penalties there, unfortunately. A big mistake there is going to be costly. And we're only half an hour into this race, DJ. You can't keep having this happen if you want to be at the front at the end.
Yeah, you've got to keep it clean. You can let yourself have one or two little incidents here and there, but you can't really let them pile up, because the faster they pile up, it will really, really hold you back and knock you down. So you've got to be very, very careful and make sure to drive clean, especially early on. You got to remember, you still have about 11 and a half hours to go here around Mount Panorama.
Yeah, so we're through our first half hour of our 12-hour event. You're watching the GT World Challenge America Esports Championship. This is our Bathurst 12-hour. 12 hours of sim racing action here in Assetto Corsa Competizione. 60 drivers across 20 cars, 3 drivers per, representing a whole bunch of different manufacturers that compete not only here in North America in GT World Challenge America, but also in the Intercontinental GT Challenge. Here is another look. This is at the collision that ended up penalizing the number 22. Just goes by Littkus and just in too deep, and the 58 went for the corner. Now, DJ, the general rule of thumb is if you're not alongside the driver you're trying to pass by the time you get to the brakes, you're not close enough to make the pass, but it just looked like Coonan just misjudged that by a couple feet.
Yeah, and a couple feet is all it takes to get it wrong around in these GT3s sometimes. Just a little bit too much. And as I said, he was trying to make the pass in the car in front of him and just ended up collecting Alex Sienkopf, as there we're going to watch on board here with this replay.
Yeah, and just has this big run coming and steps out to driver's left, and the door opens. He just goes for it. He still would have gone off track had the 58 not been there. But unfortunately, had to use the 58 as a set of brakes. And watching Leclerc and Darren King chase each other up the mountain now. I love the look of that Porsche 911 GT3R, one of the prettiest race cars, in my opinion. Makes a great sound from the flat six. Hanging behind the rear axle, it's the only rear-engined, at least only the true rear-engined car in GT3 racing, at least in SRO competition. It is a really nice car with a very interesting drive layout. And you'd think, I was an engineer in college, DJ. That layout makes no sense to me from a variety of different perspectives, from an engineering perspective. But somehow Porsche has made that platform into one of the most successful racing cars in the entire world. I don't know how they did it, but they did it.
I've got no answer for you either, but you are right. That is one of the most successful and one of the most recognizable racing platforms in all of the world. That Porsche design, very, very iconic. Just the silhouette on it alone, able to be recognized. And it can take a minute to get used to driving. It definitely is not a beginner's car necessarily, but once you sort of figure out the master strokes of it, it can really reward drivers who learn its secrets.
And across a variety of racetracks as well. Of course, Porsche winning the Intercontinental GT Challenge in 2019 and 2020. The previous 3 years won by Audi, 2016 through 2018. So all of the Intercontinental GT Challenge championships in the past have been won by the German manufacturers. So it looks like Acura, McLaren, Ferrari, and so on and so forth have a little bit of work to do to catch those cars. Oh, that's Zach Patterson a little wide through Griffin's Bend there. Will let through Alvarado in the number 89 for Racing Sim Tools Esports. So a trading of positions here. And it's hard to tell if that was a go ahead, I'll let you go, or if that was oops, I made a mistake. I wanted to get you back. Hearing it was definitely an oops from the producers in the back room there. So yes, a mistake in the early going. Here's the 35 Aston. Vinny Oliveira. And putting pressure on Kevin Bohm now, running in fourth in the CrowdStrike Racing Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. Oliveira going to set him up in Forrest's elbow, and this is a great opportunity here, right to the rear bumper. Doesn't even have to wait to get down the Conrad straight to have some overlap here.
That's an absolutely heads-up move there from Vinny Oliveira, but it looks like that car's stalling out a little bit as it gets into the clean air. He may have wanted to actually stick up behind in the draft. He's going to have to go a little bit long sweep around, but he gets it done. Move that Aston Martin up the road into fourth place. A very, very heads-up and brave move here for the Kings of Asphalt driver.
Interesting to watch Kevin Bowman, the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. Perhaps a slight lift there to help facilitate that pass early in the going, just worried about getting to the end of the race. The other thing about the Mercedes-AMG that, perhaps is not super intuitive is you look at that car, you listen to the car, you'd think that it's the rocket ship down the straight. It's the one you want to have at the end of Conrad Straight. Turns out this car is actually more advantageous in the very tight and twisty sections of racetracks and doesn't really have the firepower on the straights that you'd expect it to have based on the grunt that the motor makes. It really does have advantages in a different place, and it definitely looks are not everything when it comes to kind of judging where a GT3 car is quick. So Bohm perhaps a little outpowered there on the straightaway. The Aston certainly no slouch either. I don't think either are really the best one to have in a straight line. I think we'd have to get them in a drag race strip to really know for sure, though.
No,
that'd be cool. I think we could race some GT3 cars on a drag strip. I think that'd be kind of fun, actually.
I know, I'd be down for it. We just got to find a nice bit of tarmac to be able to do it and get it out running there.
Looks like Darren King by the 11 of Leclerc. That was for 9th place, so move the Porsche up inside the top 10. Past the orange number 11, sort of reminiscent of the Murillo Racing GT4 that we see in Pirelli GT4 America here in the States. Same sort of orange livery on a Mercedes AMG with Shimshak and Kenny Murillo that drive that car normally. Look at the sunrise over the crest. That is a gorgeous sight to see up on Mount Panorama, but also in the eyes of the drivers, perhaps. And Assetto Corsa Competizione simulates that pretty well. Just the distraction that can lead to, especially if you're in VR, DJ, if you're in the virtual reality goggles, that's a pretty big distraction, makes things hard to see.
It very much is, and we talked earlier on about driving in the darkness here and really just having to know what the corners are as we're watching Zach Patterson there in the HPD JAS Pro America team trying to get his way by Alvarado there in the NSX ahead of him and not being entirely successful. So this is NSX versus NSX. Patterson's going to have to rewind this and try to go again for another attack here later on. But yeah, as you crest over that hill, it really is absolutely blinding, that sunrise. And so you just have to know your braking points by heart and trust in your memory, as you really don't have a whole lot of sight to be able to judge it correctly.
Watching this Acura versus Acura battle reminds me so vividly of the Fanatec GT World Challenge America race from Watkins Glen last weekend. It was Compass Racing versus Racer's Edge that were going at it nose to tail, lap after lap for the Pro-Am class win. Very fascinating battle to watch, but this highlights a unique aspect of GT3 racing. Yes, when you're racing another car that might have different advantages, you can find a place where you're better. But if you're racing the same car, you have some slight adjustments you can make to make the car more drivable, but they're the same chassis. All the difference essentially comes from you as a driver. So when you're racing another car that is the same manufacturer, it's all on you, essentially, to figure out how to go by.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like you're racing a spec series at this point. Ooh, little bit of a run there over the curb there for Zach Patterson. Not exactly getting it right as they make the crest over the dipper and down through all of that. Patterson trying to close in there. And some of those little changes that you talked about there, Kyle, you can actually adjust the traction control and the ABS within the car, maybe pull it back a little bit so the ABS will take longer to kick in. You can be a little bit more confident on the brakes that way. But Patterson here looking like he lost a little bit of ground coming out of Forest Elbow. Yeah,
on board, a great camera shot out the lower grille of Chiquetto there in the number 40. That is the unsponsored Talent BMW M6. But other things you can adjust. We talked about this a little bit on the opening moments of this broadcast. The different brake compounds that you can choose. You can adjust the aerodynamics, the angles of the wing, the brake ducting. Some interesting things that you can adjust to make your car, more akin to what your team needs for this 12-hour event. But at the end of the day, they're the same car. You just get some slight adjustments you can make. The other thing I love about Assetto Corsa Competizione, you can actually adjust the LED lighting on these cars and adjust where you want it, what color you want it to be. I think that's a really cool customization feature that these teams have in their book. And because we're not racing this in the full darkness, it's not something that you'll see used a ton, but one of my favorite things is vehicle customization, and this sim lets you do it to the max.
For sure. It's really, really nice. Just outside of the liveries, it's all about trying to make your sim car feel like yours. I know that that's kind of it's a calling card. It's a personalization thing, and it gives you that sort of emotional connection that you want, very similar to what you have in real life when you're driving your own car around and the little things you put on it that make it yours. That being able to just do those little micro changes on it to make the car your own, it can really, really endear you to the car and make it great. As we see Hildebrand there, your leader, taking a quick break off of the wheel, coming off of Forest Elbow, wiping his face down. We talked about the emotional strain that you do kind of have to go through when you're driving these cars around. There also is a lot of physical strain. These force feedback wheels, they will build up your muscles, and it does take a good amount of endurance to keep racing around here lap after lap.
And also for those at home that might not have air conditioning, oh boy. Running, gaming computers and all these electronics make it very hot. I have air conditioning here. I still got a fan blowing on me. I'm running the sim myself in the background with a big PC. It takes a lot of energy and power to do these things, and it makes your room real hot. So you'll be sweating by the end of your stint for sure. And again, fuel window's just about an hour, so we're closing up on that relatively soon. Here's Lutkus again in the Bentley chasing down Chiquetto. This is a battle for 12th spot, and look, right behind is the 838 of Michael Parker for TSC Racing Rogue Motorsport. So we might have a three-car battle here once more, but Lutkus with a really strong run up onto the back straight, chasing the black, white, and blue BMW M6 now side by side, heading towards the chase under the Pirelli Bridge.
Indeed, and it looks like that was Chiquito just kind of letting him go a little bit. I think didn't want to fight him that hard. So that's going to move Lutkus up, and that's going to be a good position for that Bentley. Now some clear road ahead of him. Now, unfortunately for Chiquito, he is going to have to worry about Parker behind him as we've got another pass as that's Rodriguez making his way on by.
That's actually lapping, I believe, the number 1 car of McCree. That is the Bentley for PPR Esports Gold that was involved in the early race collision up at the front of the field. So McCree now down a lap, down to about 8th place in the field, because you can see Rodriguez going by. Back to Michael Parker. He has now joined that battle for 12th spot as Lutkus has gone through Chiquetto, but it's not over yet. That McLaren is in the mix now. One of the sleekest, coolest looking cars in the field, I think, and now engaged in this battle, climbing up through the cutting.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. It is one of the best looking cars out there. It just looks mean, is the way I would have to describe it. And I'm loving that black paint scheme that Matt Parker is out there running. Very nimble car as well. It'll definitely try to step out and bite you if you're not careful, but a lot like the Porsche, if you learn how to master it, it can be very, very quick for you. Now closing up behind that BMW, look at all the speed he was able to carry there, coming up through. Not really going to have a chance to overtake. A good example of that sunrise just getting right in your eye like we talked about. You can see Michael Parker, though, continuing to be right behind Chiquetto there in that BMW as they make their way down the hill, losing a little bit of ground as they came over the S's and through the dipper. Now as they dive down into Forest Elbow, let's see if he can get a good run here off of that line to be able to get some good speed. It looks like the BMW is going to be able to pull away a little bit, but how effective will the draft be for Michael Parker?
BMW M6 punches a fairly large hole in the air. I also see a little bit of damage on the nose of that M6, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, there is. So here comes Michael Parker to driver's left and swings around the outside of the chase on the brakes very deep into the corner, and he will go through, jump the curb, and bring that McLaren 720S GT3 up into 13th spot. See the blue flags flying there as go by a lap car, but Patterson and Alvarado back at it again for 6th place. Patterson out to driver's left into Griffin's Bend, and we'll tuck back in at corner exit, runs all the way over the curb. And one of the interesting notes about the curbs here at Mount Panorama Circuit is, a lot of racetrack curbs at FIA-sanctioned circuits, have that ripple texture that will kind of vibrate your car. Not here. These are just flat, painted concrete curbs that are very tall, though. And at times, like right here, they can actually ramp your car up and save you from hitting the wall. So you have to sort of trust that your wheels are going to ramp that up and stop you from smacking the fence, like right there at the exit of Solman Park. So you really have to trust that the car is going to get stopped by those curbs and to be able to find the maximum speed around Mount Panorama Circuit.
And speaking of finding that maximum speed, Zach Patterson really looking like he is on full attack mode here, trying to come up behind Alvarado. And he is in VR, so he is getting the full effect of that sunrise that we've talked about. I've got to say, though, as they were making that move into Quarry Bend, it looked a little cheeky from Alvarado, a little bit of a push to the side there, potentially. I don't think he really wants to give that position away that easy. It's definitely a little bit harder racing than I would expect this early on in the race. But here comes Patterson with a full head of steam. He's going to poke his nose to the inside of that first bend.
That's very dicey stuff into the chase now. Door to door, the two Acuras battling for sixth place. Slides across the nose of Patterson, does Alvarado, but hangs on for now. This is great racing here. And don't look too far behind, because that is the one car, the PPR Esports Gold Bentley, that is actually driving back through the field, trying to unlap himself. So, while he is a lap down, yes, he's going to get blue flags to say get out of the way, but he's going faster. So he's going to have to drive through this battle for sixth. That's going to make things very spicy here in just a moment.
It certainly is, and it looks like they're a good defensive drive from Alvarado, parking that car on the apex of Hell Corner, braking a little bit there to try to throw Patterson off of the line. Let's see if there's going to be another move going into an up around. No, it doesn't look like they're going to have any of that coming up the hill. But this is, again, where we saw Patterson carry some very, very good speed coming off of Solman Park and McPhillamy Park. He was able to keep up very, very close behind. So Patterson on the attack here, and Alvarado in some very stout defense.
Up through Solman Park and towards McPhillamy Park, that rise all the way towards the concrete wall. Almost found the side of the Acura, smacked into it. You got to play with inches at the top of the crest there. So just shy of 7 a.m. here in the simulator, almost 50 minutes of action in, 23 laps complete. And here comes the one, as we mentioned. That is the one of Marco McCree. Actually, it's Cody Pride now who's jumped behind the wheel of this car. So they have actually made a driver swap already, put Cody Pride behind the wheel, who has won races in GT World Challenge America Esports before. Now remember that this Bentley is a lap down, but he is currently lapping quicker than the drivers a lap ahead of him. His last lap was his best at 2:01.605. That is also the fastest lap of the race so far. So that Bentley might be a lap down in last place, but it is the quickest car on the racetrack right now, and here he comes right in the middle of this battle for sixth, DJ.
Yeah, and this is going to get very, very interesting, because he's not going to want to necessarily get into the middle of this battle, as that's a little bit of a taboo, but he is fast enough to be able to go by. You see him there trying to maybe take a look down into Murray's Corner, thinking about it there. I think his patience is done, and indeed, a better run off of Murray's Corner. He's going to pull out to the side. Patterson looks like he let him go a little bit there, so he's just going to tuck up behind in the draft as they make their way up the mountain straight and hope that he can get out in front of Alvarado ahead of him and maybe slow down that sister Acura ahead.
Yeah, this is just one of those things that Alvarado, or I should say Patterson, just had to give up, because you know that one car is faster. He chased you down. You know that he started at the front of the field, or at least the car did. You know it's going to be quicker than the driver that you were just battling. Let him go up there and kind of wrestle things out of the hands of the 89. Put him offline. That actually might be helpful to Zach Patterson. So we're certainly far from over. I don't really think there's a reason for anybody to defend this one car viciously right now. Holding him a lap down, might be good in the short term, but in the long term, he's going to get by you whether you like it or not, with the pace difference that we're seeing, about a second a lap. So just let him go. I mean, they've still got a lot of work to do, but look how close he is at the crest of the hill here behind the 89 of Nicholas Alvarado.
Yeah, Cody Pride really, really just putting the screws here, trying to get up as far as he can. Cresting over the hill. You see how close he's getting to that 89 in front of him. He's going to have the move, I think, going down past Forrest Elbow. But it looked like he's frankly just got the speed to almost get it done if the track was just a little bit wider coming down the hill. Here comes the charge, though, for the Bentley. He's just going to have to tuck up behind in the draft and keep on going and pray that he can get the move done going down into the chase.
Yeah, following the Acura NSX GT3 on the straightaway And he's going to use this slipstream. He'll be close. I'm not sure he'll be close enough. Well, he might be. Off into the chase through the kink. On the brakes. Yeah, here he goes. Big dive. Can he get the car slowed down? He will. And here comes Zach Patterson up alongside. They touch. They slide. And Patterson hard into the tire barrier at the exit of the chase. Big damage to the number 94 HPD Yas Pro America car. That is big news for Patterson, who is battling so viciously with Alvarado. It all goes wrong with a little bit of greediness there with 11 hours and 8 minutes to go.
Yeah, it was an opportunistic move there from Zach Patterson. He saw Pride going on through and just tried to file in behind him, but not able to make it work. Patterson now coming down pit lane. Cody Pride there, able to escape unscathed. Is there you can see Patterson. If that's a battle there, it looks like Harry Spears in the AMG getting on by.
Yeah, Harry Spears, again, one of the other PPR esports drivers that was involved in the early collision that involved all three of their team members. We see the one car a lap down, having made a driver swap, is the quickest car on the racetrack, but Harry Spears still holding out for the first stint for his team. Moving up into 15th spot now as gets by Roman Alexinkov that time through. But Harry Spears again in the number 3 is actually the lead car with Luke Whitehead in the 2, who was our pole sitter, down in 18th spot. So still a long way to go. And I'm going to make a prediction here early. DJ, having seen the pace that all three of these PPR esports cars have, now that the mistakes, the mulligans are out of the way, I predict that we're going to see all three of those cars back in the top 10 probably within the next 3 hours.
I would have to agree with you on that, and the one that I really do have my eyes focused on is Harry Spears here, because he is the only one that is still on the lead lap. So that's a big, big thing for him. In 14th, he's got a big gap, obviously, all the way up to the front, but don't be surprised by the time that you and I sign off, Kyle, if he may be even challenging for a podium.
Yeah, I wouldn't be doubtful of that by any stretch. I wanted to go back to the Acura for a moment, because we were watching Alvarado's car, even with the slipstream, beginning to pull away from the driver behind in the Bentley. I actually got a chance to ride in a stock 2020 Acura NSX. My goodness, it is an unbelievable experience to ride in the passenger seat of one of those things under launch control. The GT3 car lacks the electric motors that the street car has and the hybridization, but I can tell you that the street version of the Acura NSX is a mind-numbing accelerating car. It is unbelievable, very cool, very slick-looking car. But I'm sure in GT3 form it is just as quick. Here's Harry Spears on Chiquetto. This is for 13th place. This 3 car moving forward very quickly. Last lap around was a 2:02.2. That was 0.3 faster than the race leader. So yes, all of the PPR esports cars are running very competitive lap times, as we've mentioned a few times now. Spears now getting back into some traffic that he can actually pass for position.
Yeah, and that's going to make him feel a little bit better about what he's done, and he just continues to fight his way through the field. As Hildebrand had a problem, he lost a whole bunch of time there in that gap. This is the battle for the lead here, Kyle.
Yeah, it looks like Tinko Vandervelde ran about 0.7 of a second faster last time by and has closed in on Hildebrand here. And it looks like Hildebrand's actually on pace. I think Vandervelde just found something, because they're both running roughly the same lap times that they were previously, but Vandervelde has run very competitively, 2:01.824 to a 2:02.514 last time by. So move the McLaren right into the mix for the top spot as we close in on the 1 hour mark of this 12-hour race.
Yeah, indeed, and we may have a little bit of a lead change as that hour mark ticks over here. Vandervelde just trying to keep up behind that Acura. Good jump there, it looked like, though, through the chase and down into Murray's corner. It looks like it's stretching its legs a little bit. But we talked about that McLaren being very, very light on its tires, as it were, making its way along. They may have a little bit of traffic up ahead of them to deal with. That could maybe be a little bit of a wrench in the works for Hildebrand, depending on when he catches it.
Yeah, still a lot of racing remaining here as Vandervelde closes in on Hildebrand. That time through, it was actually Hildebrand that went a 2:01.848. We're running lap times only 0.1 of a second off. Actually, Vandervelde just ran his fastest lap of the race at 2:01.593. And that, as I understand it, is the fastest lap. Well, not quite. I think Cody Pride has gone a little bit. No, actually, Harry Spears has the fastest lap of the race at a 2:01.437. So there is definitely some quick laps happening right now. But as the track kind of comes out of this too cold weather and really into optimal conditions with some rubber on the racetrack now, we're going to continue to see lap times fall, and the fuel's burning off as well, DJ, so that's going to make these cars lighter at the end of this stint.
It most certainly is. This is definitely getting into a little bit of that golden hour like we talked about, where you're going to see some very, very fast times starting to come out from these drivers. A little bit of push time here, and there you can see that lapped car ahead of Hildebrand. Now, Van der Velde's going to be hoping that he is going to be able to stay ahead of him before they get through the chase, maybe slow down the leader ever so slightly, but looks like he may get his wish. I don't think Hildebrand is going to catch him before they get to the chase.
So just coming up on 1 hour complete. We're about 57 minutes into our 12-hour race here today. You're watching the GT World Challenge America Esports Championship, the Bathurst 12-hour. 60 drivers across 20 cars competing for Golden Glory here today at one of the most daunting racetracks on planet Earth, whether it's in the sim or in the real world. Again, representing one of the races in the Intercontinental GT Challenge. The American round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge is coming up in just a couple of weeks on October 15th through 17th at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It'll be an 8-hour endurance race. The second ever Indianapolis 8 hours coming up in just a couple of weeks. Previously held in California at the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Had that for a couple of years prior. And if you are a fan of Assetto Corsa Competizione, you might already have the Intercontinental GT Challenge package that includes WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And perhaps someday we could have the Indianapolis Motor Speedway here as well. I think that'd be a really nice addition.
I have to agree, and as a native of Indianapolis, I would love to absolutely see it, as there is nothing quite like being able to drive or just sit in the stands at IMS to watch it. But watching here is that battle for the lead getting closer and closer all the time. Lap traffic really starting to play a measure here.
That's Zach Coonan, who's gotten a pair of penalties so far for avoidable contact, now just trying to find a place to get out of the way of the two race leaders. That's going to be very hard to do. Sandwiched in between concrete walls on the downhill here at Mount Panorama. And Van der Velde right in the mix now for the top spot as we approach the 1 hour mark. It is Acura versus McLaren at the pointy end of the field. And now slipstream here, double slipstream for the McLaren in tow, the 66 versus the 93. And down the chase here, over 165 miles an hour, DJ. This is a consequential part of the racetrack.
It very much is, and Hildebrand's got to time this right. He's going to have to go to what will be the inside of the chase, able to get that move done pretty well and get Coonan in between himself and his rival of Van der Velde. That is going to be a little bit of breathing room that Nicholas Hildebrand is going to be able to take there. You see him wiping the sweat off of his face. Great job there for Nicholas. That is exactly the timing he wanted to have for that pass.
And you'll note the blue flags flying from the virtual corner marshal stations. Blue flag is just an advisory flag. It is not a flag that means get out of the way. It's just a, hey, you've got a faster car approaching. You might want to check your mirrors. It's not a compulsory move out of the way flag. So Coonan is not required to pull over and let anybody by. But now Van der Velde is through. He's just lost about 0.4 of a second in that exchange, and we'll have to run Hildebrand back down. 1 hour complete here in the Bathurst 12 hour for the GT World Challenge America Esports Championship. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by DJ Clark for hours 1 through 4 and 8 through 12. 4 through 8 will be by our friends Paul Jeffrey and David Christie. They will join you for the middle third of this event here today. So looks like between the front two, the average lap times for Hildebrand a 2:02.163 versus Van der Velde a 2:02.168. So only 0.005 of a second between their average lap times. Really going tit for tat right now at the front.
Yeah, they very much are, and that gap obviously has ballooned out a little bit, courtesy of getting by that lap traffic of the Mercedes, or excuse me, the BMW of Coonan. But now it is all back down to Van der Velde to try to gain in that gap a little bit. Again, this is McLaren versus NSX here, so definitely some time going as we've got some drivers starting to come down pit lane, it looks like.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the pit window roughly an hour, so you're going to want to come down and switch your drivers. Anthony Ayala is in. Will turn over to one of his two teammates in the number 33, either Paul Seymour or Matt Largy in the TSE Racing Pure Ambition car. We'll see who jumps in that by the end of the lap. the out lap, and we'll get the timing and scoring updated. Hillebrand's going to skip by the pit entrance. Now, when you pit is pretty crucial here, DJ, because if you're Vandervelde, you might want to undercut, come in a lap before, which I think he might have actually done. Yes, Vandervelde is in pit lane, so the second place car hits pit road. The reason why you'd want to do this, fresh Pirelli rubber and to get out of some traffic perhaps, DJ. So that's an advantage. The disadvantage is that it's about 6 kilometers less fuel that you're going to have towards the end of the next stint. So some pros and cons to pitting a lap earlier.
Exactly, and some of that's going to come in with your teammates' help. They're going to be keeping an eye on the cars behind you and trying to find that gap to slot you in where you can get some clean air to run. And I have to imagine there for Vandervelde, his teammates probably said, you know what, there's a good gap here. Why don't you try this? Let's go for the undercut. Let's see if we can do it. And so that may be what have caused him to do that there as we watch Darren King in that number 88 Porsche making his way by the pit stretch right now.
Kevin Boehm also in pit lane for CrowdStrike Racing in the number 4, so he will turn that car over to either Scott or Sam Michaels in the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo. And you'll note the drivers in pit lane have that white box with the black P. Those are the drivers that are currently on the pit lane. And looks like Tinko is going to stay in the car for another stint in the number 66. So yes, you could double stint, and a lot of drivers might do that. They might stay in 2 hours at a time, DJ, and only swap a handful of times, or you might switch the driver out every time, depending on what benefits your team the most. I think most drivers will probably go again and try to maximize the time in the car.
Yeah, it really just depends on what your overall team makeup is. We talked earlier in the broadcast about kind of having the rabbit driver, the driver that's going to be the super aggressive one there. Well, maybe if you fell back in the order and you didn't have the rabbit in the car at the beginning, now is the time to put him in if you've had a little bit of problems. We watch here Zach Patterson. Remember, he was part of that incident on the little bit of NSX versus NSX violence that we had, trying to work his way forward again here. That is Grant Smith right ahead of him, I believe, in the Mercedes.
So with that issue that Patterson had, they had to come to pit lane. So they're off strategy now. So I'll be interested to see how they get themselves back on strategy, or if they're going to remain sort of 5 to 10 laps offset as they currently are. Race leader Hillebrand is on pit lane and getting the car fueled up. And curious to see if they're going to make a tire change as well. But perhaps a driver swap, perhaps not. Hillebrand is leading and doing so successfully right now. No need to really change what's not broken. The challenge is the driver that was right behind him battling for the lead, Tinko Vandervelde, was pretty much right on the rear bumper. So any mistake entering or exiting pit lane could swap the lead between these two. Exactly.
And I think there comes Vandervelde right now on the pit straight. This is going to be very, very close as they come out of pit lane. That is Hillebrand. That is Vandervelde. They haven't changed positions at all as they come out, but Hillebrand still got to get up to a little bit more speed.
Very, very close, and hearing exactly the same pit stop time for those two drivers, so pretty much the exact same everything, pace and pit stop for the front two, Hillebrand and Tinko Vandervelde. So they will continue to battle at the top pointy end of the grid here in the GT World Challenge America Esports Championship Bathurst 12-hour. 1 hour and 5 minutes in, and it is currently the number 93 HPD Yas Pro America Acura out front in front of the number 66 Sidemax Blackhawk Racing McLaren 720S. And waiting for the rest of the field to kind of cycle out here. A handful of drivers you see with the pit stop indicators leaving pit lane. But that 66 has a lap of tire temperature also in. So the 93 leads the way, but perhaps warming up the Pirellis to get them to maximum grip level. That 66 is closed in on the downhill.
Yeah, it certainly has. This is going to be the telling areas. We're going to jump back here. That's that battle we were checking in a little bit earlier. There's Jordan Grant Smith as he is trying to hold off the best he can of Ayala. Ayala trying to get on by, but it looks like Jordan Grant Smith able to hold it out as one of the Bentleys there coming out of the pits.
So move the 3 car up a position. Again, that was one of the vehicles involved in the early collision. It was driven by Harry Spears prior, so they've made that driver swap. Quick note that Philippe Simard has handed his Ferrari over to Killian Ryan Meenan in the number 123. They had the quickest pit stop at 64 seconds, so something for other drivers to try to beat a little bit later today. Not something you have total control over, but you can do the best you can getting in and out of the car virtually as quickly as possible. And that's one of my favorite things about endurance racing is the mechanics of making the pit stop and having the drivers get unbelted and rebelted. It's a fascinating process to watch at any racetrack, in any series, but specifically in races like the Bathurst 12-hour.
Oh, most certainly. And as we continue to watch here, this is Zach Patterson, I believe, working on Ayala. Remember, Ayala passed on that last lap by Jordan Grant Smith, and so now he's finding himself...
Oh, trouble!
Oh!
Mercedes at the top of the hill, coming down the hill, rather. That is the number 3 of Jordan Grant Smith, I believe. Yes, it is. This Jordan Grant Smith turned around backwards and heavy damage on that car. They're going to head back to the pit lane. And as quickly as their race was starting to turn right around in the right direction, turned around backwards coming down the hill. That is an unfortunate situation for that team. Just digging themselves out of a hole and now jumping right back in it.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's going to put him right back down the order. Keeping an eye here, though, on that battle for the lead as they, both drivers here, Hildebrand and Vandervelde, both of them not changing drivers on that last stop, so they're just going to continue their battle out on track. Both cars' tires probably up to good temperature here at this point, as Vandervelde just trying to apply as much pressure as he can to Hildebrand, especially in endurance racing like this. Driving behind like that, I wouldn't be surprised if I see Vandervelde just kind of poking his nose this way or that on some of the more open sections of the track. Not necessarily looking for a move, but just trying to fill those rear view mirrors of Nicholas Hildebrand, trying to get in his head a little bit, seeing if he can maybe force a mistake out of the number 93.
Yeah, still very close, less than a half a second at the top of the field here after an hour and 8 minutes of racing. Quick note again on the number 3, when they reset back to the pits, they lose the lap because of that versus driving it back. But of course, a really dangerous spot. They couldn't get the car turned around there safely. So that's going to impact the number 3's race even more significantly for Jordan Grant Smith and team. Not what they wanted this early in this event. But going back to the lead, as you mentioned, a great battle between these two, Acura versus McLaren. It's been like this for the last 35-40 minutes at the front of the grid here. But I think watching Tinko van der Velde, you can't apply pressure for this long and not eventually crack the race leader. I mean, Hillebrand's been rock solid so far, but you can maintain this for an hour, 2 hours, but after 12 hours of this, at some point, somebody's going to make a mistake. We haven't seen one yet, but the potential is there.
Oh, most certainly. It's not a sprint race where you can withstand it. In the 12 hours, it really starts to get into your head a little bit. And I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised because of that they decided to keep Hildebrand in the car. That if I were maybe managing that team, I would have thought about potentially switching it over, getting some fresh blood in there to withstand that attack, knowing how close behind that Vandervelde was. But obviously, they've got faith in Nicholas Hildebrand, and thus far, he has done a fantastic job of keeping that all together.
Here's a replay of the number 3 of Jordan Grant Smith a little while ago. At the top of the hill. This is where all 3 PPR Esports cars crashed earlier. Makes it through that portion. Down the hill, it was offline on the left-hander, hits the wall, and big impact on the left there. Then sort of slides out of the way to avoid getting hit. That was a scary moment, but that's also going to be a pretty major one. They're already a couple laps down, still in pit lane, with a lot of damage left to repair. So not what that team needed by any stretch. But going back to the driver situation, here's another replay while we talk about this. You know, Nicholas Hillebrand leading this field. The driver that I would try putting in, if there was any driver swap, would probably be Josh Staffen, given his long career here in GT World Challenge America Esports and how talented he is. But Hillebrand's been defending well, and there's no guarantee Staffen would be faster either. So, maybe keeping the driver out front that has gotten the car out front is the way to go for now. But we'll see as Vandervelde closes in.
Yeah, completely and totally. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And so I understand also the mentality of keeping Hildebrand in that car. But it does look like that Vandervelde is just pulling in a little bit more every lap. He's getting that gap, holding it down to about 4 or 5 tenths of a second, not pushing too hard. And so I really, really want to commend here Vandervelde just doing a great job of keeping as much pressure as he can without stepping over the line on it. It's just as hard to keep up that pressure as it is to defend from it. And so for Vandervelde to just keep his eyes focused ahead and not go for the sort of all-out aggressive move, it's very, very heads up and calm, cool, and collected driving there from the driver of the 66.
Certainly a good way to look at it. Yes, applying the pressure is as exhausting as defending from it. I like that a lot. Should also mention, previously there's a racing incident for the number 94, 89, and 25 collision about 10 laps ago, by the way. But I was going to go back to what I mentioned earlier about being fastest in qualifying or being fastest over one lap is not necessarily indicative of your pace over a 12-hour race. Well, that's especially true here. We've seen the 3 of Jordan Grant Smith. That team car has the best lap of the race at a 2:01.437, and if you look at the timing and scoring board, they're at the bottom of it. You can be fast all you want, but consistency and speed is what wins you endurance races.
Exactly. That is how you have to do it. And a lot of these drivers, they're driving to a delta. They know the times that they need to be setting, and they are just trying to be as accurate and consistent as possible. As you said, it's not very often that you're going to be out here banging out qualifying laps, lap after lap after lap, because you start to push over that threshold of what both you as a driver and what the car can take. And that is where errors start to creep in. So it is much more about focusing on consistency.
Here's a look at the incident with the 994 again, and just a little bit of an issue there. I think, maybe one of the motivating factors in calling that a racing incident is the driver that perhaps shared some blame there also got the significant part of the impact. So I don't think that there was a lot left to penalize there. So the 94 has continued. Zach Patterson is still in the car, currently listed in 10th. Again, made a pit stop about 10 laps ago, so he's a little off sequence from the rest of the field, but by the end of this race, they might be able to sort that back out. So that Patterson car has Ben Craner as well as Cardin Liu for HPD Yas Pro America, and their team car is currently leading. So both those cars in the top 10 right now under very different circumstances, but all in all performing fairly well.
And when you get put in the back there like Patterson, this may be the time where they start being a little bit softer on that right pedal, maybe lifting a little bit more, doing the lift and coast, coming into the corners, trying to stretch out a fuel stint a little bit more. That may be the strategy that they go for, being off cycle. That may be the way forward and the way that they can look to try to advance their way up through the field even more.
Here's a look at the number 58 AWS racing car, now with Brad Smoke behind the wheel. It was Roman Alexinkov in the opening stint. Right behind them is, I believe that's Riley Murdoch in the number 877. And that car, again, I think Riley has been in the car since the drop of the green flag for SOP Esports Racing America, teamed with Adrian Bourdon and Alberto Alvarez. And that is Ferrari versus Ferrari. It's very similar to the Acura versus Acura battle we saw earlier in the day. One of 3 Ferraris, or I guess I should say 2 of 3 of the Ferraris in the field. And how about, as I should also mention, we're talking about manufacturers, look at the top 5. Acura, McLaren, Ferrari, Aston Martin, and Mercedes. 5 different manufacturers, actually 6 different manufacturers in the top 6 right now on the racetrack. I love the diversity here.
Oh, it's one of the best things about watching modern GT racing is just all of the different makes and models that come out on track. And a massive credit to Assetto Corsa Competizione. As you hear these cars come around, you can actually tell the differences in the engine notes as they go around. Watching here, there could be a little bit of a move from Murdoch. He's certainly thinking about it, poking his nose to the inside. He's not going to be late enough on the brakes to make it work, but that may be a little bit of the psychological head game that we talked about with the leaders. Murdoch may be trying to employ that a little bit on his Ferrari compatriot there of Smoke.
Climbing the hill now through the cutting and up towards the crest. I find the uphill to be as challenging as the downhill, especially when you come over the right-hander here. The car gets so light right at the crest here, and you have to carry that speed all the way out to the concrete. But looks like Smoke and Murdoch will both do that expertly and begin their run through McPhillamy Park and into Skyline here. And then you're just threading the needle down the hill, and this is where, you just have to put the car so delicately on line. If you miss it by 6 inches, you're going to hit a wall very hard, and then ping pong off of them as you go down and rip carbon panels off on the way down the hill. It's not a fun experience if you get it wrong, and it only takes one time to mess it up for the whole day.
Exactly, and I think delicately there is the exact way to phrase that. You've just got to be so precise. As we watch there, Brad Smoke making a couple of little changes there on his button box to the car. That may just be a little bit of those in-car adjustments that we were talking about There you see Murdoch getting a good slipstream coming down the Conrad Straight, thinking about going to the inside. He's going to be later on the brakes. Bada bing, bada boom. He is able to get it done through the chase.
And moves up a position on the fellow Ferrari, so moves Smoke back a spot. Murdoch up one. That was for 15th place. And the AWS Racing Ferrari back a spot. Here is a battle for what will eventually be 6th place. That's Darren King in the number 88. That car started in 10th, so up 4 spots. Right behind is Renan Negrini in the number 124. This was the car driven earlier by Arger Rodriguez for Williams Esports. So this battle shaping up. Looks like Negrini a little bit quicker last time by. Darren King off by about 2 seconds. Not exactly sure what led to that, but King has climbed up a whole bunch of spots and now slipping backwards on pace. Even this lap as well, slow about 1.4 seconds.
Yeah, just a little bit surprisingly off pace, I would have to say. Maybe the Porsche just not exactly liking these conditions. We talked about how the track will change over the course of the day. Track getting a little bit warmer, but not by a whole lot. Negrini here just focusing up ahead of him, though, in that McLaren. Very good under braking into the chase, able to close that gap down even more.
Under the Liqui Bridge, it looks like the 88's going to pull off and head to the pits. Now, we must have seen this car in already, so I'm not exactly sure what strategy they're on, but Darren King's going to hit pit lane, and we'll see how that sorts out. On pit lane on lap number 37. So we were getting some stats fed to us by Michael Hamlet behind the scenes here, and one of the things that he mentioned was our front drivers, Nicholas Hillebrand and Tinko van de Velde, had identical average lap times in the first stint of the race. Now that shows you how close things are, is that they're pretty much exactly on the same pace. And we're hearing that third place has had a disconnection notice, so whoever was running in our third place is now off the racetrack. Killian Ryan Meenan off course. Now that's a surprise.
It is indeed. Doing such a great job there, just kind of loitering back behind the scenes of that battle for P1 that we'd seen. So that's an absolute heartbreak there for that team, a disconnection. Hopefully they're able to figure out what's going on. Maybe it's just some internet problems. That's FFS Racing. Hopefully it's some internet problems and they'll be able to get back going here shortly. Yeah,
again, that was the team that has Philippe Samard on it, who started in that car. That was one of the machines I thought would be the most competitive, especially with Michael Kondaxioglu in the car as well, who has won several rounds of our SRO America Esports races prior to this race. So it was one of the ones I had high hopes for. And, you know, given our lack of full course cautions here today, we will not have any of those. The opportunity to make up ground once you've gone a lap down or several laps down is not significant, especially when you've got the drivers out front being so consistent. You know, I think drivers, like the PPR Esports drivers could potentially climb back into the top 5, but it's going to be very difficult to claw back from 2 or 3 laps down for sure.
Oh, no, it most certainly is. As we watch here, this is Ayala as he is working his way forward on Lutkus. Yeah, it's when you get down that far in the sim world like this, no full course cautions, you're not going to have that chance to get that lap back. What they basically can do at this point is just get back out on track and hope that they will be able to maybe have some unfortunate incidents with the cars ahead of them. A couple of drivers drop out, and that will give them some advantage going forward. But I definitely think trying to get back onto the podium here at this point, no.
So as we continue through this race here, again, an hour and 20 minutes in, and we're working just past 7:30 here in the virtual representation of Mount Panorama Circuit. And Nicholas Hillebrand and Tinko van der Velde have been the dominant drivers so far. Again, if you've just joined us, missed a very exciting first 10 minutes of this race as we came through the sunrise. We had the 3 PPR Esports drivers who were leading the opening laps have trouble at Skyline. Luke Whitehead, Harry Spears, and Marco McCree all involved in a pretty heavy collision, and since then they've switched some drivers around and continued, but the 3 car specifically down at the bottom of the order with some pretty major issues coming down the hill further later. So an hour and 20 in, still a long way to go, but the battles up front have not changed much. It's still Hillebrand and Tinko Vandervelde, but that gap has sort of stabilized as it stands. It has not gotten as volatile as it was a couple minutes ago.
No, Tinko Vandervelde definitely, I think, falling back a little bit, maybe just trying to conserve the tires a little bit as the track heats up, or maybe Hildebrand is just putting the pedal to the metal a little bit more. So we watch Chris Barnes here in that McLaren.
So the number 123 car has retired from the race. So Killian Ryan Meenan behind the wheel at the time of the disconnection, but it was Michael Kondaxioglu and Philippe Simard. And they were very competitive at the early going, DJ, but not going to be a win for them today, unfortunately.
No, it is not. A bit of a heartbreak there for that team. As you said, that was one of the ones that we had our eyes on, especially as the race would go along. So they are officially out of the race. Very, very tough break for them.
So moving on now, one of the cars that has also jumped up into the top 3 is the number 35, Fidel Moreira, in command of the 35 at the moment. That is the Kings of Asphalt Maxon Oil team and their Aston Martin Vantage AMR GT3. The 35 car started, looking down my order, all the way back in 13th place. So they have moved up 10 spots in the first hour and a half of action, put themselves in 3rd, and also 4th place, Kevin Bohm, still behind the wheel of the CrowdStrike Racing car. And Renan Negrini in 5th place. Now there's a look at Chris Barnes on screen, the number 838 car. And teammates with Carlos de la Torre and Michael Parker. He was the driver that started the race in the McLaren 720S GT3 for TSE Racing Rogue Motorsport. The car runs currently in 12th, just behind Cody Pride, who you see at the front of that shot right there. And Riley Murdoch a little ways behind, about 12 seconds back.
Yeah, and I think for Barnes right now, he's going to be hoping that this battle up ahead of him with Pride, Ayala, and Lutkus maybe turns into a little bit more of a scrap. There's we've got a little bit of an accident here on replay.
This is Darren King in the number 88. Oh, big hit there, right and then left. Very similar to what we saw happen with the 3 of Jordan Grant Smith about a half hour ago. But it looks like Darren will continue in the right direction, albeit with some damage. So Darren King, I wonder if that's what prompted the pit stop a little while ago. And it sounds like that is the case. So Darren King hit pit lane when we were wondering why he hit pit lane from where he was. But it was because of the crash damage. So he has moved back into 17th spot with some work left to do. Here's Cody Pride running down Ayala right now. This is for 10th spot. So Cody Pride, remember, was running in 2nd when the crash at the top of Skyline happened, running into the teammate Luke Whitehead for PPR Esports. Now on an upward climb, this is going to mark a pretty significant moment as Pride goes down the inside. A little bit of trading paint there into the chase, but move Pride back inside the top 10 for the first time since the first 10 minutes of the race.
Indeed, and that forced Ayala there a little bit offline, and this is exactly what I was starting to mention, that this is what Chris Barnes behind him wants to have happen. Little bit of a battle there. It may pull Barnes into a little bit more of a competitor, a little bit more of a player here into this battle up ahead. These drivers all separated by about 5-6 seconds between Lutkus, Pride, Ayala, and Barnes. So, definitely Barnes trying to pick up the pieces here. Ayala losing a lot of time in that move with Cody Pride zipping on by him.
And talking about drivers that are losing some time, let's talk about 2nd place, Tinko Vandervelde in the number 66 for Sidemax Blackhawk Racing. He's lost about 0.3 per lap on this stint thus far. Has dropped out behind Nicholas Hillebrand, so the pressure has dropped significantly for the top spot. There's a look at Tinko right now. His last lap, a 2:02.346. That was actually identical to the 2:02.346 that Hillebrand ran last time by, but notably it's not faster. So the gap is growing and not getting any smaller. But look at all the traffic up the road here, DJ. It's about to get a little spicy for Hillebrand to negotiate through this on the hill.
It is indeed, and that's the worst place for Hildebrand to catch it, is on the climb up the hill there. That means he's really not going to be able to get a pass made down until they get past about Forest Elbow. And so this may be the opportunity that Tinko Vandervelde needs to be able to pull in a little bit more. You see him there just running his lines, doing what he can. Hildebrand not able to really get anything moving.
You mentioned running his line, and that's a very specific note to make. You've got a line, and then as soon as you got to pass somebody else, you're on everything but the right line. There's basically one correct way to drive this racetrack. The second you go offline, you're not guaranteed to make the corner. It is a really sketchy racetrack, especially on the uphill or downhill. You want to catch the traffic on the straightaways so that you can get by them in the easy-to-pass positions. You do not want to be side-by-side anywhere, whether it's lead lap or lap traffic, going up or down the hill. It's just not conducive to making it through the race. It's not going to pay off to try to pass somebody there. You're better off just waiting for a cleaner opportunity.
Indeed you are, but that cleaner opportunity not presenting itself for Hildebrand. He's still stuck behind Chiquito right ahead of him coming through the chase. It looks like he's now going to make the move going down into Murray's corner. Vandervelde not able to close in as much as I would have expected there, so I don't think Hildebrand was necessarily caught out nearly as much by that traffic coming down through the downhill section. But now Hildebrand's been able to get by one, and now it's on for Vandervelde to try to get by the others. Yeah,
Hildebrand did run a little slower. It was a 2:02.7, but he was saved by the fact that Vandervelde was not able to close in on that lap either, a 2:02.9, so he actually lost 0.2 of a second. Now, at a stage of the race like this, I wouldn't consider that, very important at this particular moment, but later in this race, as we get down to the last hour, 40 minutes, 30 minutes, you don't really want to lose time when someone in front of you is in traffic. That's your opportunity to gain time. So you want to figure out what you're doing wrong here so that you can adjust it at the tail end of the race. Now, given the 3-driver lineup, I think you're going to see a lot of the first drivers end up being the ones that cycle in at the end of the event as well. So something to take note of and learn for the last hour of this race.
Very much so, and rest assured that all of the drivers that are not actively in the sim right now, they're watching as we watch Cody Pride trying to make a little bit of a move here on Lutkus. There he goes on the Conrad straight. Looks like this is going to be pretty simple, but he's not fully alongside before they make that right-hander going into the chase. He's going to have to be a little bit gutsy here, and he gets it done. Cody Pride for that PPR Esports team, move him on up into 9th place.
Yeah, Cody Pride, very talented race car driver. We've seen him in the past in SRO America Esports running in the Mercedes AMG vehicle. Now switching over to the Bentley. In a lot of ways, those cars are, whoa, behind him, Lutkus, big crash at the exit of Murray Corner. And Lutkus, who had just gotten passed for 9th place, is now recovering. Will lose a spot to Ayala and Barnes, but maybe got the curb on corner exit, too much throttle trying to recover what he had just lost from Pride, but now going to be in a hole deeper than he just was. So an issue there for Lutkus after a fairly decent start. Had kept the car out of the fence so far, but some damage now for the 44.
For sure, and literally the worst place for Lutkus to have that crash, not able to quickly dive into the pits to try to get repairs on it. He's got to limp his way around the circuit, all of the circuit here, if he's got some pretty major damage to the car, and that's really going to hurt his overall lap time. You can already see him losing time off of the back of Chris Barnes.
Here's Jordan Grant Smith. Again, we documented the collisions that this car has had today, one of which was self-inflicted, the other just sort of a product of what was happening in front. But Jordan Grant Smith continues to run okay lap times. The last time by a 2:03.495. That's quicker than a handful of drivers ahead of him. Certainly not the record lap times that the car was running earlier in the day. A 2:01.437 would actually be the track record here if this was a real-life race. So something to take note of, but now 2 laps down is Jordan Grant Smith in the number 3.
And as you mentioned before with our disconnected drivers, Jordan Grant Smith 2 laps down at this point, so that is a nearly insurmountable hill for him to climb, but still just out on track, hoping for some bad luck for the competitors in front of him. As we now watch Diego Chiquito as he is trying to close in a little bit on the back of Smoke a little bit, but that is also Vandervelde coming up behind him.
So a little while ago, we were talking about Tinko Vandervelde and why he was falling off the pace a little bit. We are hearing that there was a little bit of a clip coming down the hill, left front damage potentially for Vandervelde, and that might be impacting his vehicle's performance. And also a correction. I believe I said Cody Pride was in a Mercedes in the SRO America Esports Championship. He was actually in a Porsche, so my mistake there. But either way, Pride has certainly taken a liking to this Bentley, running very quick lap times, a 2:01.851. The only driver to be in the 201s at this stage of the race. So continuing to lap quicker than the race leaders. Here's Van der Velde working by some lap traffic. Now 3 seconds back from Hillebrand out front.
Yeah, Van der Velde on top of that damage is not looking like you're very lucky to get on by there. Van der Velde's going to be thanking his lucky stars to get by that BMW, as he still has a little bit more lap traffic in front of him that he's going to have to get on by, but not exactly catching the brakes that we saw Nico Hillebrand catch in front of him.
I believe that was Chiquetto in the number 40, and now running down smoke in the number 58 AWS racing car. And the sun now getting higher in the sky here in Bathurst, Australia, at the Mount Panorama Circuit for the Yesero America Esports Bathurst 12-hour. Again, I'm Kyle Hired, joined by DJ Clark. About an hour and a half into this 12-hour event, and watching the second-place driver, Tinko van der Velde, try to run down Nicholas Hillebrand, who has led the majority of this race so far. Ooh, a little wide up onto the curbs there at Skyline, and then down the hill once more, threading the needle through the concrete walls. This is where we believe that he got the fence a couple of laps ago, and it seems like it's hurt him just a little bit. Any kind of aero damage could be an issue here. Here's Lutkus losing another spot to a Mercedes. I believe that is the 3 of Jordan Grant Smith, sort of getting around him. Well, that actually might be, is that the 2 car? Oh, it is the 2. That is for position. That's for 12th. And behind the wheel is Niels van Kokelt for PPR Esports Blue. So that was a position number 12. Lutkus again nursing a damaged Bentley after the collision he had a couple of laps ago, and coming to pit lane here potentially to get that damage repaired.
Yeah, definitely a good call there for him. And this is another one of those PPR esports drivers, Niels van Kokelt, that was involved in that early incident. All those PPR drivers getting caught out by it. So Kokelt back in 12th, trying to make his way back forward. He and Chris Pride, I think, are the two to really keep an eye on as they move their way forward here today. They've got good speed in those machines, and they could be contenders as we get a little farther into the race.
Kokelt again. Remember, this was the car that started on pole and had led the opening few laps and made the mistake at the crest of the hill and Skyline and crashed and had a collision with all 3 of the cars for PPR Esports involved, but they've done a pretty good job of digging themselves out of that hole and now working their way towards the top 10. And we mentioned at the beginning, after all those cars crashed, that we'd probably see them in the top 10 by about 3 to 4 hours into the race. Well, Pride beat my prediction there, and Kokelt's not too far back. A couple seconds left to go to get up to Chris Barnes in the 838, and then by Anthony Ayala in 10th. That would put him squarely in the top 10 and beat my prediction there. But they continue to run very quick laps. Pride last time by the fastest car on the racetrack at a 201.779. That was a 10th quicker than Nicholas Hillebrand, whose last lap was a 201.887. So as we watch Kokelt certainly finding pace in that Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo.
Yeah, he's definitely got some good speed in that car. Obviously, he does qualifying on pole, but some good race trim as well. Talking there to his teammates, you can see on screen, just chatting back and forth as he lines up for the chase. Getting down into that corner now. He's going to be hoping that up ahead of him, Chris Barnes, closing in a little bit on the back of Ayala, and so he's going to hoping that battle erupts a little bit and allows him to gain some time. He's got the gap down to under 5 seconds right now, so it's certainly close enough to be able to try to pull in and get into that top 10.
I mean, keep in mind that Cody Pride up inside the top 10, and that number 1 car has to pit within the next 15 minutes. Remember, he is off strategy from the rest of the field because of that early pit stop due to the crash damage. So we'll keep an eye on the 1 car as well inside the top 10. Currently watching Chris Barnes in the number 838 for TSE Racing Rogue Motorsport. Again, paired with Michael Parker, who started the car, and Carlos Latour, who has not yet jumped in the car. 3 driver teams across the 20 entries. We had 1 retirement so far. The number 123 of Killian Ryan Meenan, Michael Kondaxioglu, and Philippe Samard for FFS Racing. A disconnection there. Not exactly sure what prompted it, but lost connection, and then without Philippe Samard nearby to jump back in the server, a retirement in order for the 123, unfortunately.
And that is one of the things that can happen in esports such as this. You get those little internet gremlins that can come back to bite you. But Chris Barnes still doing a good job. We've been featuring him a lot here as he has charged his way up and down through the field, trying to get in on that lone Audi of Ayala ahead of him. as we've said, that Audi very nimble, very, very sprightly around some of these corners. So I think especially through the mountainous sections, not exactly easy to catch up to, but that McLaren good off of the line. I expect him to maybe gain a tenth or two here coming off of Forest Elbow. There you can see in the background as we jump on board with him, Niels van Kekelt, as he is closing in on the back of Barnes as well. Already got that gap down to under 4 seconds. So Van Kekelt doing a very, very good job to do just what he needs to do in this recovery drive for that PPR Esports machine.
Still climbing forward. And you mentioned the Audi. Well, Audi, again, has a pretty stout history in endurance racing, specifically in the Intercontinental GT Challenge. Audi was the winner of 2016 through 2018, all won by Audi across the Intercontinental GT Challenge events at Bathurst, Spa, Suzuka, Kyalami, and at the time it was the California 8 Hours at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. So Audi certainly knows how to win endurance races, also pretty well versed in prototype racing. So they know what they're doing, and I think right now Ayala, sitting in 10th, is in a pretty good spot midfield, running consistent lap times. We'll see if the Audi will get up towards the pointy end. But right now at the front five, it's Acura, McLaren, Aston, Mercedes, and McLaren. So Negrini and Van der Velde carrying the McLaren colors at the moment. And 3 of the top 5 cars all from British manufacturers, with the German Mercedes AMG and the Japanese Acura NSX GT3 leading the way. If you're watching from abroad and wondering why I'm referring to an Acura, well, that's what the Honda is sold as here in North America, so that's what we're going to roll with it today. Honda Acura NSX GT3. So here's a battle for, looks like 14th place. This is Smoke and Chiquetto. 58 and 40 going at it here, DJ.
Yeah, really and truly are. These guys have been gaining in on each other a little bit here. Chiquetto just trying to close into the back of Smoke the best he can. Obviously, as we've said, coming up over the hill, not going to have a whole lot of room to do it. But that BMW, little bit maybe faster in a straight line. We'll have to see if he's able to get the power down coming off of Forest Elbow. Looking like he's losing a little bit of time coming up over Skyline and down through the S's, as that's Ferrari mid-engine just a little bit more sprightly. Here's Van Kekelt. We said he was closing. He has already closed. That's Chris Barnes right ahead of him. He's going to dive to the inside here of that first part of the chase and is able to get on by making that Mercedes work to perfection, move Niels van Kekelt up into 11th place.
Very strong lapping at the moment, heading back to the Smoke versus Chiquetto battle. Spoke earlier about the age of this BMW M6 GT3 platform. One of the things that I like about the M6 is its long wheelbase, and long wheelbase will get you high-speed stability, not necessarily the tight and twisty agility that you need for sections like on the mountain. But this track probably isn't the best suited for the BMW, as you can tell by how things are assorted. But I think Chiquetto's got a lot of opportunity to move back forward later in this race. But again, the length and stability of this car, combined with its strong powertrain, I think it's got a lot of areas around this racetrack where it can make speed, including here on this straightaway as he runs Smoke back down in the number 58 Ferrari. Here he comes. Driver's left.
Driver's left, a little bit of a wiggle there as he tries to go, and there is Chiquetto cutting off that area, not going. He started off defensive on that and then moved back to the racing line. Chiquetto now knowing that he's not really going to have any chance to be overtaken as they make their way up the hill, and I think here for Smoke, he's just going to try to hold this on the best he can.
I was going to make a mention of Smoke pulling back on the racing line. This was actually relevant in our recent Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS weekend from Watkins Glen. You're allowed to move over to defend your position off of the racing line, but it cannot be in reaction to something that somebody is doing behind you. It has to be an anticipation of. Now, here's the challenge, is that once you've made your move, you've got to be careful not to come back onto the racing line too aggressively, because that could be considered a block, even though that you're moving just back to the racing line. Once you make your move, you're sort of stuck there. So that's something to be conscious of for Smoke and other drivers in this field. Once you go to make that defensive move, be cautious about how you get out of that move so that you don't draw the ire of the stewards.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Smoke there was in the right on that move. He gave plenty of space. It wasn't too aggressive. Oh, little mistake there from Aiello, as that's going to be Van Kekelt moving to the outside into Murray's corner again late on the brakes. That Mercedes just looking a dream, but there he's going to run wide again. Is this going to be a chance for Aiello to come back at him?
Yeah, side by side, Mercedes versus Audi off into Hell Corner, and Van de Kekelt gets it done and through into 10th place now through Hell Corner. That was a fantastic move around the outside of Murray's corner. That's not easy to do by any stretch. Move Van de Kekelt into position. And now you'll notice the other team Mercedes, Jordan Grant Smith, also in that mix as well. Back to 14th between Smoke and Checchetto. 58 versus 40, Ferrari versus BMW. Here comes Checchetto again. Same move to driver's left. And this time Smoke can't defend as Checchetto go around the outside on the entrance to Griffin's Bend and goes through into 14th place.
Yeah, that powertrain, as you said, and that high-speed stability just paying off in spades there for Checchetto, so he is going to be able to be by. Now, we'll have to see here if Smoke's going to try to maybe launch a little bit of an assault, see if he can get a run potentially off of Forest Elbow, as this is going to be the stronger part of the track for the Ferrari. He knows once they get to the straights, it may be game over for him.
Well, that's the challenging part, right? Where are you going to pass here on the downhill? You can't make that work. You have to be really gutsy or really stupid or maybe a bit of both to make that move work here. But it looks like Smoke will have to give it up for now as Checchetto pulls a couple car lengths on the run down the mountain with 10 hours and 17 minutes remaining in the SRO America Esports Bathurst 12-hour.
10 hours and 7 minutes remaining. We continue to watch all of these drivers circling around as we continue to also watch the drivers from PPR Esports that are finding their way back through the field. Checchetto there, as we said, pulling at advantage. That BMW stretching its mighty legs at top speed. That gap definitely growing here, clocking in at about 6/7 of a second. For Checchetto and the unsponsored talent number 40 BMW. He has got that position, it looks like, from Smoke at this point. Smoke's going to have to regroup and figure out another way to get by that BMW.
Mentioned the PPR Esports drivers. Well, Pride and Van de Kekelt take the number 1 and number 2 back inside the top 10. About an hour and change removed from their big collision at the top of the hill in Skyline. So it didn't take them very long to wrestle their way back. But again, Cody Pride will have to hit pit lane here very soon and switch either tires, add fuel, and potentially the driver. Again, the number 1 paired with Renato Dornell and Marco McCree, who was the driver that started in the car. I wouldn't be surprised to see Pride back in it for a second stint here with about 10 hours and 16 minutes left in this race. Expecting him the next couple of laps for PPR Esports Gold. There is gold, blue, and purple. The gold being the 1, the blue being the 2, and the purple being the 3. And again, Jordan Grant Smith continues to run pretty quick laps down in 19th place. Their issue coming down the mountain, resetting back to the pits, lost them a lap. They are now 2 laps down and with a lot of work left to do. But a lot of time left to do it. And at the pace they're running, I could see them getting 1 lap back, 2, plus some positions. Sounds like a heck of a day, but I guess if it was that easy, it wouldn't be very fun now, would it?
No, it wouldn't be at all, Kyle. And truly, I think there for Grant Smith, he just wants to maybe pray for some bad luck of some of his competitors, and that'll bump his way up the order. Just get things to fall just right for him. As we continue to watch Thiago Checchetto here, working his way around. And I've got to give some credit to Smoke here. He's really been able to keep up close to the back of that BMW. Obviously going to lose some time here, as we've talked about on the main straight, on the back straight rather. But that Ferrari just looking very, very powerful coming up and down the hill. He's able to really keep that gap relatively close and not let that BMW run off into the distance.
Yeah, just having a rabbit to chase is sometimes useful as a driver, right? When you're all by yourself, if you've been struggling to find any sort of consistency, now that someone's in front of you, it becomes easier to sort of chase something and go after it, kind of learn their breaking points and where your car might need some work in comparison to the driver in front. I know I like chasing. I would much rather chase somebody than defend from somebody. That's a lot higher stress for me. I'm sure some drivers feel that way as well. So that isn't necessarily a bad thing. The other thing is, if a car is faster than you, let them buy, DJ. We got 10 hours and 15 minutes left. Let them buy, figure out where they're better than you so that you can make those adjustments. You've still got over 10 hours to learn, adjust, and be better than the driver that just got by.
You do indeed, and I think that also comes into play for the teammates that are not currently in the car right now. They're going to be focused on the guys around them that they know they're going to be racing with come the end of these 12 hours. They're going to be making notes going, you know what, I'm seeing mistakes here coming up through Solman Park. That's an area that they seem to struggle a little bit. Maybe that's an area to press your advantage. And so there's so much data you can gain from just running in those tire tracks. And it really is all about playing the long game around here.
A couple drivers hitting pit lane, or I should say at least one. That's Hamza Golzar for the number 11. That is the Mercedes-AMG GT3 of TSC Racing Crazy Canucks. They're going to hit pit lane. We've got a pit cycle approaching shortly. Again, our first pit stop cycle was just after the 1 hour mark, and our next pit cycle up in the next 15 minutes or so. We'll see a rash of drivers hit pit road, and this time the top two are separated by a bit more than they were previously, so that should be less of a thrilling battle and perhaps more of a strategic one at this point in the race. Here is a battle for 10th. That's Ayala, and actually that is not a lead lap car. Actually, is that? What are we looking at behind? Is that the 94 or is that the 93, the race leader? Might be.
I believe that's the 93. I believe
it is the 93 of Hillebrand. Yep, and you can actually see Tinko van der Velde behind. So now that the leaders are getting into some faster lap traffic, that's a bit of a squeeze. Here comes Hillebrand down the inside of Hell Corner. But now that they're getting into the top 10 cars in the lead lap traffic, it's going to get harder and harder to get by, and they're going to be less nice about giving that spot up. They're battling for positions just as hard for 10th as they are for first. So Ayala is going to try to come back on driver's left here and keep this lead lap spot, but Hillebrand's going to deny him heading into Griffin Bend.
Yeah, denies him well. Again, they're not moving in reaction, moving in anticipation, so that's a good move there from Hildebrand. And yeah, as you also mentioned earlier, Kyle, remember those blue flags, they are recommendations. They are not mandatory, so drivers are allowed to race the drivers passing them right now. So that's certainly going to throw a wrench into the works. And I think for Van der Velde, he's going to be pretty happy about that little bit of a scrap that Ayala put up. He's able to claw back a couple of seconds here on the last few laps, courtesy of that lap traffic.
So battles continuing around the racetrack. Looks like Cody Pride has dropped down the order, so potentially a pit stop there for the number 1. So that will put them down in 15th at the moment, watching Ayala and Barnes run each other down. And Van der Velde in the middle of all this in the number 66 dropped a couple seconds behind Hillebrand after being nose to tail for much of the first hour of the race and beyond that. On the second stint, the 66 hasn't been quite as fast. It has dropped off a little bit as you see him tucked in behind now and popping out of line on Chris Barnes. In the background under the Pirelli gantry, blue flags flying to let the lap drivers know that there are faster cars approaching. And there's a look at the 58 of Smoke still in tow of Chiquetto in the number 40. Now, as it stands, last time by Smoke was actually 0.3 quicker than Chiquetto. So again, there's something to be learned here by following. Being 12th versus 13th isn't that big of a deal, DJ, but if you can learn how to be 12th instead of 13th, that's something you can use later.
Exactly, and doing a good job there as we watch. This is Riley Murdoch, in the 10th place machine, doing a good job there, getting by Chris Barnes, so that's going to be a good position for him.
Yeah, I guess it's like if you teach a man to fish versus if you give a man a fish. You can give him 12th spot, but it doesn't necessarily mean they can hang on to it. You teach a man how to be 12th. There you go. Problem solved. As we head into Griffin's Bend again, there's Chris Barnes in behind a Ferrari right now, and there's the look at your race leader through the cutting. Best lap of a 201.668 a little while ago, last time by a 202.74, so it tells you the drop-off that Hillebrand is experiencing right now. And with this safe lead, again, of the two HPDS Pro America cars, I think that this is the one that has the sort of all-star lineup with Josh Staffen and Carl Whitmer. This is going to be a really very stout grouping to upset. Van der Velde's teammates in the number 66 are Chris Severt and Sam Cairns, who also have pretty strong backgrounds in SRO America Esports. So I'm just curious to see where Staffen lines up with the co-drivers of the 66. We know Staffen is one of the fastest drivers in Assetto Corsa Competizione, but we haven't seen him directly up against the drivers on the 66 team, at least not here in SRO America Esports. So still lots of unknowns about the pace of those drivers as we head into our third hour of racing in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, very much so, and that's one of the things that we're going to have to keep an eye on as these drivers continue to cycle in and out, is what strengths they bring to it. You know, obviously here, Brad Smoke doing a great job of being able to keep up behind, but the next drivers to bop into that car, they may not be able to keep up that same pace. Maybe they can go a little bit faster, and we'll have to see what the strategy comes out for that crucial last stint in the car. What is that going to mean, and who are they going to decide to put in the car, and how much will that change the running order when we get down into the last couple hours here at Bathurst?
It's an interesting tidbit that I just learned from Robbie behind the scenes here from SRO America. I'm going to get laughed at because I've been working with SRO America for quite some time. I didn't know that the number board, the LED board on the cars, actually flashes if they're the class or race leader, which is something I did not know. And for those watching at home, that might help you distinguish between the 93 and 94, at least at the moment, with the 93 out front. You learn something new every day, even if you've been in it for a little while. I think that's pretty cool. And a cool detail that Assetto Corsa Competizione and Kunos have implemented into ACC.
For sure, we keep harping on it and we keep bringing it up, but just the level of detail that is in Assetto Corsa Competizione that they have been able to put in here, it's absolutely incredible. Just good little details like that. It's the full immersion that really does add to the racing experience here. And speaking of that, we talked about early on that sunrise cresting over on Skyline there. You can see it is now fully into the air.
Whoa.
Ooh.
That's a little side-by-side with Ayala and Murdoch at the crest of the hill at Skyline. Now down. They're going to go with Ayala in 9th, Murdoch in 10th. The 877 certainly pressuring the Audi at the moment. In Murdoch for SOP Esports Racing America. That was a little bit cheeky on the downhill run to poke the nose out, but if you can, the only thing about that, DJ, is if you pressure the driver in front of you into a mistake on the downhill, it could probably collect you too, so that's something you want to be careful about.
Yeah, you want to be very, very careful about it, especially coming through that tight section. If you force a mistake out of the driver, there's no guarantee you're going to be able to get through there cleanly. You get a little bit of a pinball effect of the drivers bouncing off each other. Murdoch, though, good under braking coming into the chase. This is the open area where we may see him try to make a move. I don't think he's going to be quite close enough to do it down into Murray's corner, but still poking his nose there, just trying to force that mistake out of Ayala in that Audi. Little bit of an aggressive run of the curb there for Murdoch. That may cost him the chance going down into Hell Corner, but we'll have to see how the draft can do as he heads down the mountain straight and into Quarry Bend. Yeah,
this is a three-car battle for 9th place because there's Murdoch in the kind of pink and black Ferrari, and don't look too far back, you'll see the dark gray McLaren 720S GT3 of Chris Barnes. So it's a three-way battle for 9th place at the moment, heating up as we approach our second pit stop sequence of the day. So again, closing in behind the number 33. If Murdoch thinks he's a little bit faster, this is that opportunity when you might see that, you know, perhaps Ayala's slowing them down a little bit, so why not come to pit lane and try to leapfrog them in the pits? That could be a strategy, but still have to wait maybe a few more minutes.
Yeah, I think if you go in at this point, it's gonna just throw you barely enough off cycle to throw you out a little bit. Murdoch just running a little bit of a counter line there as they make their way up the hill, just trying to fill up those rear view mirrors of that Audi as much as humanly possible, trying to see if he can force a mistake out of Ayala. Again, there you see him poking his nose this way and that as they work their way over Skyline. Definitely being aggressive here from Murdoch. I have to say, only 2 hours into the race, I'd call that hyper-aggressive.
I would too, and looking back at Smoke on Chiquetto on the downhill run. The other thing that you have to consider, especially in Smoke's case, is visibility. I mean, you're playing with inches here and following a car as big as the M6. You probably can't see a whole lot other than that BMW out the windshield. So you're pretty much driving by feel as you head down the hill, and that's a lot to ask of a driver. But at this point, you know, almost 2 hours in, you've sort of acclimated, especially for drivers that have been in here since the beginning of the race. You've acclimated and almost, you know, it's a muscle memory thing at this point.
Yeah, the only thing that can potentially throw you off a little bit is if the driver in front of you makes a mistake, has to brake a hair early, something like that. That can throw you off. But a lot of these guys, they spend so much time prepping for long enduros like this that they really and truly can do this track almost blindfolded. The only thing that throws them off, like I said, is just having that driver in front of you and the mistakes that can be made from that driver that affects your race. But that's just where those lightning instincts come into play and where you really see some of the best drivers start to shine.
Saw Smoke in the background get a little bit of dirt at the exit of Hell Corner, using every inch of the racetrack plus a few. And this is one of the places, you know, you talk about track limits at so many of the tracks that we go to, but this is not one of those places, mostly because if you go over track limits, you're pretty much loading up your GT3 car on the transporter and heading back to the shop because there's not really a lot of room for error here. They don't give you a lot of paved runoff. The paved runoff is in the form of a 6-foot-high concrete wall, and it's not so much runoff as it is run into at this point. So it's definitely a small margin of error. Look at that. What is that, 6 inches maybe at over 100 miles an hour?
It is absolutely incredible, the precision that these drivers have, that they are able to not only be able to just go out here and hot lap and not make a mistake, but be involved in a battle and have the heads up to be able to making that move. Is he going to... I thought Riley Murdoch was going to actually have a look there coming over Skyline, but clearly did not, I think, to the thanks of everybody, because that could have ended very, very badly. Make their way down the hill. That Audi looks like it's able to stretch its legs just enough coming off of Forest Elbow to keep Murdoch at bay. But that Ferrari, as we saw also in the back from Smoke, looking so very quick up and down the hill.
You know, it's interesting. We're talking about the lone Audi in this field. The Audi shares a lot of its components with the Lamborghini Huracan GT3. Now, interestingly, we talked about the diversity of manufacturers. No one elected to use the Lamborghini Huracan, which is shocking to me because I love that car. It is one of the best sounding GT3 cars in existence. But none of them here today. We have a handful of them in the Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS. They found a lot of success here in North America, especially on the tracks that we have, which tend to be very fast and flowing and less kind of hairpin and digs like you see in a lot of European and Asian racetracks. But here's a look. Murdoch again on Ayala through turn 1, Hell Corner. Backs out, thinks better of it. A little bit of a slide and a wobble on corner exit.
Yeah, I got to say, Murdoch's going to be very careful here because Chris Barnes is very much stalking in his tire tracks, that McLaren behind, looking for any sort of advantage that he can have. And I think that little wobble that you mentioned coming out of turn 1, that definitely played to Barnes' advantage. He's been able to close that gap a little bit more. So this is 9th, 10th, and 11th running nose to stern.
Very tight quarters. Whoa, the McLaren 720 a little bit close to the fence. On driver's right, heading through the cutting, but now Murdoch applying the pressure. Going to turn that carbon into diamonds on the back of Ayala's car with so much pressure coming from the 877 Ferrari over the crest of the hill through Solomon Park and into McPhillamy Park now. And dancing on the edge. And the other thing that you have to worry about here is Murdoch looks drivers left is aero wash potentially. Again, following drivers in front, they're going to displace some of that air. That's a great thing on the straightaways. Not such a great thing in the corners. You want that air to act on all the aerodynamic surfaces of these cars. I like to think of the wings and splitters. Take an airplane wing, how that generates lift. Now turn it upside down. Now it generates lift in the opposite direction. They call that downforce. And without air to go over that surface, you're not generating any of that. And that can be a real problem at some of the higher speed corners around here.
Exactly, and especially up in the higher parts of the mountain here at Mount Panorama, that gets it very, very tricky because despite the fact that the walls are so close there, they're pretty medium to high-speed corners, and so you've got to be very careful. Whoa, that was a big move from Ayala. That was a slide there, and I think this is Murdoch's place to have. He's going to move to the inside, thinking about it. He's going to be late on the brakes. Are they going to bang doors coming around the final corner? No, but they are going to be side by side, and now Murdoch moves ahead. Finally.
Murdoch got it done through the chase. What a move there. It was just a little bit of a wiggle by Ayala, which gave the opportunity to Murdoch to slide through as we hit the 2-hour mark. 2 hours down, 1/6 complete here in the SRO America Esports Bathurst 12-hour. You're watching the second hour of action complete here, and the first of the pit stops has also begun. We just saw one of the pit stop indicators pop up. So with this incredible battle for now 8th place, expecting to see more drivers hit pit lane in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised here if Ayala maybe comes in on this lap. You lost a position that can be a little bit demoralizing. You maybe just want to come in, swap out drivers, get some fresh blood behind the wheel. But yeah, and that is exactly what Murdoch did there. That's exactly what we talked about with putting all of that pressure on him. He just kept poking his nose this way and that, and finally forced the error out of that 33 Audi, and he did not need any second opportunity. The minute that Murdoch saw that, he pounced, and look at the gap he's already starting to grow here on Ayala.
And now Chris Barnes on the attack now, the 838 car for TSE Racing Rogue Motorsport, applying the same pressure that Murdoch just did on the downhill section. And behind them there is Chiquetto and Smoke joining the party. So what was once a 3-car battle is now down to 2, but could quickly jump to 4 with 11th and 12th, the BMW and Ferrari quickly approaching this fight.
Yeah, and that is exactly what can happen if you get caught up in a multi-lap scuffle like that. You can bring those drivers behind you in as you are losing lap time, checking in your rearview mirror, driving a little bit defensively, not driving the optimal line around here because you are being forced into it by the driver behind. And so for Smoke and Chiquetto, that is good news. Oh, that's Barnes trying to force his way through. Little bit of a shove there from Ayala as they make their way onto the straight, and it looks like Ayala and just Ayala is going to come on into the pits.
Yeah, that was probably the correct opportunity to hit pit lane before he got crossed up in too much of this fighting. Chiquetto grabs 2 spots for 1 there as Ayala hit pit lane and got by Chris Barnes as well. Well, he was all crossed up with the Audi. And 2 of those cars going to hit pit lane. Smoke also from behind the fight joined pit lane. Maybe saw the writing on the wall that was going to be a battle that would slow them down rather than be an opportunity to pick up spots. 59 laps complete as Nicholas Hillebrand continues to lead in the number 93 car. He has led since the drop of the green flag. I would expect when this 93 HPD Yas Pro America Acura hits pit lane that they're going to swap drivers. And I'm curious to see how the pace will stack up with that of the number 66, who will swap in one of their co-drivers likely for the first time this race.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And the other thing to remember is with Van de Velde that there is a little bit of damage we suspect to that car. So it may be a hair longer of a pit stop as they repair that. And then we'll have to see if the charge gets back underway from him. But Chris Barnes here now continuing to work his way forward. That is Chiquetto ahead of him. Remember, Barnes was able to get around that Ferrari of Smoke and keep that battle going. But now he's still got another car to deal with.
And I could be wrong about, again, we don't really know what the drivers are going to do in terms of their driver lineup and when they're going to swap. We've seen a handful of drivers already make changes in this race. You could also, again, 3 drivers, you could just split this into thirds, right? 4 hours, 4 hours, 4 hours. That's just a really long time to have a driver in the car. I would say you're likely going to change drivers out maybe 1, 2, 3, 1. So maybe go, 3 hours apiece, or even 2 and do, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, do something like that. And kind of swap that way. But either way, I think 2 hours is the longest I would want to be in a car, even in an esports situation. After 2 hours, you just start to lose a little bit of the edge. You need to get a fresh driver in there, I think, to maintain the fastest possible pace over this 12-hour race.
Yeah, very much so, Kyle. You want to just avoid any bit of that mental fatigue that can set in, especially if you are driving in battle after battle, like Cody Pride has been here, for example, like we've seen Chris Barnes be involved in. That really takes a toll on you in just your mental headspace. It's very, very draining. And so you want to swap out, get some fresh adrenaline going, and the driver that's stepping out of the car, you get out, you get something to eat, you maybe take a quick nap, something like that, just get a mental reset. And so when you come back into the car in your next stint, you're fresh and ready to go.
Hearing that the next driver that will jump into the 93 will be Josh Staffen, who we've seen be very successful in the GT Rivals Championship back in the spring of 2020. Now, since then, I don't think Staffen's found quite the success that he had in that first season, so I'm curious to see where he will stack up, but I think he's really good at accomplishing what needs to be accomplished. That's to keep the 93 car out front, at least in the current moment. So change for the number 58 AWS racing car. That is Bill Clark jumping in. We've seen him in the CrowdStrike Cup Virtual Racing League. He typically drives a Porsche there, so a bit of a change running the Ferrari this time through. Bill Clark getting his first laps in the number 58 this time through. There's a look at Cody Pride. He stays in the car. They came down pit lane a little while ago. So again, a slightly off sequence in the number 1, but very fast. Last time by, a 201.776, faster than the race leader, fastest car on the racetrack, continues to be that number 1 car, along with teammate Jordan Grant Smith in the number 3, who just ran a 202.3, but previously into the 201. So still, the PPR Esports cars, DJ, I still think they're the fastest overall, but they're just buried after their early incident in the race.
They are indeed, but here comes Pride. He may be able to unbury himself a little bit here.
Whoa, no! Trouble with the 88 car of Darren King and the one of Cody Pride also involved. I don't even know what happened there. They just sort of tangled. The one split left, the 88 split right, then spun, collected the 1 car. And it looks like Pride is going to stay out on the racetrack, but I think they both avoided major damage. And both are going to stay out on the racetrack, but that had the potential to be a lot worse than it was.
Very much did. And if I had to speculate on there, the way that move looked, I think Darren King may have gotten his right side tires off into the grass and just lost traction. That would explain to me why that violent spearhead into the side of Cody Pride would happen.
Either way, they'll continue. A little bit of dramas here, just over 2 hours into this 12-hour event. And potentially a pit stop coming up for Darren King. They were, I think, off sequence a little bit because they came in for some crash damage earlier. So I think there's still some time left in this stint. There's a look at Niels van de Kokelt in the number 2 for PPR Esports, that being the blue PPR Esports team. Inside the top 6 at this point and continuing to run very quick laps. And perhaps, given that this was the pole-sitting car, this might have the highest ceiling of performance today as they approach now Sam Michaels, who has jumped in for Kevin Bohm for CrowdStrike Racing in the number 4 Mercedes AMG.
And important to remember here for this PPR Esports number 2 that they are on the normal pit cycle here. So this is not an off-cycle car. This is position that they have earned rightly. A little bit of a run over the curb there. I can also report that the second place car, the number 66 McLaren has come on into the pits, and there has been a driver swap. That is going to be Sam Cairns taking over for that McLaren in the Sidemax X Blackhawk racing machine.
And the race leader is on pit lane. Nicholas Hillebrand in the number 93 has come down to pit road. And we're expecting Josh Staffen, so it'll be Staffen versus Cairns in the 93 versus 66. And the maximum stints that you can do in this race is 5 stints, or 325 minutes max. You can do it all in a row if you'd like. Probably not the way I would want to do it. Here's a look again at the incident between the 88 and the 1. Yeah, I think you're right. I think maybe just dipped the tires off in the grass. Maybe was looking out the mirrors at the 1 car, and they just came together.
There may also have been a little bit of fender touch in there, it looked like. I think he may have gotten into the back of him a little bit, and that's what caused him to go forward as well. So definitely a little bit of a racing incident there, some fault on all sides potentially.
Yeah, so watching Van de Kokelt chase Sam Michaels. Or no, excuse me, that's Scott Michaels. I was confused between the S's. That's Scott Michaels in the number 4. Here's another look from the 1 on board. And we'll see if there perhaps was more to it. Oh, yeah, I think there was a touch there. You're right. I think he swept to the left and made the contact, and that's what put the 88 offline. Looks like the number 66 had a slow pit stop for damage repair. The damage that was collected on the downhill earlier in the race, and a 63-second stop from the number 93, now putting Josh Staffen in. That's a 7-second gain for the leading Acura NSX GT3. So Staffen's got some more gap to work with here in their HPD Yas Pro America car. Here's Van de Kokelt again putting pressure on Scott Michaels in the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing Mercedes. And this is again for 5th place, 2 hours and 10 minutes into this 12-hour race.
Mercedes versus Mercedes, and there is Josh Staffen, your leader right now, extending that gap out to about 15 seconds, as you said, courtesy of that slow pit stop for the Sidemax X Blackhawk racing machine. That damage that they picked up just kind of clipping the wall there, coming down the hill. So Staffen's got a little bit more room to breathe here. Definitely has some clear air in front of him. That's going to be a good amount of breathing room. Just time to put in some fast laps.
I love Josh Staffin's rig room. You see the lights bouncing off the walls. I have no idea how that's not the most distracting thing on planet Earth, but it certainly looks cool. And a great shot there from the onboard cam. Back to Van de Kekelt and Scott Michaels on the uphill. Don't look too far behind. There is the other Mercedes from PPR Esports, that being the number 3 car driven by Jordan Grant Smith, right in behind, trying to unlap themselves. But this is going to be a battle for a podium spot. Scott Michaels in command. Michaels last time a 2:02.9, sort of acclimating to the car at the moment. And Kekelt's been in the car for a little while, so that's going to be an advantage to the number 2 Mercedes.
Yes, it is, and that Mercedes just continues to climb its way forward here. Remember, as we said, this is the recovery drive from him, and that is his teammate actually behind him, Grant Smith. You can see the other PPR Esports machine as he is 3 laps down at this point, or 2 laps down, excuse me, at this point, just trying to make up any positions that he can.
Van de Kekelt has to pit within the next 5 minutes. Again, mostly on sequence, just slightly off, so he'll have to relinquish his 4th place spot, and here he comes down pit lane. Now this is a very tight pit entry as well, as you ride on board the 2. Little chicane to navigate there, a tire bundle to make your way by, and then on the limiter and down to a very slow pace into the pit road. So we'll see if Van de Kekelt stays in the car or if they will make a driver swap at this point in the race. Up front, it's 11.8 second gap between Josh Staffen and Sam Cairns in the 93 and 66 respectively. There's a good look at Paul Seymour, who's jumped in the 33. And it was Anthony Ayala. Now it's Seymour for TSE Racing Pure Ambition in the lone Audi in the field.
Love that background there.
Oh, that is amazing.
That's really fantastic.
Oh, great. I'm sure he wishes the road was that straight. If it was that straight, it would be very easy. And you could slipstream and do all the things that you normally do on a highway. But this is the interesting thing about Mount Panorama Circuit, as you alluded to in the pre-race, is that this is actually public roads most of the year. You can drive it in either direction. There is a strict 60-kilometer, about 37-mile-an-hour speed limit to avoid people getting a little overzealous with their motor cars on the street here. So it's something I would love to do someday, is drive tracks that are public roads like Bathurst, like the Nürburgring. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
Exactly, and you talked about the varying nature of the curbs here, that they don't really have that serrated nature to them. Well, that's the reason for it, is because these are public roads. But watching here, Brandon Knappen, he's going to dive down to the inside here, trying to make a move. That's going to get a little... Oh,
that's the 877 that was driven by Riley Murdoch, now with Alberto Alvarez behind the wheel for SOP Esports Racing America. And Knappen in the M6, keeping pressure on that Ferrari. We've seen this battle fire up prior, but now once more with different drivers behind the wheel. There's a look at Knappen there, look at his room. He's got the racing gloves on, and you know, people ask, well, why do you wear those gloves? As he goes for a pass on Alvarez, will get it done. Why do you wear gloves? Well, let me tell you, I've done some endurance racing before in the sim racing world. They definitely help. Your hands can get sweaty. They can get sort of raw after a couple hours of driving. It's definitely a good thing for longevity and for your steering wheel as well. Some of these wheels have really nice Alcantara finishes on them. You don't want all the oils from your sweaty hands getting all over them and destroying it.
100%, Kyle, and I will also say, once you get onto the gloves, it's very strange to go back off of them. If you ever just, trying to do in to get a pretty picture or something, and you go in and you're not really paying attention to it, you drive a wheel without the gloves and it feels like you're driving naked. It's a very strange feeling to come off of them.
Yeah, I can attest to that. I'm not quite graduated to the helmet yet. I was actually talking with Josh Staffen about how he had done that one time, wore a helmet through a race for the extra immersion. I'm not sure I'm quite that committed. I'm sure that would probably be more of an annoyance to me than an improvement to realism, but in the name of finding the most realistic experience, I'm sure everyone's tried something like that before.
I have not yet, but it may be on my list. I have the boots and I have the gloves, but maybe we just have to add the helmet for a little bit more
and
fun.
The fire suit. I actually have the ability. So I'm really good friends with Tom O'Gorman, who used to race in World Challenge back and actually won a couple of TCA, TCB championships back in the Pirelli World Challenge days. He's got a couple fire suits hanging up here in the closet. I'd love to grab one of those things. I'm not sure I'd fit in them. He's a pretty fit guy. I'm definitely not his size, but it'd be really fun to wear a fire suit, wear the helmet, do the whole thing. Why not? I think it'd be cool. Actually, there's a lot of reasons why not, actually, but we won't get into those.
I think sweat being primary among them in the fire suits.
I'm not sure he'd appreciate that either, to be honest, but he's got him. Here's a look at Scott Michaels in the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing Mercedes. Look at that rig. That's a pretty fancy unit he's got there. With some Fanatec gear, it looks like, from this distance. And across the line to complete the 65th lap of this race. But, you know, this is why I love sims like Assetto Corsa Competizione, is because you can have a wheel clamped to your desk and get, you know, every bit of the simulated experience, but then you can take it a step further with your hardware, your equipment at home, and take it that much further if you want to. It doesn't really increase your skill level at all to have something like that, a fancy rig, but what it does do is it just gives you that extra immersion and the ability to find consistency with higher end equipment like the Fanatec wheel, Fanatec pedals, that sort of thing. And honestly, having driven, you know, those Fanatec belt driven wheels, it's a big upgrade from some of the other wheels on the market, and it really helps your consistency and the realism, and you can really fall into believing that you're driving a real race car after a little while.
For sure, and those belt-driven wheels, or the direct drive wheels that Fanatec put out, absolutely incredible. For me, I know the thing that has helped me the most is actually their pedal system, and being able to have that accurate feel with the load cell and all of that on the brakes. Absolutely incredible. It really gives you that feeling like you have a real brake pedal under you. You're getting a little bit of that feedback that can come through. I know going from some of the lesser pedals that I had previously and then jumping up into that higher echelon. Whoa! Is Alvarez almost getting into the back there of Knappen. And he's making prime use of those brakes right there, and probably thankful for them.
Yeah, we talked about the brakes earlier in the night, or I guess earlier in the day, depending where you are in the world, about the different brake compounds that you can choose from. And this is still too early to really be sensing any of that brake fade, any of that degradation of the brake pads. By, you know, hour 8, 9, 10, that's something that you're going to start to feel. And by hour 11, if you're on any of the softer, more, I would say more aggressive compounds, then that's something that you're really going to have to worry about. You don't want to be using your brakes so much, so hard, so consistently that you cause a brake failure, which is something that can happen. And, you know, you also don't really want to have to force a brake change if you don't want. So I think a lot of drivers have elected that middle compound of the 3 was what you could stretch the furthest and keep on the car the entire race, but you have to be gentle with them over the duration of the event if you don't want to experience a brake failure. And I highly recommend that you don't experience a brake failure, because the place where you're on them the hardest is heading into the fastest, or heading out of the fastest straightaway on the circuit.
Yeah, you have a brake failure there coming down into the chase, or going up, worse, frankly, going up into Quarry Bend. That's really where you don't want to have that failure, is there's that wall just ready to greet you as it comes out. You watch Alvarez here, not worried about that brake failure quite yet, as he is very good on the binders coming down through the downhill here, trying to close in on Knappen. Remember, this is a battle that we saw play out a little bit earlier. That BMW, that longer wheelbase, great in a straight line, good high-speed stability, plus a good powertrain. That Ferrari just a little bit more nimble up and over those twisty curves coming up and down the hill. It's really a battle of two different tracks here for these two different cars.
You know, talking about the older M6 GT3 platform, and while it was still used this season, it will sort of become that legacy car, much like the Audi R8 LMS Ultra that we see on occasion in GT America, powered by AWS here in North America. I really enjoy the GT America powered by AWS lineup, because it allows some of those older generation GT3 cars. We've seen a couple of those R8 LMS Ultras run with us in the past, specifically at Nashville with Jason Daskalos behind the wheel of one of them. Really interesting to see those older GT3 platforms allowed to race and give them a home, because, DJ, they're still a GT3 car. There's no reason why they have to stop running other than regulation. So here in North America, the GT America series has been a really good place for those cars to continue being run. James Sofronis is a big proponent of running some of those older chassis, because they're still very good race cars.
Yeah, they very much are, and for a lot of these drivers that have gotten used to those chassis, You get that sort of feeling with, to use an old phrase, the old girl. You just kind of know how it feels and know how it goes and you know what it's going to do. And so being able to continually use those older chassis not only keeps the field sizes strong, it not only keeps everybody engaged in running them, but you get just that level of comfortability from the driver's perspective. And that's a really special thing that is hard to regain sometimes when you jump into a new car.
Yeah, for sure. And again, Sofronis will be the first one to tell you that he really enjoys the older Audi R8 LMS Ultra. It sounds really good too. It's a lot of fun to watch those cars continue to get run here in North America and elsewhere. Down through Forest Elbow, Alvarez is putting a lot of pressure back on Canapan. They switch spots right after the pit stop sequence, but I'm not convinced it's going to stay that way for very long here. Even with the strength of the M6 on the straightaway, Alvarez is keeping him honest in the 877 Ferrari for SOP Esports Racing America. So let's look to see this top 10 position change here shortly.
Well, remember, this is almost a repeat of the battle that we saw last time out between Murdoch and Chiquetto, when Chiquetto was able to get by and Murdoch and that Ferrari just kept close behind him the entire time. So virtually a repeat of that, the Ferrari and the BMW just going at it hammer and tongs. It's almost like watching the battles back in the early 2000s of Formula One with the Williams BMW and the Ferrari going at it.
Funny you mentioned Williams. We've got a Williams Esports car in the race, the number 124 car, currently running in fifth with Igor Rodriguez behind the wheel at the moment, running in that fifth spot. So Williams Esports represented here today in the SRO America Esports Bathurst 12-hour, 9 hours and 38 minutes remaining. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by DJ Clark, and later today we'll take a step away. It sounds like Staffen just to clip the fence with the left side of his Acura NSX GT3. So see if there's any damage on it. He was running a little slower than, I think the conditions have certainly dropped a little bit, because Staffen's last lap and Karen's last lap were 2:03.1s, but potentially a mistake for the race leader. And DJ, can happen at any moment, any minute of this race. The slightest step out can end your day. So I think Staffen got away with one there.
Very much so. He's going to be lucky. But remember, this is what happened last time out with Tinko Vandervelde, that he had that little brush of the wall and it cost him lap time and helped to build that gap up to Hildebrand ahead of him. So Staffen going to be praying that there's not too much damage to that NSX. We'll have to check lap times as he continues to go around here, but these GT3s, they can take a little bit of a lick and get away with it, but definitely don't want to run the risk of doing that too often.
No, you certainly don't. And again, a lot of these cars are primarily carbon fiber bodywork that is very strong, and you can actually bounce these cars off of things pretty significantly before you really experience damage, at least on the front, rear, and sides. The challenging part is you don't want to do any damage to any of the more fragile parts. The splitter assembly, the wing assemblies, the mirrors, all the things that will sort of help you over the course of this race. You also don't really want to break any joints where the body panels adhere to the car, because if you break those, at least in the real world, it's very difficult to reattach components again. So again, Staffen might have gotten away with it, actually ran a little quicker than his previous last time by, so it didn't slow him down at all, but you don't want to be rubbing the fence over and over and over again. This isn't Darlington. We don't do Darlington stripes here, DJ. That would, a Bathurst stripe would certainly be more consequential. No, and he might have just done it again.
Yeah, he's really, really pushing here in that NSX, just trying to take every advantage that he can and getting very, very close to the wall. And that's that millimeter precision like we talked about earlier in the race, just how fine of a margin you have to go to get it right around here. And Staffen maybe just towing over that line a little bit.
Yeah, and again, we just mentioned, you can get away with it once or twice. I just don't think you can do this lap after lap and shave the side of your car off. I just don't know if that's worth Staffen doing right now. He's not, a whole lot slower than Sam Cairns. I don't really know that there's a big motivation to be finding that last limit, as Alvarez just found it there at the coming through McPhillamy Park and into Skyline, chasing Canapan again down the hill in the number 40 BMW M6 GT3. This has been a battle that's raged on since the pit stop sequence. It switched with Alvarez losing the spot a little while ago. And now Canapan in 10th trying to defend from it. Potentially a penalty on the number 35 Aston Martin Vantage AMR. We'll get some more updates on that when we get more information. But 10th place still being hotly contested here with 9 hours and 35 minutes to go.
Yeah, still plenty to be out here and decided. This battle, as we said, Alvarez just keeping to the back of Canapan, trying to keep that BMW straight line speed under control. Here's another pretty good one starting to shape up a little bit. This is Lee and Mola. This is a battle back in 15th.
Now split screens, a battle for 15th on your right, battle for 10th on your left. Here goes Alvarez down the inside of Canapan. That's for 10th spot. Makes the pass complete, gets it done. We'll see if Canapan can respond. We just saw the penalty for avoidable contact with the number 88. That was for the 35, so Moreira will have to come hit pit lane for an incident about 5 laps ago on lap number 65. Drive-through for Moreira. So pass for 10th is complete. Move Alvarez up a spot. And you mentioned the battle for 15th with Vadim Mola, another driver we've seen in the CrowdStrike Cup Virtual Racing League, him driving the number 22 today. Teammates with Zach Coonan. This car suffered 2 penalties in the early moments of this race for TSE Racing Blitz, but now on a recovery drive up to 15th place. Here's Canapan chasing Alvarez up the hill.
Yeah, just trying to do it. This is, as we've said, where the Ferrari's going to stretch its legs a little bit, start to pull away. Canapan's probably a little upset he wasn't able to get a better run coming out of Hell's Corner and making his way on to the mountain straight. He's going to lose a little bit of time here to Alvarez, but he's going to hope to try to gain it back the best he can as they get on to the straight portions of the track.
I think Canapan saw the writing on the wall there, perhaps, and knows that the 877 is a little quicker right now. But going back to what we mentioned earlier, chasing a driver isn't necessarily a bad thing. You're going to learn where that Ferrari is a little stronger and maybe adjust your driving or adjust the race car to better suit it. One of the things we haven't discussed, we've talked a lot about brakes today, DJ, but one of the things, the most powerful tools in the cockpit of a GT3 car is brake bias. You can actually adjust the percentage of front versus rear brake that you use. Now, front brake, if you crank that in and move the percentage forward, as they say, and rely more on those front brakes, you're going to extend the distance it takes to slow down, but you're going to gain stability. If you move it rearward, you're going to reduce the braking distance, make your brakes more effective at the risk of inserting some instability. So you sort of have to move your brakes as far rear as you can without generating that instability I was just referencing. So that's something that all drivers can sort of tweak and adjust throughout the race.
Exactly, and it also come into a little bit of play with driving style as well. A little bit more rear brake bias. You can actually use that instability to your advantage. Use it a little bit more for trail braking and get that car turned around the corner a little bit easier, get it to pivot for you. And so the more rear brake bias you are able to run and the better you're able to sort of feather and feel that brake pedal, the faster you'll be able to go outright. But there are times that that car just gets twitchy, whether you're on old tires, maybe the track conditions aren't as great, that you need to move it forward to make sure that you can get that car stopped and not run the risk of it spinning out under heavy braking.
So 9 hours and 32 minutes to go. And Josh Staffen, 71 laps in, is your race leader for HPD Yas Pro America. The 66 car with Sam Cairns in command runs in second. Scott Michaels of the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing Mercedes-AMG GT3 runs in third. And we continue about 2.5 hours into this race with good battles in the middle portion of the field. And that battle for 15th that we were watching a little while ago between Vadim Mola and the number 88 of Jonathan Lee, now in the Porsche 911 GT3R that Darren King started the race in for Racing SimTools Esports. They're getting closer and closer as this goes on. And now if you look at the time on the screen, or at least at the top of the screen, 8:38 a.m. here in the virtual Bathurst, Australia. So moving closer and closer towards mid-morning and early afternoon. And, of course, the sun is going to get higher in the sky and kind of cook the track a little bit. We started with the track about 20 degrees Celsius, 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Now it's crept up to 23 Celsius, which is approximately 73 degrees Fahrenheit in the air and on the racetrack. So the temperature is rising. And the only reason why I bring that up is because if the temperature climbs closer to triple digits, DJ, on the racetrack, that makes the surface pretty slippery.
It does indeed, and that is where some of that brake bias adjustment is going to have to come into play. Also, watch for drivers to be playing a little bit with traction control as well as anti-lock brakes, making sure that those cars get pointed in the straight way. Obviously, putting a little bit more traction control, a little bit more ABS, it's going to slow you down because those are going to kick in and it's going to prevent the car from driving on its absolute limit. But when that comes at the benefit of making sure that the car doesn't spin off the track, you're definitely going to take that trade-off.
Jonathan Lee had a look at Vadim Mola down through the chase. Here comes the car up into the mix. That is the number 124 McLaren that runs in fourth. It's Igor Rodriguez for Williams Esports. So that is not a car for position. But again, Lee in the number 88 is chasing that number 22 just up the road. That's that BMW at the front of your shot there, the orange car. This would be for 15th place in the 19-car running order. Again, we started with 20. The only car retired, the number 123 from FFS Racing. A disconnection issue ended their day in this 12-hour event. Blue flag there for a couple cars as the 124 sneaks through. And Josh Staffen out front in that 93 has continued to impress me. Again, the slip-ups a little while ago that found him into the fence, that I would have thought would have been a bigger deal, but he has kept that car very consistent, running a 2:02.9 every time I've looked at the timing board the last couple of minutes. And you'll note that Sam Cairns last time through ran a 2:03. It was a 2:04 the previous lap before, so Cairns is dropping off the pace just a little bit. That gap has not come down significantly since the start of this stint, so Staffen continues to maintain the lead for that number 93 HPDS Pro America team.
Yeah, doing a very good job of keeping that up there. So we watch that battle here. Jonathan Lee in the 88 machine trying to stalk down the best that he can. That is Mola, that he is ahead of him. He's got to get around that lap car before he does.
Well, I think chasing the McLaren, the 124, is actually going to be helpful to Jonathan Lee because, as we've seen, these drivers can open up holes, open up a door that Lee can follow through. Now, the challenge is we've seen that every time end in disaster. So we'll see if the 88 can get the Porsche in the door before it shuts. And the 124 of Rodriguez closing in once more. Whoop, as Mola runs wide into turn number 23, and that's going to allow Lee to get along the inside there. So a mistake by Mola and move the 88 through.
All right, there we go. So that is going to be the 88 up into 15th. That is now the only Porsche in the field. So obviously your highest running Porsche as he works his way forward to stealing a little bit of draft of that faster car in front.
Again, I'm surprised to see the lack of take in Porsches and the Lamborghinis. Again, we have a really great diversity of cars here today, but not as many Porsches, not as many Lamborghini Huracans as we would have perhaps expected. Interesting to note that the Porsche in the past has also been very successful in SRO America Esports across a variety of racetracks, so I would have expected more drivers to jump on board. But the other thing about this team environment, at least where you have the opportunity, a lot of the teams had the opportunity to choose whatever car they liked. You have to sort of agree on that as a team, right? Whatever car is the most comfortable. It's not necessarily what's the fastest in a straight line or what has the most downforce or which one is best on the brakes. It's whatever car is the most comfortable for all of your team, which might not necessarily be the obvious car choice.
No, for sure. You really want something that you can just feel like it's going to be stable the whole way around the track, and that most importantly, you can feel like you can push a little bit if you need, and it's never going to go over the line. And that Lamborghini is an excellent, excellent car, but for some of the twistier sections of this track, I'm not entirely surprised that we're not getting that. It can be a little bit finicky, and I have to think coming up over the hill, oh, that car can step out quite easily, especially with some rear tire wear involved.
Yeah, and again, going back to the engine layouts of these cars, the majority of the cars at the front of the field are the mid-engine rear-wheel drive cars. Of course, Scott Michaels in the Mercedes has the front-engined, sort of a front mid-engine layout actually in the Mercedes AMG. The BMW also has the front-engine layout, but the rear-engine Porsche, again, very different in its design and very good on throttle. But interesting to note that the mid-engine cars have a very treacherous sort of sideways handling characteristic that the Porsche also shares. The front-engine rear-wheel drive cars will perform really nicely over the limit, whereas the mid-engine cars can be pretty twitchy and can sort of lead to disaster pretty quickly if you hang them out sideways too much, which is why you typically see those cars, not necessarily running Formula Drift style laps. They're going to want to be as stable and as glued to the ground as possible. And the Mercedes, the Bentleys, the BMWs, you might see them sort of power sliding out of corners to find that extra little bit of grip in the high intensity moments.
Yeah, exactly. And it really also will come down to just driver choice and what you prefer. Some of those drivers like a little bit more of that slippiness, a little bit more of that oversteer to be able to pivot the car around. The drivers, not so much. Watch here, Michael Parker in that 838, making his way around here, trying to see if he can close up on that battle that we were watching earlier between Alvarez and Knappen, but he's got a fair ways to go.
Love the triple screen setup here on Michael Parker's home sim rig. You can see on the bottom right of your screen. We've seen a couple drivers in virtual reality. I think Zach Patterson was the driver that we saw a little earlier in the virtual reality headset. The triple screens is sort of a way to do that without having to wear something on your head. It gives you a wider field of view, a wider field of vision so that you can see the corners of your car. You're not looking out just a narrow slit in front of you. So it gives you that wider angle and perhaps increases your knowledge of your surroundings at the cost of computer performance. So that's typically why you've got to run a bit of a beefier machine to do either VR or a triple screen setup. But either one, sort of a driver preference. In this case, Michael Parker has chosen that triple screen layout, and it also gives you just a wider view of your dashboard as well. And you'll notice I think on the right-hand side, you're going to see that that video screen as we go back for a replay here. Oh, that's an issue. That's the 22 car, currently being driven by Vadim Mola. And the 88 of Jonathan Lee also kind of scattering out of the way there.
Yeah, and remember, Mola did have a drive-through here a little bit ago, and so that is just a not good race for him, not even getting better. But looking at Michael Parker, one of the interesting things I was noticing from him coming down those straightaways is you saw him there looking off to the left. And that is one of the advantages of having those triple screens, is that you can really see those rear mirrors in these GT3 machines. You can actually look out of the side there and notice where they are. So not only is it a more immersive experience, but you don't have to be pressing a button to get a look left or anything like that. And when you're racing side by side with somebody, it's just a look off to the side instead of actually looking around as we jump back to another replay.
Yeah, here's a look at an issue down into Hell Corner with the 88. I think that's the 35. This is the issue, I believe, that, yes, this is what penalized the 35 and gave him a drive-through a little while ago. So that is what caused an issue there that caused the Seymour machine at the time to be penalized. But going back to the mirrors that you mentioned, well, an interesting note about this McLaren 720S, if you have a look as it pans by the camera, you can't actually see directly out the back of that car. So in conjunction with the side view mirrors, you actually have a camera inside the car that will look rearward. In some cars, like I've seen the North American Lamborghini Huracans that we have in Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS, they'll actually have both a rear view mirror and a rear view camera just to cover their bases in case the camera fails. And here's a good look on board Takas Weeks in the number 44. That car is a Bentley Continental. Gives you a great idea of how the mirror and camera sort of work together. In case one fails or one breaks off or one gets hit, you don't have to worry about losing your rearward visibility.
No, exactly. It's a very good thing to have, and you want to be able to see as much as you can around the track, as it looks like Weeks coming down into pit lane here, so he is going to be going a little bit off cycle, it looks like.
Yes, Takas Weeks. I actually got a chance to meet him in person a couple weeks ago at Watkins Glen, and one thing that you won't get from that camera shot is you won't get how tall he is. He's like 8'6", I think. The dude is huge. He's a really great guy. Got a chance to talk with him and Josh Staffen and a couple others, but Takas takes the car into pit lane with 9 hours and 21 minutes remaining. Here's Cody Pride in the number 1 car. Again, this is the PPR Esports Gold Bentley that was involved in an early race collision with a couple of his teammates. Has driven that car up into 6th place again, slightly off sequence, but making the best of what started as a pretty poor day. After the first couple minutes looked like they were going to sweep this thing, but of course 12-hour race, you'll never know what will happen in the first 5 minutes.
Exactly, and especially coming up the hills here around Mount Panorama, you just see that drama and chaos unfolding in front of him, and so unfortunate for the PPR Esports machines, all three of them getting caught out, but Pride doing a great job to continually put that car forward. You see him there taking a little bit of the curb as he comes up behind Landrix there in that Acura, putting that pressure to him, running in a line there as we said, because he's not really going to be able to make a pass now until they get down the hill. But jumping back to check out another replay here, this is our lone Audi.
Yeah, this is the 33 car, Paul Seymour, and pretty sizable hit there for that car, unfortunately. So that car has quickly dropped down the order to last on the racetrack, which is not where they wanted to be. I wanted to briefly check in as we're about 2 hours and 40 minutes into this race. The fastest manufacturers by average lap time, Mercedes-AMG 202.136 is their average lap time in this race, with Acura plus 38 thousandths of a second, Bentley plus 46 thousandths of a second, and plus McLaren about a tenth and a half of a second behind an average lap. That is an amazing testament to the balanced performance, not only in the real world, but also here in Assetto Corsa Competizione, to have Mercedes-AMG, Acura, and Bentley all within 0.05 of a second of each other.
Yeah, it's really remarkable to see that, and it's just a testament to all the work that goes in, not only to creating and building these cars, but also to the balanced performance, as you said. So here comes Cody Pride. He's going to be hoping to get that move done on Landrix, but that lapped car of Mola, that's giving a little bit of a toe to Landrix, and so I think that attack is going to have to wait for another lap here for Cody Pride.
Yeah, Marcus Landrix has jumped in to the number 89 car, which is the Acura NSX GT3 Evo from Racing Sim Tools Esports that was driven earlier by Nicholas Alvarado. So Landrix jumping in the car inside the top 5. Now, we see the Bentley of Pride catch the fence there on the uphill with the left-hand side of the car. Now, this car has seen a couple dings and scratches so far. I wouldn't worry about it. There's plenty of body work on it. I think they can afford to spare a centimeter of it, but certainly a mistake there by Pride on the uphill.
Certainly a mistake, but he is going to be licking his lips here because of that car of Mola up ahead of him is definitely slowing down Landrix in front of him. And so the PPR Esports driver definitely knows the attack is on. You see a little bit of a wider run there for him coming through Forest Elbow, just trying to maximize the speed. And now he's going to tuck up behind in the draft of that NSX. Looks like Landrix may be able to get by the lap car of Mola, and I don't know here if Price is going to be able to get the same move done.
No, and I think the draft from Mola is helping Landrix quite a bit. Now he's going to step himself off to driver's left and dive into the chase. The door is open, and through comes Pride as well. Oh, they're both off track just a little bit. They go through the grass now. That'll open up the door for Pride on driver's right. Pride is about 10 minutes away from making another pit stop, though, so whatever pass he gets done here will be a short-lived advantage over Landrix. Going to cross him up at the exit of Murray's Corner, and it'll be a drag race down the front straight towards Hell Corner. And Landrix in 5th place, Pride in 6th through the first corner. Nose to tail here, DJ, as we head up towards Griffin's Bend. 9 hours and 17 minutes to go, and probably a short amount of time left before this pass is complete.
Yeah, I would have to think so, although I do have to say Cody Pride compromised himself a little bit coming off of Hell Corner, and he didn't get the exact run that he wants, but he's still going to think about making the move, decides not to go for it. Again, just poking his nose to the inside, seeing if he can force a mistake out of Landrix. So Cody Pride just going to have to fall in line here, and now Landrix is going to have to try to stretch his legs a little bit as they come up over the hill. Now that Mola is out of the way, it's just going to be a straight 2-horse race.
Yeah, no traffic, at least in the short term here, so Landrix will have some clear track to defend, but I do think that Pride is faster. He's been faster for a little while, so the question becomes how much you fight this, says Pride. It looks like there's some internet issues there. He's taken off, and great advertisement there for the 7 News board. Jumps back, there he is, jumps back in behind the Acura down the hill. And Landrix, again, as I was mentioning, I don't know how much you fight this, DJ, at this point in the race. 9 hours to go. Is it worth putting yourself in a bad spot to defend this position? I'd say probably not, but we'll see how aggressive he is on his defense.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, Kyle. If I'm Landrix, I'm going to let him go. I know that Cody Pride has probably only got about 10 minutes left to go in his stint, so it's not exactly like this is going to be for full-on track position necessarily. I would just maybe try to let him go by and see what happens, but Landrix just running a racing line there. He's not really being super defensive, not giving necessarily an open door, but not closing it either.
No, it's just a little indecisive, actually, which is interesting to me at this point in the race. Sort of drove mid-track there on the run down to Murray's Corner. But these two continue to battle for fifth on the racetrack. And it is a pretty solid battle indeed. And Landrix, again, tall task to jump into this car. It was running so competitively early in the day, and to be inside the top five at this point in the race, if you've made it, 2 hours and 45 minutes in your top five, things are looking good for you. So really, there's no need to throw that against the fence just yet to stay there. I think, even if you're in the top 10, I think you're in a good spot at this point. Top five, even better. Top three, just keep doing what you're doing because you're doing it right.
Exactly, and as you said, once you get into the top five at this point in the race, your mindset changes a little bit. You may be a little bit aggressive early on to get yourself into a good position, but from here on out, you may switch over a little bit to just sort of damage limitation. Just run a good race and try to hold on to that top five the best you can and minimize mistakes as much as possible. And that may be a little bit what we're seeing Landrix do. I think for Cody Pride, on the other hand, he is still in full attack mode. He knows that he's still got a lot of ground to make up. They're slightly off cycle, remember, although it looks like that they're doing just what they need to do to maybe come back to cycle by about halfway through the race. So kind of differing mentalities here between the Bentley and the NSX driver.
Another interesting note is we ride on board with Cody Pride. This is not something we previously mentioned. Of the various manufacturers and various cars in the race here today and in real SRO competition, the Bentley, at least today, is the only car that has the right-hand drive layout, which for the Australians, for the home fans of this race, is not abnormal. For all the Americans in the field that are running with us today, that is a different layout than they're used to. We see that here as well in an SRO America with the GT America Championship. Even our pit reporter, she's even told me a couple times that she's gone to the wrong window for the interview a handful of times because it's just the weird car that just has the opposite drive layout. And that can be a big issue if you're not adjusted to that, especially at a track with walls so close to the surface. Misjudging it by 6 inches can be at the end of the day for you. So make sure that you get your practice in to make sure that you're putting your body in the place that will make sure that your fenders are near the wall but not on top of them, where they would be opposite in a left-hand drive car.
Exactly, and even driving in the sim like this, there's that little bit of a change, a couple feet to the left or the right. It can really throw off your perspective and do where it is. And there you see Cody Pride taking a little bit too much of that curb coming up out of the exit of Quarry Bend. He's going to just try to keep it in there. A little bit of a later apex for Cody. Just trying to gain any potential momentum that he can, any potential advantage he can over Marcus Landrix here. As we expect, like I've said, Cody Pride probably to come in for a pit stop within the next 6 or 7 minutes or so.
I think the right-hand drive layout, at least for me, would be especially difficult here because of the variety of fast left-hand corners where you're typically used to putting your body right next to the wall, but now you've got all this mass to your left that you've got to be conscious of. Where it might make it easier is at the crest, where Solomon Park is, because that the car can go almost to where you're sitting all the way up to the concrete, so you can kind of catch the car right before it gets into it. Here's a battle on the right-hand side of your screen for 11th spot. That's Michael Parker in the 838 and Bill Clark in the number 58 AWS Racing Ferrari that has climbed forward with Clark behind the wheel at the moment. Good battle here between McLaren and Ferrari.
Yeah, very good battle, chasing out, trying to see if he can get a little bit of a run, but here comes Cody Pride diving down to the inside of the chase. That's the move we've been waiting for, and that Bentley finally moves ahead of Marcus Landrix in that NSX.
Yeah, got that pass done, but for how long? Because, of course, Pride has to hit pit lane in the next couple of minutes. So short-term gain, long-term loss potentially for Cody Pride, but as he crosses the line inside the top 5, that's a milestone for the number 1 car as well after the issues at the beginning of the race. And we're about 12 to 20 minutes away from the majority of the field coming on down for their 3rd stop of the race. As we go back to our battle for 12th spot on the right-hand side of your screen, and the persistence of the battle for 5th on the left-hand side of your screen. Some great split-screen action here for our Bathurst 12-hour for GT World Challenge America Esports.
Yeah, some good battles across the field. Very, very good to see this far into the race. You see riding on board with Bill Clark on the right side of your screen. Clark just trying to close in on that McLaren. Both of those cars definitely more on the nimble side. As we've said, they tend to excel a little bit coming up and over the hill. So definitely a good area for them. Looks like Marcus Landrix there on your left, falling back a little bit to the Bentley of Cody Pride. Now that Pride's been able to get freed, he's starting to stretch away a little bit.
Yep, Pride again continues to be one of the faster cars on the racetrack when he's all by himself. Landrix will fall into line. Bill Clark still trying to run down Michael Parker on the right-hand side of your screen. I love when the split screen gets pulled up, DJ, because that means there's more than one exciting battle on the racetrack. And in a 12-hour race, you're not always guaranteed the most intense battles of every moment of every lap. But I like that, almost 3 hours into this race, we continue to have very stout battles across the racetrack here at Mount Panorama. And here comes a car up the inside. That is Scott Michaels in the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing Mercedes. He is a lead lap car running in 3rd right now, blows by the AWS Racing Ferrari of Bill Clark.
Yeah, and that's going to put him back a little bit. I think Bill had to back off of the corner coming around Murray's corner there, and that is going to separate him from Parker ahead of him in the McLaren. So he's going to have a little bit more ground to make up before they jump back into pit stops, as you said here, that we expect for the drivers on the main cycle within about the next 10 or 15 minutes.
Yeah, Cody Pride should be entering pit lane. There he is now. Cody Pride on pit road in the number 1 PPR Esports Gold car. We'll see if they'll swap in another driver or if they'll keep Pride in the car. Remember that the drivers can only serve a maximum of 5 stints or 325 minutes in their car throughout this race. Here is Ben Craner for HPD Yas Pro America. This is the number 94 car that was driven earlier by Zach Patterson. So this is the second of the 3 drivers. Carden Liu, the other, in the 94 machine. So Craner right now running in 7th spot. Best lap, or at least I should say last lap, a 2:02.8, right on par with some of the fastest drivers in the field. Give this 94 some track position, and they'll be in a good spot. Remember, this car got penalized early in the race with Patterson behind the wheel for some avoidable contact. So they've done a really good job digging themselves out of the holes. And I've been really impressed in general, DJ. A couple incidents at the start, but since then, we've been pretty clean and green, and all the drivers that had issues, for the most part, have dug themselves out of it.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, obviously those PPR esports guys being the ones that suffered the most there, but all of them coming back to strong form here. And the only real incidents we've seen today, Kyle, are just little bings and bangs on the wall. Nothing too major. We haven't seen a massive track blockage at any point that we are sometimes prone to seeing around here at Bathurst. So a really great job by all drivers to keep everything clean.
If I recall correctly, I think it was last year we ran a race. I think it was just a 60-minute race here at Mount Panorama Circuit. We started the race with essentially a 17-car pileup in the first corner. It did not go very well. So this field has done a phenomenal job, with the longevity built into their brains of, hey, we got to make it 12 hours. It's not worth, wrecking everybody on lap 1. We did have a small incident on the opening lap, but since then it's gotten cleaned up and we've continued. And made it almost 3 hours into this race. Josh Staffen leads the way in the number 93 HPD Yas Pro America Acura NSX. Then it's Sam Cairns in the number 66 McLaren 720S GT3 for SideMax and Blackhawk Racing. Then Scott Michaels in the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing Mercedes AMG, which shares a lot visually with the DXDT Racing CrowdStrike Mercedes that runs in Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS, with George Kurtz and Colin Brown behind the wheel. They've missed the last couple of races, but we'll be back for the Indianapolis 8-hour. And can't remember who they're paired up with, that third driver, but it's either Ben. I think it might be Ben Keating again that they're joined by for the last race of the season. Looking at the Bentley being driven by the last driver that we have not seen in the number 1 PPR Esports Gold car. That is Renato Dornell, who is the last driver that we have not yet seen. And we'll see where Renato stacks up with pace here after he gets adjusted to the car. There's Sam Cairns running in second. And 2:05.8 last time around, so a little bit off pace at the moment. But we have not seen Chris Severt in the car just yet. It's been Tinko van der Velde and Cairns since the drop of the green flag, DJ.
Yes, it has. And remember that gap up to Staffen and that machine running in front, the number 93 HPD Yas Pro America car, that was down to just fender to nose there for a little while and not really able to close it back here for this 66 McLaren. So definitely some work to be done here, but as we've said, it's still a long race to go, still about 9 hours to go. So Cairns hopefully going to be able to put in some good laps here. He doesn't seem like he's got the pace necessarily to match Staffen, but then again, as we've said, there could be some strategy coming into this. He could be just trying to save a little bit of fuel, maybe go a few laps longer here to see if that's part of the plan for this Blackhawk racing machine.
So Josh Staffen, I should also note, I'm watching my timing screen here, is down about 3 seconds on this lap, so perhaps a mistake there. Ben Craner going to hit pit lane in the other HPD Yas Pro car, so the 94 will hit pit lane from, at the time, 7th spot. And there's a look at Josh Staffen, and curious to see what this lap time will be. My Delta is showing 3 seconds off of their best. Yeah, it's a 2:05.394. So that was not Staffen's best lap by any stretch. Sam Cairns behind by a handful of seconds. We'll see if Sam gains any time this time through. And a 2:02.940. So that was a 3-second gain for the 66 that lap. I'm sure he'd like to do that every lap. Here's a look at the replay. At the 66 coming down the hill behind the Audi. Ooh, bit of a hip check there. A little awkward moment with the number 33 of Paul Seymour.
Yeah, I think part of that was that Seymour got up into the wall there coming over Skyline, and that just put him all kinds of out of sorts. And so Cairns trying to get back what he can on that off of that slow lap. But there is your leader, the 93 Staffen. As there's Paul Seymour coming out of the pits. Yep, he did suffer a little bit of damage, I believe.
Yeah, he was he coming out of the pits or was he turned around? He's 17 seconds. Oh, no, 44. Here's the 44 car. This is Takis Weeks. He's in the fence. I think this is up at Griffin's Bend. And that's a very significant damage that he's collected on that car. So a couple of incidents towards the end of this third run on fuel here that have collected a handful of different cars in different areas on the racetrack. So we were just talking about how clean it had been, DJ, and a couple isolated incidents here with 9 hours to go.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of the commentator's curse coming out to bite us there, as it were. We focus back here on what's been a clean battle. This is Bill Clark's continually trying to chase down Parker up ahead of him in that McLaren, the CrowdStrike Racing driver 58 Ferrari, just following in the footsteps the best that he can. This is a battle that's been going on for lap after lap after lap.
They have not given up the ghost on this just yet. Michael Parker in the number 838. And actually, going back to this, the livery on this 58, I think this is actually essentially the livery that's on CJ Moses' GT America powered by AWS car, even down to the AWS yellow mirrors. I think I really like that detail. On the Ferrari for today, though, as that battle for 11th continues. And Bill Clark is really giving this car a fantastic run. Again, we've seen him in the CrowdStrike Cup Virtual Racing League this season, has performed very well there. Again, I mentioned that he had been in a Porsche, but has adjusted to this Ferrari very nicely and is running lap times in the mid 203s, which is not bad. Here is a look at the number 94, and was side by side with the number 22 BMW, and around went the 94 car a minute ago. He gathered it back up. And did he have any more collisions? Yes, he did, with one of the PPR Esports Mercedes. So that was a big moment for the 94. Ben Craner. Was that just now, or was that prior to the pit stop? Either way, an issue for the 10th place number 94.
And you just saw there Takis Weeks coming on into the pits after sustaining that damage around Griffin's Bend. There is, as we follow the number for that is Scott Michaels in the CrowdStrike Racing. That is your third place car. The Mercedes out on track right now. Highest place Mercedes out there. So doing a good job to keep everything the best that he can. Still has a pretty substantial gap to try to close in on Sam Cairns up ahead of him. But he's in good position here at this point. As we said, it's still a very long race to go. Being in a podium position 3 hours into the race has got to make you feel good.
Yeah, and I also think, maybe their hottest driver, potentially, Sam Michaels, hasn't even gotten in the car yet. It's been Kevin Boehm and Scott Michaels so far, and both of those drivers are certainly no slouch. I mentioned Kevin Boehm's experience and championship in the TCA category in TC America, powered by Skip Barber Racing School. But I think Sam Michaels, historically, in Assetto Corsa Competizione, has been faster than both Scott and Kevin. So maybe they're saving their magic bullet for last in the driver lineup, and they've certainly gotten themselves into position where he can be effective at pulling that car even further forward onto the podium. Here's a look at a replay involving the number 33 of Paul Seymour. We had mentioned he looked like he was coming out of the pits, but in fact, this was a spin. Gets up on the curb, and the car just loops. That was a weird one. Noses into the barrier, but that was a just slow and lazy spin off the curb there, DJ. That was certainly peculiar.
Yeah, may have just applied a little bit too much throttle as the car got unbalanced onto the curb. As we've said, these suspensions are a little bit softer than what you would see in an open wheeler, and so there's a little bit more give and take, but if you're just not as perfectly careful as you want to be coming up over an elevation change like that where the car gets unsettled, it can throw you off. I believe this is the Takas Weeks incident that we were talking about earlier, Kyle.
Yep, just catches the grass. This is exactly what we were talking about with, big hit there. With being on the right-hand side of the car, he just chased the car left a little too much, sort of was unsighted that his left rear tire in particular was on the grass, and as soon as you load up that left rear tire and you ask it to do anything when it's on the grass, it's just going to step out, destabilize the car, nose pretty heavily in the tire bundles, and Weeks still on pit lane now, finally leaves after a pretty lengthy pit stop to repair crash damage. So that's unfortunate for the 44 Bentley. Back up in a battle for 7th, the number 1 PPR Esports Gold Bentley with Dornell behind the wheel. Alvarez back in the 877. Or is this his first time? This might be his first time in the car because it was, I think he's been in here before. It was Murdoch in prior, but Alvarez now running down Dornell in the number 1.
Yeah, try to chase him down. And remember, Dornell, this was the car that Cody Pride was in earlier that's on that little bit of an off-cycle strategy. So he's really going to want to try to stretch his legs the best that he can to get out of here and to keep going. But Alvarez not making that easy on him. He looks like he's got a good run going down into the chase. A little bit of a defensive move there for Dornell. I think that's going to block the door just enough for Alvarez. Trying to get a little bit of an alternate line as they come out of the chase. He may have a look coming down here into that final corner, trying it around the outside. Not able to get it, but able to get a little bit of a crossover. This battle isn't done yet.
It's certainly not done yet. Now a drag race, Ferrari versus Bentley. Into Hell Corner, the Ferrari along the outside. Maybe try to nip and tuck. No, he's going to try to keep it alongside. Door gets slammed shut on the curb on corner exit. Now in the slipstream, the Bentley makes a big one. It's like a cruise ship down the back straightaway, pushing the wake of the air out of the way of the 877 Ferrari, who will look drivers right and be alongside deep enough to outbrake the Bentley into Griffin's Bend, and through goes Alvarez, takes the spot away. An interesting note that the Dornell and the 1 have sort of dropped off the pace just a little bit from where Pride was. So that car's forward progress has stalled for now. Just up the road, we'll note that Neil van de Kekelt runs in 6th in the number 2 car and is running about 0.8 of a second faster per lap than a couple of the drivers in front of him. So the 2 car for PPR Esports continues to be the leading of the 3 PPR Esports cars.
Indeed he does, and remember that is the car that is on the optimal strategy here, so that is a actual position there for Van de Kekelt, doing a very, very good job. We ride on board here with Renato Dornell as he tries to see if he can get back up behind Alvarez, but as we've talked about several times during the course of this broadcast, that Ferrari just so lightning quick up and over the hill. Try to stretch his legs a little bit here and see if maybe the Bentley can take a little bit of advantage of the slipstream, although he's not going to get nearly as big of his advantage as that Ferrari did behind him. The Ferrari changes direction so well. That seems to be its best characteristic as a driver, is if it's off throttle, you can really make that car do whatever you want. On throttle, it has a bit of an understeer potential and sort of a snap oversteer condition if you get it up on top of curbs.
and try to be really aggressive with it, but it really likes to dance in the slower sections, and you see it here as he drives away in the twisty bits. But the advantage to the Bentley, again, the thunderous power plant under the hood, rockets it down the straightaway, but the weight, the higher center of gravity, all those things sort of affect it in the tighter section. So Dornell drops off the pace just a little bit for now. Interesting to note, as we have crossed officially the 3-hour mark of this race, a quarter of the way through, that Josh Staffen, his lead remains about 12.5 seconds over Sam Cairns. No matter what driver has been in the 93 and the 66, they have essentially run the same times all day long. Most of the gap that's been established is from the pit stop damage repair that the 66 had on the previous stop. So they're essentially running still the same laps, even with different drivers.
Yeah, very impressive consistency there across the team for everybody. Got to give them massive kudos on that to be able to keep everything up and nice and moving well. So not a lot of changing there up front, but we're about to enter into that next phase of pit stops. We may see a driver change or two out of those leading cars, so this may be a little bit of a catalyst for some change.
Certainly will be. The 88 car has just hit pit lane. Jonathan Lee behind the wheel. And they're going to continue. Actually, I'm mistaken. I was referencing Bill Clark, who is on pit lane right now in the number 58. Jonathan Lee continues to roll in the number 88. Lone Porsche in the field, a little wide there. You see all the marbles collecting offline. That's a very scary spot to get your tires offline, because it's a pretty consequential corner to get caught up in, especially if you've got a group of cars chasing you. But Jonathan Lee running with Racing Sim Tools Esports, the red team today, in the lone Porsche. Again, 911 GT3R, a really stout race car, has a lot of history going back decades in motorsport, and the winner of the last 2 rounds of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, last 2 years I should say, 2019 and 2020. And another opportunity to grab a victory in the Intercontinental GT Challenge upcoming at the 2021 Indianapolis 8-hour, which will contest at Indianapolis Motor Speedway in just a couple of weeks, October 15th through 17th. And it'll be broadcasted right here on the GT World YouTube channel as well. So if you'd like to follow that along that in real time with Ryan Marine and Calvin Fish, this is the place to be for that in just a couple of weeks. And we'll also be racing at Sebring International Raceway a week from today. We'll have all 4 of the SRO America Championships running at Sebring. Of course, the Fanatec GT World Challenge America Championship powered by AWS. They'll be running 2 races, one on Saturday, one on Sunday. GT America powered by AWS. That is our multi-class series. Runs with GT3 and GT4 in a single driver sprint race format for 40 minutes. Also our GT4, Pirelli GT4 series. That is a 2-driver championship, 60-minute races. And of course, TC America powered by Skip Barber Racing School. So all 4 of those championships competing at Sebring International Raceway a week from today. And the first time since World Challenge competition has been there since 2009. And DJ, we know how important Sebring is to North American motorsport.
It certainly is. It is one of those tracks that if you get a win at Sebring, you can go ahead and put that right at the top of your resume. An absolutely spectacular track to drive or to watch a race from. It's really and truly a test of driver's mettle, though, as one of its defining characteristics is just the incredible amount of bumps that you have to feel about through there. I've heard drivers describe it as it is both a test of mind and a test of spine to make sure that you can sit through all of the bumps.
I like that a lot, and you know, it's probably the most polar opposite you can get from a track like Bathurst, where the walls close in on you and it's very narrow. Sebring, in fact, is very wide at a lot of the parts of the racetrack, but the biggest challenges, you mentioned the bumps, they come from being essentially formed out of taxiways and runways from a World War II era airbase. So several feet thick concrete can't just be torn up and replaced. It's the same way it's been for decades upon decades since the 1950s. And with that, they've formed a lot of ruts, bumps, and grooves that are really upsetting to not only the drivers, but also the cars. And a lot of drivers say that 12 hours at Sebring is tougher than 24 at Daytona. And yes, I would say that that is definitely accurate, given how rough that place can be. But our first time that World Challenge competition has been there since I was 12 years old, 11 years old. So it's been a little while. 23 now, still a young guy, but it'll be my first time going to Sebring, actually. I'll be there next weekend as well. So very excited to see the World Challenge Championships, SRO America at Sebring International Raceway next weekend, the penultimate weekend of racing before we head into our Indianapolis 8-hour weekend in the final round of the 2021 championships. Here's a look at Harry Spears. Sorry to cut you off. I just wanted to mention Harry Spears back in this car for the first time since the opening moments of this race. This is the number 3 PPR Esports car. And Taham Mali and the last driver in this lineup that we have not yet seen on the racetrack, but Spears jumping back in it. And right back on pace, 2:02.0. That was a full second and a half faster than Staffen last time by.
And we saw that those Mercedes, one of the quicker cars out here today, and those numbers are certainly bolstered up by the PPR Esports gents out there doing a really, really good job to be able to get themselves back up there. Spears on the lead lap, albeit back a good amount of ways here. Excuse me, he's a lap down, but definitely trying to claw his way back forward. Certainly some area that he can keep trying to climb on, but he's doing a very good job to just get that car back into a position where he's actually starting to race again, as opposed to just being so out of the pace that he is just running a race on all by himself.
Yeah, currently on lap 89, leaders are on 92, so a little ways to go for him and team to make up any ground. Roman Alexinkov has jumped back in the 58 AWS racing car, so they have rotated through all of their drivers at least once in the first 3 hours and 10 minutes of this race. And here's a good look at a battle for 16th place. These drivers are on the same lap. That's Mark Leclerc in the number 11 for TSC Racing Crazy Canucks, with Doug Bourne and Hamza Gulzar behind the wheel. 15-second penalty for the number 94 car for an unsafe rejoin after the collision with the number 22. Penalty for 22 car for avoidable contact. So both those guys getting the hammer down from race control.
Yeah, and I have to say, for that unsafe rejoin, I do understand that. It's a heartbreak there for Kriener and the drivers in that NSX, but coming back onto the track like that and causing an incident as you did through the chase, right call there probably from race control.
I'd say so. And thanks to the race control drivers for as long as the day as it is for the drivers and for us. The race control guys and the broadcast team, by the way, they've got the longest day of everybody, going to be sitting here through all 12 hours plus a couple hours on either end to kind of bring things up and shut them down. So big thanks to everybody behind the scenes from AK and from all the guys making this happen remotely. I just get to sit here and talk and blab for a couple hours. We're about 48 minutes away from facilitating an announcer change. It'll be our friends again, Paul Jeffrey and David Christie, joining us at approximately the 4-hour mark, which is about 47 and a half minutes from now. As we go back to that battle for 16th, getting pretty dicey here, DJ, on the climb up the hill. Leclerc trying to defend from the number 3 PPR Esports car. This is nose to tail between these two Mercedes AMGs.
It very much is, and as we talked about, the pace from those PPR Esports machines is pretty strong, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot of pressure here coming from Harry Spears as he tries to get something on Leclerc, backs off a little bit as they come over the crest of Skyline and down through the S's and into the Dipper. Now looking out the back of Mark Leclerc, you see that little bit of flash of the lights there from Spears. I think that's just a little bit of head games. Whoa!
Oh, that's dicey. Through Forrest's elbow, a little bit of sliding and slipping. Very tight to the fence at corner exit. Now split screen action on the right. You're looking out the tailpipes of Leclerc. Looking out on the left, you're looking at the nose of the number 3 PPR Esports car. Great angles on both of these Mercedes. And certainly a little bit of dramas. There's the 2 car sliding through. That is the 5th place Neil Van de Kekelt's car. That's the front-running PPR Esports machine. It looks like that got a little too close for comfort between those two teammates through Forrest's elbow.
Yeah, definitely getting a little bit crazy there as both of those teammates deciding to come down pit lane together, it looks like. So those two AMG Mercedes going to make it onto pit lane, and that's going to leave Marc Leclerc with some breathing room. He'll be very thankful for that.
There's a good look at Jonathan Lee. Up to 11th spot. This 88 has been up and down the bottom half of the order for most of the day, but on an upward trend right now with Lee in command. 2:02.8 last time by. That was pretty quick, in fact, for the number 88. Now pit stops underway. You see a handful of drivers with the pit indicator, that white box with the black P. A whole bunch of drivers coming on down and potentially changing their driver lineup, so we'll follow that as we have a look at Roman Alexinkov in the number 58 Ferrari.
Alexinkov trying to close in on Barnes ahead of him if he can. About a 3-second gap right now. Alexinkov running some good laps around, just a little bit of twitch of the neck there, just trying to get out some of those bugs. As you can see, you get a little bit stiff sometimes when you're sitting in the sim for that long. Alexinkov running with one of the big curved monitors. That's another way to do it that I've seen a lot of drivers have some good success with. It gives you a really good field of view all the way around the car and really does give you a sense like you're actually in it, the screen just wrapping around you.
Yeah, it's another really great way to sort of accomplish the same field of view effect that the triple screens in virtual reality gives you, just in one compact unit. You don't have to really worry about dealing with the angle between the monitors and getting everything set up perfectly. It really is just sort of a plug-and-play solution, which is sort of admirable. I've got a handful of screens, and sometimes they're a pain to set up. But ultra-wide is certainly a way to go about it, and Aleksinkov's got a pretty good setup there. And it's helping them. Right now, that 58, again, digging themselves out a little bit of a hole from earlier in the race. This car has been up pretty high also. So again, we've seen a lot of shuffling throughout the day. Also to note that the number 2 car has Luke Whitehead back in it. That is the driver that began the race, that was leading the race when the whole issue right here happened about 5 or 6 minutes in when all 3 PPR Esports cars got damaged. So Whitehead back in command, trying to redeem himself a little bit and climb that 2 car back up the order.
Well, he's able to get through there at that point, which is certainly going to be a little bit of a mental boost to him. I think he'll be happy that he is able to get on by and through. But now as Whitehead pilots his way down onto the straightaway, this is where you can take a little bit of a break as a driver. We've seen a couple of drivers wiping their brow. You've seen a couple of them maybe stretching their fingers out from the wheel, just kind of relaxing. It's really what you want to do on these long straightaways as a driver, because it just helps you refocus and get calm and collected again for when it's time to throw the car into the chase.
And Whitehead looking really solid right now. Last time by 2:05.088, but as he acclimates to this car, I'm expecting this time through to be much quicker. So we'll follow him across the line and see what this PPR Esports car can do. And across the line for Luke. Well, that was a transition lap there, I believe. So we'll have to wait one more time around. 3:01.731 with the pit stop sequence included. Same with Josh Staffen and Sam Cairns, all making pit stops, but not driver changes at this point in the race, going a second stint, which is expected. Again, it looks like at the front, it's sort of the 2 hours at a time strategy that we sort of expected to see to keep drivers relatively fresh, but keep them in there long enough to be effective.
Yeah, I think that's the best strategy going forward. It's you get to use all of your drivers, and then at the end, you're going to have a little bit to mix and play. If somebody's just feeling really good, you can put them in for a little bit of a longer stint. But I have to give credit here to the 66 and that Sidemax X Blackhawk racing machine. They've been able to close the gap down. Sam Cairns has. It's down to about 6 seconds right now. Remember, that was up in double digits by the time they came into the pits. So Cairns maybe looking like he's having a little bit of a push here to try to close down on our leader of Staffen.
Yeah, 6 seconds is that gap, and it has come down a little bit. It was up as high as, I think, 13 to 14 seconds, maybe even further than that. But Cairns trying to eat into that lead. And at this point, you know, I talked earlier about how the 93 and 66 had been pretty much even on pace, DJ, but as the race goes on, you're going to learn things about the car, you're going to make those adjustments, your team is going to try to stalk the other team and figure out what they're doing better than you, and they're going to start to eat away at that lead. And in the same vein, Staffen's team, HPD Yas Pro America, they're going to be watching the 66 and see what he's learning and try to retaliate there. So as much as it is a race on pace, it's also strategic as well to figure out where your fellow competitors are learning from you or where you can learn from them in order to gain or shrink any gaps that you need.
No, exactly. It's so much strategy that goes into a race like this, whether you're dealing with an endurance race or even just, a 3 or 4 hour medium length race. You just gaming each other out, trying to figure out where you can press your advantage, maybe take advantage of where those cars in front of you may not be as strong. We talked about it a lot in terms of the BMWs versus the Ferraris out here. Remember, this isn't an Acura NSX versus a McLaren, so there are going to be difference in those two cars, and they're going to have to play them out as it goes along.
So 3 hours and 20 minutes into our 12-hour Bathurst event here for the GT World Challenge America Esports Championship. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by DJ Clark. We'll have Paul Jeffrey and David Christie joining you in about an hour and 20 minutes, I'm hearing. I had that a little bit wrong. We go a little longer this first stint here, DJ, so we'll be around a little bit more past the 4-hour mark, but as we continue to watch, Sam Cairns really getting after it there. It was a little slower last time, so there is a too much push, DJ, where you step over that line and start to slow yourself down. Sometimes they'll say slower is faster, and it doesn't make sense until you back up your corners, you breathe a little bit, you let the car roll through the center of corners more, and you'll actually find yourself picking up speed. If you push too hard sometimes, you step over that limit and you start hurting your pace rather than help it.
Yeah, exactly. And in endurance racing, it's really all about finding that middle ground. As we said, you don't want to push too hard that you're making the car unstable and you're forcing yourself into errors, but you don't want to be going slow enough that you're losing time. So we talk a lot in endurance racing about driving to that delta, driving to that time that is sort of preset and pre-agreed to by your drivers before the race, by your team. That's the time you need to hit to be competitive and to be safe and to not push the limits of that car too much.
Hearing that Josh Staffin's pit stop was a little bit slow because of some repairs. It was a 77-second pit stop compared to 70 seconds for the number 66. Now, going back to Staffin, remember we saw him scrape the fence a couple of times getting after it, and that will cost you. So again, the less time you spend running into things, the less time you'll have to spend on pit lane repairing them, but still a fairly safe lead for Staffin, at least on pace for the moment. Continues to run just a couple tenths quicker than Cairns every lap. Here's a look at the number 1 of Dornell. Again, I'm curious to see how long it's going to take the PPR Esports cars to fully get back on cycles so that we really know where they stack up. But they're fast. We know that. They're both solidly inside the top 10. At least 2 of the 3 are solidly inside the top 10. So now the only place they can really climb from here is upward, continuing their pace that they have for the last hour or two.
Yeah, for sure. They're ones to watch, and there's certainly going to be ones to watch as the race continues to progress along. I think by the time we enter into about the 5 to 4 hours to go mark, we could see these guys certainly scrapping it out for the podium here, maybe coming up behind Michaels in that AMG in 3rd place. I don't know how far they're going to be able to rise all the way up through the field, but I'll tell you what, with the pace they're exhibiting, this could be a very, very impressive back-to-front drive from them.
Yeah, for sure. Let me tell you a car that's kind of slipping under the radar, though, is Igor Rodriguez in the number 124. That's the Williams Esports McLaren 720S GT3. They've been just hanging out in 4th place really quietly, haven't made a lot of noise in this race since the first hour or so, but they're still in 4th place, and they're running faster than even Marcus Landrix in the 5th place, number 89. So they're faster than the leaders by a pretty significant margin, almost a full second a lap, regardless of Josh Staffin's lap that he just ran. But this blue and white McLaren looking very, very solid, and I'm really impressed with their pace, and I think that they are going to be a threat also towards the end of this if they keep this pace up.
I think they are too. We talked about driving to that delta. That seems exactly what this Williams Esports team is doing. They're just putting in consistent lap after consistent laps and getting themselves positioned in a way that when they get down into the closing hours, they may be able to go into full attack mode. Now, this number 124, he's only about 5 seconds back of Michaels in 3rd place, so he's keeping that podium within arm's reach. And do not be surprised if maybe when a driver change comes out, or as I said, so there you see Olivia Rodriguez on the bottom of your screen, as I said, that they may go full attack by the end of the race.
Love the Fanatec gear that Rodriguez has in hand at the moment, running down the hill. Again, Fanatec gear, some of the best stuff you can get for sim racing, in my opinion. It is Just such a huge transition to go from some of the entry-level wheels up into some of the Fanatec gear. I actually have the ability at my normal day job to utilize the Fanatec direct drive wheels, and my goodness, it is unbelievable. Also, the force those things can produce, too much. if you set them up wrong like I did, you got to make sure that you set them up properly, but they are really a great piece of equipment and really give you that extra immersion to feel like you're driving a GT3 car. So Rodriguez for Williams Esports continues to run in 4th place, again quietly sitting there in the McLaren 720S, a driver that hasn't made a lot of noise, and will follow them throughout the rest of this race and see if they can break up into that podium spot. Running faster, though, than Scott Michaels, so I think the 4 CrowdStrike Racing Mercedes-AMG will have some work to do to defend from this McLaren in the next, 15 to 20 minutes, perhaps.
Yeah, I think so. He's definitely got the speed to be able to keep this going, and that gap just coming down by a couple of tenths here every lap. So it certainly may be by the time that we have to sign off that this battle will be in full bloom here. Just really, really good, consistent racing again here from Rodriguez. I'm very impressed with this Williams Esports team living up to their name and doing a great job out here today at Bathurst.
Also, we should really keep an eye. We've talked about the 2 car and the 1 car and the 3, all the PPR Esports cars since the drop of the green flag, but Luke Whitehead continues to run the fastest laps on the racetrack in that number 2 Mercedes-AMG, so we're far from over. And now, if that 2 car can get more on sequence, it's going to be really hard to tell, when they get that car right back on sequence, because there's so much chaos at every pit stop sequence. But when they do, and we'll really know, if he's on the same strategy as the 93 and the 66, he might just be able to run him down. And if you remember how damaged that car was, how destroyed it was, they drove it to pit lane, back out on the racetrack, and drove it through the field, all under green flag conditions with no full course yellow. That is an accomplishment for anybody. I don't care how fast you are. That's amazing. To drive through the entire field again and not run into bigger issues elsewhere, that's impressive.
For sure. And I mean, just the fact that they had to be pushing so hard during that, kind of ignoring a little bit of that delta that we talked about, just going for broke in that number 1 machine. Very, very impressive and very, very good driving. These PPR Esports drivers, they're ones to watch out for as we watch the number 1 machine making his way down the hill. Yeah, they're ones to be very, very fearful of.
So 99 laps complete for race leader Josh Staffen. Next time by will be 100 laps here at Mount Panorama Circuit here in Assetto Corsa Competizione for the GT World Challenge America Esports Championship, the Bathurst 12-hour, the virtual representation, 60 drivers across 20 teams competing today for bragging rights in this 12-hour real-life length event. Part of, in real world at least, the Intercontinental GT Challenge, whose next round is at the Indianapolis 8-hour, October 15th through 17th, which you can watch right here on the GT World YouTube channel. 8 hours and 33 minutes remaining in this race, so about 3.5 hours in. We've seen a variety of drivers have very good scraps. Here's Paul Seymour on an upward climb after an issue a little while ago, and trying to chase down. That's Takis Weeks in the number 44. These drivers are on the same lap, fighting for 18th position. There's the 4th place McLaren 720S. Trying to squeeze by. Again, that's Igor Rodriguez trying to find his way around this Audi. But again, for 18th place, remember Takis Weeks and Paul Seymour both having collisions a little while ago between Hell Corner and Griffin's Bend. So both those drivers on the same lap had some big issues and now finding themselves spot to race again a little while later.
Yeah, it's good to see them make that climb through the field, and a little bit disappointing. They were up running around 10th place earlier and kind of ones that we had our eyes on a bit earlier in the race, but this is where they find themselves, and you've just got to dig in and keep going here as there goes Rodriguez. It looks like he's probably going to get by here going down into the chase. Again, those blue flags you see waving, those are merely advisory, but Paul Seymour letting the Williams Esports driver on by as now he's going to resume his fight up ahead of him with Takis Weeks.
And also the Rodriguez McLaren continues his trek towards Scott Michaels in the number 4 Mercedes-AMG. Michaels last time by a 2:03.7, but Rodriguez, following that lap traffic, lost 2 seconds that time through, so that really put a dent in the wrong direction. But you can see there's the number 4 Mercedes on the right-hand side of your screen, and the white McLaren is the one in chase. I still think that Rodriguez will get there, just a momentary setback, and now has to deal with Takis Weeks in the big orange Bentley before he can launch the assault on the number 4 Mercedes in third.
Yeah, and Takis there doing a great thing, getting out of the way, letting Rodriguez by before they got onto the chase up the uphill and through Quarry Bend. So that's going to release him. He's not going to have another slow lap stuck behind slower cars. And Rodriguez will just be able to put the power down, run the line that he wants to, and get himself moving on forward.
So 50 seconds until the 3.5 hour mark, as we continue to watch fourth place Igor Rodriguez navigate through the uphill and now into the downhill portion of the Mount Panorama circuit. And Josh Staffen is your leader out front. Been the leader for a long time. This 93, remember when the 93 took the lead, DJ? It was all the way back at like lap 4 when at the time it was Nicholas Hillebrand who snuck through the teammate collision with the PPR Esports team at Skyline as the sun rose over the track. And the 93 squeezed through on the left between 3 crashing cars and the concrete wall. And since then, they have never looked back. Well, they looked back a couple times when the 66 got close with Tinko van der Velde behind the wheel. But now the gap has stretched just a little bit, and it maintains at a couple seconds. So Staffen still in command in the HPD Yas Pro America team. And elsewhere in the field, it's been quite the revolving door of faces and names amongst the other 18 competitors, especially in the midfield. We've seen a lot of shuffling for the most part amongst the, really, it's been a lot of the battles have been focused from 8th to 14th, I'd say, DJ. There's been a lot of position changing there, including that of Jonathan Lee in the number 88, who continues to climb forward. This car started 10th, ran real high in the order before suffering some crash damage and having to spend some time in the pits repairing.
He does, and now he has Olesnikov up ahead of him, trying to chase him down the best that he can, and he's been really, really clawing in there just through that last sector, able to gain about a 1/10 of a second, and that's Barnes up ahead of him as well. So there is definitely some light at the end of the tunnel here for Jonathan Lee as he gets going here down the run and up into Quarry Bend. We've said before, not going to be able to get it passed on here, but he's just got to try to keep up behind that Ferrari the best that he can.
Yeah, Roman Alexenkov again was the driver that started in this car a little while ago. And the number 88 was, I believe, started by, at the time, Darren King. So these two drivers, I don't think have faced off one-on-one just yet. So now with the 58 having a different driver, another concern in these longer races, DJ, is that you're racing the same cars over and over again, but not necessarily the same drivers. So you sort of learn the characteristics of how one driver is racing, and then they're going to mix it up on you the next time and throw someone different in the car. So you have to adjust not only to the people that you're racing, but also the changing conditions and the changing attitudes of the drivers around you, depending on how their race has gone so far.
Very much, Kyle, and you hear drivers talk a lot of times about how they know, as that looked like a little bit of a wide run there for Jonathan Lee, but how they know the characteristics of the drivers around them. If you come up behind somebody, you know that they're going to be a little bit more aggressive with blocking. You know other drivers are more likely to get out of your way, that kind of thing. And that's where the communication from teammates really comes into play, where they're able to say, this is the driver in the car ahead of you, and here's the information that we have about them, what they prefer to do, some of their driving traits, their characteristics, because these teams will all be doing research not only on the tracks, not only running practice laps, but they'll also be doing research on the drivers that they will be competing against. And so having that in your ear is absolutely essential to making sure you position yourself in the best way possible to get on by an opposing driver.
Yeah, you never stop learning when you're racing in an endurance race. This goes for the real world as well, which is why I think endurance racing and sim racing is perhaps the closest you can get to experiencing the stressors of a real race, right? In sprint racing, you got to go faster than the other guy. That's clear. There's not quite so much strategy involved. There's not so much learning involved. I think that endurance racing in ACC or in any sim is probably the closest you can get, because you experience all the stressors of a normal race sans the actual temperature changes and physical load that you have on yourself as a driver, but you still experience the exhaustion, the strategy component, the pit stop component, all those things you experience here in ACC in a race like the Bathurst 12 Hours. So there's a lot to learn, but I think a driver like Kevin Boehm, who has real-world racing experience, will find himself more at home in this style of racing versus the sprint racing that happens elsewhere on the platform. I think this is going to feel very, very familiar to what Boehm has done in the past.
For sure. It's definitely one of those things that does get you as close as you can possibly be. And again, as I talked about, the mental strain is also very similar to what you're running in those cars. That just that level of mental exhaustion, running the same corners again and again and again, it does take a massive toll on you. Jonathan Lee here looked like he didn't get the perfect run that I think he would have wanted out of Forest Elbow. He may have a little bit more room to try to catch up to the back of that Ferrari, but he is pushing.
And again, Lee in the Porsche, certainly not a slouch anywhere. And the Porsche, I'm not sure that it has the clear advantages in one area of the racetrack versus another. I think it's sort of known for being very good in the rain, as you see the 33 car, Seymour offline to driver's right. The Porsche is known for being pretty good in the rain and accelerating out of corners. I'm not really sure that it's particularly advantageous in any one area over the other when you compare it to some of the more up and down cars. But the Porsche is a really good, stable platform. I think really the only disadvantage it might have is once you get into a big slide, they can sometimes be a challenge to wrestle back straight with all that weight hanging over the rear axle. I do know that one of the biggest advantages of the Porsche is its ability to jump curbs. They are certainly not shy about leaping through the air on the curbing around racetracks. You don't really want to do that here in general, but at other racetracks with flatter curbs that are sort of more akin to something you'd see at a normal FAA grade 1 or grade 2 circuit, Porsches love jumping those things.
Oh, they certainly do. The suspensions, the dampers, and those things just absolutely suited to that. But you are right. It does take a little bit of a fine hand because of the rear engine, rear-wheel drive nature of the car. It does want to step out a little bit on you if you're not careful. And so it does take a very delicate hand to drive it. But as we talked about a little bit with the McLaren as well, both of those cars, if you can really master it and figure out how the car's talking to you, you can extract so much speed out of it. And just as we're seeing Jonathan Lee do here, keeping good pace coming down through the dipper. Good run here. Again, he's just got to nail this exit coming out of Forest Elbow. He takes a wider line there, almost looking for a little bit of a crossover. That may give him the speed he needs.
Yeah, just a little bit of a mistake through the center of the corner. Couldn't pull it down to the apex, but no mind matter. He's going to take the slipstream to Alex Sienkov here on the Conrad Straight and try to draft up to that number 58 AWS Racing Ferrari. Will he look left? Will he look right? He's going to choose right as they head through the kink. That's a dicey moment. Through goes the 88 into position. He'll take 12th place away from Alex Sienkov. And I wanted to go back to an explanation. We're talking about this mid-engine, rear-engine, front-engine. What does that really mean? Well, if it's like your high school or college physics class, right? You take these are essentially levers where you essentially put all the weight on one side of the lever. That's a mechanical advantage. It makes it hard to rotate, but it certainly has a balance when you push from behind. It does not have that balance going the other direction. So if you get the rear end out sideways, it doesn't really like to return to center very well. But if you keep the rear end tucked in behind, it really does like to drive out of a corner very efficiently and effectively. Josh Staffen enjoying his little rave party on the bottom right of the screen and also enjoying a very stout race lead at the moment in the mid-engined Acura NSX. Now we won't talk. There is a slide out of the 93. He's also wearing sunglasses, which I mean, maybe that's a way to be fast. I mean, you certainly look cool doing it. All race car drivers wear sunglasses. That's part of the suit, right?
Oh yeah, totally. No, it's the sunglasses add an element of cool, and that adds about 2 miles an hour to your top speed. So I get that out of there for Josh Staffen.
Yeah, stickers and sunglasses, the easiest ways to add horsepower to any driver or car. But again, a 9.9 second lead for Staffen. It was down to about 6.5 seconds after the most recent pit sequence, but Staffen has slowly extended that back out. They continue to run roughly equal lap time, slight advantage to Staffen for at least the moment. But Scott Michaels, let's not forget about him in third, and also Oliveira Rodriguez in the 124 car in fourth. I think that gap is down to about 2.5 seconds. No, that's the next car back to Landrix. Oh, no, that is Rodriguez. So that third place battle is going to close in here shortly. So we'll keep our eyes on that as we continue to make our way through this race. Luke Whitehead in the number 2 PPR Esports car, still running the fastest laps of anybody on the racetrack. Last time by a 2:02.3. That was a half a second faster than our race leader. So still a lot of volatility here as we watch Staffen drop off the cliff and head down the mountain.
Yeah, still a lot of volatility, but the only thing that doesn't appear to be changing is that growing gap between Staffen and Cairns. No matter how hard Sam Cairns is trying to gain it, it just looks like Staffen just continues to pull away. He's got that gap up again to double digits, up to about 10.2 seconds right now. Back up to about where it was before that last pit stop when Staffen had to come in and get a little bit of repairs made to the front of that Acura NSX.
And I think this is an interesting storyline developing with the 93 because, looking at the qualifying times in the start of the race, I would have said that the 93 would have been a competitive car. Yes, I didn't think that it would be leading at this point in the race. This car started in fourth, and I honestly believed at the time that it was probably the fourth fastest car. I still think that's true. The problem is that the PPR Esports cars just put themselves in such a big hole early on that it makes the 93 look like the best car, and it continues to pull away from Cairns, but overall, it's losing time to all of the PPR Esports cars. So with 8 hours and 20 minutes to go, the 93 is leading comfortably, yes. I just don't think that's destined to be the entire race. I don't think the 93 has that clear advantage that it looks like he has right now. The perspective of the PPR cars is lost for the moment, but they will come back, and it's only a matter of time.
I think that's exactly right, Kyle, that those PPR machines, especially, I think, Whitehead there, who's looking very, very strong as he goes around. He's going to be one to keep an eye on, as well as, obviously, Dornell's on that little bit of an alternate strategy, and maybe seeing when that can dovetail into running into a more traditional strategy. Both of those guys, they're just going to keep pushing forward. Whoa, that's a little bit of a kerfluffle there going down into the chase.
Yeah, the chase down there, that was Canapan that went wide. Now, that is not for position. Canapan's a lap ahead of this battle, but that's Jonathan Lee and Chris Barnes trading spots for 11th on the racetrack. They are running for position. Jonathan Lee really has this Porsche fired up and going in the right direction. So give that spot to Lee. And I don't know what happened to Canapan, just got crossed up and made a mistake. But now, did the car get back rolling again? I don't see the orange BMW in shot just yet. No, there he is. No, that's the Bentley. There's the BMW. No, that's very strange. Anyway, Canapan in 10th spot still, so Lee and Barnes will have to go around an entire other lap to catch back up to that number 40.
Indeed, they will. Just a very strange incident there going into it, but Lee's at least going to be happy that he's able to be on by, have a little bit of clear air for that Porsche. We'll see how he's able to handle it now coming over the hill. We've seen a couple of times that drivers that get by on the other parts of the track then get onto the hill and just speed away, and that looks a little bit like what Jonathan Lee is able to do here, already pulling that gap over a half a second as they crest over Skyline.
Well, quick correction on the number 40. Canapan did not actually have the collision. He's only about 20 seconds up the road. The car that was involved was Weeks in the Bentley in the number 44 that had that collision. Those cars look very similar at a distance. So 44, Takis Weeks, was the car that was involved. Here's a better look at it. Yep, indeed, it was the Bentley. And comes down the hill, has the pressure from the cars behind, and the car just steps out on the brakes. Very strange. Maybe too much brake bias. Just got the footwork a little bit wrong, but impact with the concrete on the right heading into the chase.
Yeah, that could be a little bit of like what we talked about, having just a hair too much of rear brake bias. And when that happens, if you try to apply a little bit of steering lock with the brakes on, depending on where your brake bias is, you can cause the rear or the front tires to lock up. Your front tires lock up, well, that just means you're going to be going straight. If your rear tires lock up in that situation, that's going to cause you to spin around there a little bit. I think that's what may have happened there for Weeks.
There's a look at the 35 car. This car was running up inside the top 5 earlier in the day, driving right now. is Vinny Oliveira. Excuse me, that's Daniel that is behind the wheel. There's a couple Oliveras in there. It's Daniel de Oliveira. Man, there's a lot of names that I'm struggling with today, but he is currently 14th in this number 35 Aston Martin Vantage AMR. And again, this car was running up inside the top 5 earlier. It has gone backwards since then. And as it stands, running kind of low 204s, which is right on pace with most of the field. But this has been a fall from grace, at least in the early parts of this race, early first third, I should say, as we approach the 4-hour mark with 16 minutes left in the first third.
Yeah, he's going to have some room to make up here and taking that corner there, the cutting, not exactly the way to do that. It looked a little bit squirrely as he made his way around, but it's the only Aston Martin in the field out here today, so not really a benchmark to put him up against, sadly. But as they continue to work their way through here, Oliveira, that is lapped car up ahead of him, so he's got Alsenkov good ways up away. That's about 10 seconds up the road from him.
There's Takis Weeks again, now about 4 laps down from the race leaders in that number 44. It's been a struggle. They were running pretty well earlier, but have since, again, as with the 35, fallen out of the mix. So it seems like at the expense of the PPR Esports cars who have driven back through the field, the 44, the 35, the 11 and the 22 have sort of fallen out of the mix, and that's what sort of allowed the PPR Esports cars, along with their pace, to go back forward as we see Weeks give up some track position here to the 35.
Yeah, that was definitely just a move out of the way there. Weeks about 4 laps down at this point, so just a heads-up move there, letting him get out of the way going into the chase for Oliveira. And Oliveira now can try to set his sights up the road, as we said, to Alsenkov, but a lot of ground for him to make up in that Aston Martin.
Kings of Asphalt Maxon Oil team in the Aston Martin Vantage AMR. Car that we see now with Drew Stavely behind the wheel in the Fanatec GT World Challenge America, powered by AWS. Good-looking car, the Aston, that's for sure. Very sleek. Really enjoy, I mean, all the GT3 cars have their advantages in my eyes, at least visually and auditorily, but the Aston and the McLaren in particular, the British design, very sleek in the Aston and the McLaren. Just very nice-looking designs. The British certainly know how to make their cars pretty. Here's a look at Scott Michaels, who has gotten passed by Igor Rodriguez in the 124. He's gone down a spot, so that pass did happen out from underneath us, so move Scott Michaels back. I'm still impressed with the CrowdStrike Racing team, though, so far. They've done a good job, still remain inside the top 5. Still where you want to be, not even 4 hours in.
Exactly, and we've seen from all around that Mercedes does have some good speed all around the track, so not necessarily too concerning there for him. As we said, Diego Rodriguez really having a good charge through the field. I did keep an eye out of the corner of my eye. Scott didn't put up too much of a fight there for the CrowdStrike Racing machine. I think he knew that Williams Esports car just had a little bit more speed, didn't want to fight it too hard, and waiting for the race to come to him a little bit later on.
Out front, Josh Staffen continues to lead, and we'd expect at the pit stop sequence that is approaching, we'd expect that the driver swap would happen for the number 93 again, and we'd expect Carl Whitmer to jump in, and for the number 66, the driver we'd expect would be Chris Severt, and that's going to really mix things up. I'm curious to see where Carl Whitmer lines up. Of course, he was the driver in our Honda Racing HPD hot lap, so got a look at what he's capable of around Mount Panorama, certainly very talented. But in terms of where they stack in the driver lineup, not really sure yet. We're going to find out within the next 15 to 25 minutes. Sounds like also, to briefly should mention, DJ, that Scott Michaels is nursing a bad hip. He had surgery just a few months ago, and that has certainly got to be a distraction. Sitting for any amount of time, especially when you're wrenching on a steering wheel, in a rig as tight as Scott's is, that cannot be very comfortable.
No, it cannot. And one of the things that you really start to realize as you do a lot of sim work is just how much it's not necessarily your feet that are moving those pedals. If you're really doing it well, you're moving your hips around and trying to throw your full weight into the brake pedal in particular. So Scott really putting on a good show, just as you said, a little bit past surgery on his hip a few months ago, so makes this drive from him all the more impressive.
Yeah, and this is, again, that something like that is why you really want to be motivated to change a driver out for a fresh one after a stint or two. You don't really want to leave a driver that is nursing an ailment like that in there too long, because that will start to affect their performance and their consistency. But Scott so far has been mighty solid. I think it's less that he's gotten slower and more that Iger Rodriguez has been consistently fast, as we watch Scott Michaels navigate around the number 22 of Vadim Mola, who runs 16th right now. But I also really enjoy the look of this CrowdStrike Mercedes, the car in this field that is sharing its livery with a real-life machine. Again, I mentioned George Kurtz and Colin Brown run the exact same livery in the real-world Fanatec GT World Challenge America powered by AWS. Great-looking race car, not only in the sim, but in the real world as well. One of the best-looking liveries, I think, in GT3 competition here in North America.
Oh, for sure. And one of the better looking cars as well. I do love the way that Mercedes looks. It is just an utterly distinctive car and a very distinctive guttural sound if you ever hear it out prowling around. And that livery accents it quite well. The CrowdStrike team here just doing a good job to keep that excitement and eyes focused on the car.
Yeah, and interesting to note that this Mercedes AMG has a smaller engine than the real-world car does at this point. The larger engine isn't really suited very well. It'd have to be detuned so much that they'd lose some of the characteristics of it. So they actually run an engine out of the previous generation Mercedes AMG that is sort of better suited to this application, and is actually a little bit smaller than the car that you would buy if you just went to the Mercedes showroom and picked one off the showroom floor, which I find fascinating. That performance has gone so far in the street, actually just in racing in general. We've had to detune cars and get them to sort of race competitively together, that you can go out to a dealership and buy a car that has a bigger motor than a GT3 car. That's just the nature of the beast as it stands now. You can buy a 600, 700, 800 horsepower car right off of a showroom floor. That is just amazing to me. But in the in the fairness of competition, everyone sort of between 500 and 600 horsepower here in GT3 competition.
Yeah, you got to absolutely love that, and it is one of the true testaments to just how competitive this series is made while keeping all of the integral parts of it together. And it really does just make for a fantastic racing series and just an exciting time to be a car fan, to see all of those kind of amazing things that you can get on a showroom floor and then go out to the track and see something as beautiful and as spectacular as that. Is Scott having a little bit of an error there coming into Hell Corner, catching a little bit of the grass, but able to keep the car pointed the right way.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you talk about other series like stock car racing, for example. You hear fans clamoring all the time that they want cars closer to stock. Well, then GT racing is for you then, right? I mean, these cars are not stock by any stretch, and they're certainly not just pulled off the showroom floor directly, but they share a lot more with their street-going counterparts than something like a stock car, which I think is really interesting. The other thing to note is that other levels, including levels simulated here in ACC, like the GT4 category, even more road relevance there. Those cars also detuned in some ways, but some cars, like the McLaren 570S GT4, that car is really close to its street counterpart. So much so that they use essentially the same transmission, the same engine, the same electronics that you'd get if you just went and bought a McLaren 570S. Really cool road relevancy in GT racing competition, in SRO global competition around the world. So very, very neat stuff. And especially if you're in a position to get yourself a supercar and to bring it to the racetrack and then see almost the same thing on the racetrack competing. That's got to be a pretty cool realization as well.
Well, I'm not certainly at the point of getting myself a supercar, but I have to agree with you.
No. Well, actually, you mentioned that, though, DJ, but I want to bring attention to another series that we run here in North America, the TC America powered by Skip Barber Racing School Championship. We're talking about road relevancy. The TCA class in particular is pretty much stock cars with brakes and some reliability modifications and safety modifications, but otherwise stock power plants. You can look straight at the Honda Civic Si TCA car. That is a stock Honda Civic Si with brakes, some suspension work, and a roll cage, and that's what they've got to race. That's what Kevin Bohm, who is running today for CrowdStrike Racing, that's what he won his championship in. Now you can essentially buy that car. I think it's $60,000, so somewhere thereabouts, from Honda, and go race it in TC America, powered by Skip Barber Racing School. Really cool. I actually owned a Scion FRS, the Toyota 86, which is the sort of alternative version of that car, races in the TCA category as well. So I went to the racetrack, parked my car in the media lot, and there, lo and behold, on the tech scales, 2 Toyota 86s for Tech Sport Racing. So it's pretty cool to, we're talking about road relevancy at the GT level, certainly, but especially so in the TC America series.
No, it's absolutely incredible, and it really is. You can really start to tell as these cars continue to evolve across all motorsports, the trickle-down effect that you really start to get into the road relevancy. It's quite incredible. And just even to the styling and those kind of things, that as what we consider to be good-looking cars, well, it's not just because they're good-looking, it's because they're aerodynamic efficient. And looking in particular at the McLaren there, those sleek lines that it has, really maximizing the downforce that pushes down on the car. And as we've gone along, we realize that, you have maximum downforce efficiency, and that just happens to look good.
I think it was Enzo Ferrari that said it doesn't cost anything to make a car beautiful. I mean, he's probably right in that aspect. But, the other thing about the road relevancy is that the technology that's pushed along in GT racing, specifically in the electronics packages in these Evo generation cars, like the Mercedes-AMG GT3 Evo, you're looking at the 11 of Leclerc and just behind Scott Michaels in the number 4. The electronics packages that these cars have, they get upgraded as the manufacturers learn more about what good traction control looks like, what good ABS looks like. Those are all things that are learned technologies that end up in road-going vehicles. And I've gotten the chance to talk to the manufacturer team boss of Mercedes-AMG here in North America, and that was one of the discussions we had, was about, yes, there's motorsport-specific ABS and traction control, but the things that they learn on the racetrack can apply directly to the road, and that's something that all the manufacturers look to improve on, and why, turbocharger technology. Where did you see it first? In racing, and then it trickled its way down. And a lot of consumer-level cars now have turbochargers in them like it's no big deal. So much of that technology transfers down.
It very much does, and it's frankly, I've said this before, but the era we're in right now is almost akin to the era of the 60s and 70s, where you saw all of the incredible developments that were being made, whether it was in Indianapolis or Le Mans or Formula One or GT, all of these things that were starting to trickle down into road-going cars. That same level of excitement, whether it's hybrid technology, whether it is the ABS and the traction control and the electronic components that come from GT racing, all of that is coming down. It is so incredible to watch. And as I said before, just as a car person, as a gearhead, it is such an incredible time to be watching racing, because you're seeing so much crossover both going up and coming down, and it makes it all the more attainable and all the more exciting.
Exciting for sure. Closing in on the 4-hour mark here in the GT World Challenge America Esports Championship Bathurst 12-hour. 8 hours and 3 minutes remaining in our 12-hour event. Josh Staffen out front, 114 laps in. Sam Cairns in the number 66. Right behind, then it's Igor Rodriguez, Scott Michaels, Marcus Landrix, the rest of the top 5, Luke Whitehead, Renato Dornell, Ben Craner, Alberto Alvarez, and Brian Canapan, the rest of your top 10. This is getting spicy again for third place. Rodriguez feeling some pressure from Scott Michaels. I thought this battle would be over. Far from it here, DJ, as we approach that 4-hour mark.
Well, that makes 2 of us. I thought for sure that Williams Esports 124 McLaren was going to streak off into the distance, but massive kudos here to Sam Michaels and that CrowdStrike machine, just keeping the pressure up on that McLaren. I wonder a little bit if Iago Rodriguez maybe overpushed the car a little bit, maybe used a little bit too much out of the tires in that chase, and Michaels was just a little bit more conservative, and those dividends are starting to pay off here.
Yeah, talking about tire conservation specifically, not something we've really spoken a ton about today, but these Pirelli Racing slicks tend to be very withstanding to all sorts of abuse, but if you overdrive the car, you can certainly overheat them, and that will be a negative performance development over the course of a stint. So you really want to take care of your Pirelli tires and make them last as long as possible, and potentially double stint them as well. I think you'll probably find that a fresh set of 4 Mr. Feelgoods isn't going to be such a bad thing after an hour and a half, 2 hours of driving, but I think conserving your equipment, not only the car, but the tires as well, and fuel. Changing the fuel maps is something that you want to be considering over the course of a stint.
Oh, for sure. And we've sort of hinted at it a couple of times here and there, watching as drivers maybe have to do a little bit of that fuel conservation, turning down the mode a little bit, going into a little bit more of a lift and coast mentality as the race goes along, to just see if you can eke out that 1 or 2 lap more per stint. And that can really start to add up at the end of the race. You come in on that last pit stop, if you're able to go a couple of laps longer, few laps at less of fuel that you've got to put into the tank, and that can pay massive dividends.
So with 4 hours complete, or just about to complete here in our Bathurst 12 hour for GT World Challenge America Esports, we'll take you through just some of the highlights so far, DJ. Going back to the very beginning of the race, it was a crash at Skyline with the 3 PPR Esports cars that were started in the front 3 spots. A couple laps in, it was a mistake by the number 2 of Luke Whitehead that caused a collision with his teammates. They fell all the way to the bottom of the order, and since then have driven all the way back up to 6th, 8th, and 17th respectively. So they continue to work forward after that mistake, but since then it's been the number 93 that was driven by Josh Staffen currently, and previously Nicholas Hillebrand, who have been out front for the majority of this race. The 66 has been tight in tow, and then from behind them it's been a chaotic mess of drivers passing each other, getting passed again, shuffling and shifting all throughout the field. We have not yet really sorted out who is supposed to be where. There are still some teams that have not cycled through their 3rd driver yet, which we are about to see with 8 hours to go, especially at the front 2 here. Staffen and Cairns will likely turn over their cars to the last drivers in the lineup, which will be Carl Whitmer, and it'll be Chris Severt in the number 66. So that's sort of your update, is all the dramas at the beginning have sort of begun to cycle back out, but I don't think we're completely back to equilibrium yet with the 2 car still in 6th place.
Yeah, exactly. And making a very good charge there is Whitehead, as well as keeping an eye on this battle that we've been keeping an eye on for the final spot on the podium. Scott Michaels trying to chase down that Williams Esports machine up ahead of him. Now remember that McLaren was able to get by and pull away. Michaels then able to claw it back in. A little bit of lap traffic coming up in front of them, so that may lead to something as well.
Update on the conditions as well. Track temperature up to 28 degrees Celsius. If you were with us at the beginning of the broadcast, we told you it was 20. So in Fahrenheit, that was 68 to 82. So pretty significant temperature climbs at this point. As here is a look at the crash in the opening moments of this race. Just a couple of laps in, it was the 2 of Whitehead that slipped at Skyline, collected McCree, and then Spears and the 3 collected there as well. Everybody else shuffling through the dramas at the beginning, or what you missed if you just joined us. But in the hours since, they have done a really good job clawing their way back through the field. The 2 car that originally slipped is back up to 6th spot. The 1 car that got involved now scored in 8th. So you see them kind of doing the Austin Powers there to get back straight again, but a really good recovery, but we're far from over and far from cycling this back out based on pace alone.
No, not at all. And speaking of that number 2, Leonard Whitehead has very much closed into the back of Landrix for that battle for P5. You and I said at the beginning of this that we expected them to be back up into position maybe by about the 4 or 6 hour mark and be in the top 5. Well, he just might be doing it here.
Really tied to the concrete barriers. Whoa, very close for Scott Michaels. I'm sure he's ready to change over and give the car to Sam Michaels in the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing Mercedes, but Rodriguez putting all sorts of pressure on the BMW M6 out in front. Here's a look at Luke Whitehead. This is approaching Landrix, as you mentioned, that top 5 spot. Very volatile at the moment. This is Acura versus Mercedes. Sort of a mid-engined supercar versus the front-engine GT car, all racing together in the SRO America Esports Championship. And Whitehead takes a look just as a distraction to Landrix, but Landrix does not get spooked by that at all. Goes right to the racing line and very elegantly descends the hill.
It's such a great view to see them coming over the S's and through the dipper there. You just see the track fall away from you. Now, this is the crucial part for Luke Whitehead. He's going to try to get the power down. Looks like he may have gotten a little bit of wheel spin off of Forrest Elbow, and that's going to cost him in the run down to the chase and down the Conrad Straight. So he's not really going to be able to make the move here, but he is applying maximum pressure to the back of Landrix in that Acura NSX, just trying to force that number 89 driver into a mistake.
Yeah, no mistakes yet. We're about 10 to 15 minutes from the pit stop sequence. It'll be I believe our fourth sequence. It's starting to get to the point where I'm going to start forgetting how many times we've stopped, but the drivers certainly have not. They're recording everything diligently to know who's going in next and who they should put in next. But DJ, my question to you is, how willing are you to shuffle the driver lineups, or are you going to stick with what you planned unless things sort of go awry? I mean, are you willing to switch things up and maybe shuffle things around, or would you rather just stick to the schedule as it was originally planned?
Well, I think it depends on where you are in terms of the race. If you're running in the top three, if you are, say, for example, Josh Staffan's team or Sam Cairns' team, I'm going to stick to the plan that I had. But maybe a little bit with this PPR esports teams, maybe I'm going to change it up a little bit to try to see if I can get some things to change it around. Also, maybe looking back down through the field, some of the drivers that have had some very, very tough luck here, looking maybe at Leclerc or Mola, I may want to change it up, try to see what I can do. But I think if you're running about where you planned to be, if you're running certainly in the top 10, I'd stick with the original strategy.
I think the original strategy is a good plan if you're up inside the top 10. Good call there. So about 10:14 a.m. here in the virtual representation of Bathurst, Australia. Again, if you just joined us, we're in Assetto Corsa Competizione, SRO's official motorsports game. And again, if you're unfamiliar with this platform, this is a really great PC game as well as on the consoles where you can race the SRO championships, both in GT3 and GT4 categories, with lots of content on the way. And of course, you can run a lot of the most famous tracks in SRO competition across the world, including here in North America. Of course, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca is represented, and potentially more on the way. So that's exciting to hear. And it's, as a fan of a lot of North American racetracks, DJ, I'm partial to places like Watkins Glen, like Road America, like Circuit of the Americas, Indianapolis. There's so many good places to choose from. One can only dream that they'll end up here in ACC someday. But if you are a fan of GT sports car racing, this is a game that you should pick up and give it a go.
For sure. Absolutely incredible. And if you really want to know what it's like to be one of these SRO drivers running around this track, ACC gives you a perfect representation of that. The sounds, the feel of the car, the way everything looks. The only thing you're really missing is the smell of the rubber and the fuel going into the cars.
And, Ryan Marine and I talk about this a lot. The graphics of the sim are one thing. It certainly does look very real. But the thing that always consistently impresses me is the soundtrack of this simulator. I am listening right now. I've got the sim open just so I can hear what's happening. And honestly, I just came from Watkins Glen about last week. And I could stand in the paddock at Watkins Glen and basically the same sounds I'm hearing now are the same sounds I was hearing at Watkins Glen. The reverberations, the different motors heading by, the echoes, all that stuff, the crowd, the announcers. They even go to the detail to have the announcers of the country that you're in playing on the loudspeakers in the sim. So when you're in Australia, you've got the Australian folks on the PA system. If you go to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, you'll hear our own Ryan Marine on the PA, which I think is an incredible detail.
It's absolutely fantastic, and anybody that really loves GT racing will know one of the most fun things to do as a party trick is you're sitting outside by the track, you close your eyes and you say, okay, buddy, $5 and I can guess each car that's going by just based off the engine sounds. And ACC nails that absolutely perfectly. You can hear the different engine tones and the exhaust notes as they come out. It's an absolutely stellar representation, and it is massive, massive credit to the folks at Assetto Corsa Competizione to get that right, because it just makes you feel like you are right there in the thick of it.
Yeah, I've done some PA for SRO America, and I kind of come on my voice in a racing game. That'd be pretty cool. One can dream. Whoa, there's a battle. That's for 5th place. Landrix gets the boot from Whitehead. He goes down the inside in Hell Corner, and whoa, there's more trouble. Is that wow? Big spill at the exit of Hell Corner, and one of the Acuras has gone for he's had a big moment. That's Cardinal Lou in the number 94, fresh out of the pits. Got really mixed up in that battle for 5th place. That was not intentional. They just all kind of got wadded up together, and one of those pit boards went flying.
Yeah, that was just a little bit of miscommunication there. Obviously, Whitehead giving a little bit of a nudge to Landrix going into Hell Corner, but that was a little bit unintentional. And there, the kind of sportsmanship you see, I think that was Whitehead just being like, yeah, you know what, that was a little bit meh, and giving that position back. Unfortunately, as you said there, Lou, just getting caught out in the fray on that. He made some contact with Landrix, and that's what sent him off to the side.
So potentially some damage on the 94 as well. They are fresh out of the pits with Cardin Lou. His first moments in the car getting door slammed on the pit out. That's not very fun. So Lou unfortunately caught up in all of that. Jonathan Lee cracks the top 10 again in the number 88. So moving that Porsche forward for Racing Sim Tools Esports. And their other car, the 89, just swap back in front of Whitehead in the number 2. Now, did they switch spots back? I looked away for a minute. I wonder if the 2 gave it back to avoid potential penalty for avoidable contact. But you take your eyes off the screen for a second, DJ, and they flip around on you pretty quick. I was getting my reference on my timing screen to see where everybody was. But it looks like Whitehead will have to try to make that pass all over again.
Yeah, he did let him back on by through the cutting on that last lap, just as avoiding that AC penalty, as you said. But now right up behind him again as they go down into Murray's corner. Hopefully he may be trying this again here. Looks like a pretty decent run for Whitehead. He's going to have to be a little bit brave to get it done down into Hell Corner, but not going to do it there. Now it's time for him to take advantage of the draft going down the long mountain straight and maybe get a move done into Quarry Bend.
Yeah, I think the Mercedes really seems to be good at the far end of the racetrack, which is sort of peculiar to me because it's typically been better in the twistier bits, but the Acura is also so good there. I'm not sure the advantage is really well shown. Here comes Whitehead popping out to drivers right into Griffin's Bend. On the brakes late. That's very tight, right against the curb, all the way out to the other curb on track out. And now Landrix will tuck in behind and give that spot up a more fair pass this time for Whitehead. He's through to 5th.
And that is the perfect definition of aggressive, fair racing. Both drivers, no real contact there in between the two. Whitehead pushing Landrix out a little bit to the outside, curbing there, just trying to compromise his line as much as possible. And that was more than enough to get him up into that 4th place position. And so now Landrix is going to have to try to regather himself back up here. But for the PPR driver, he's got about 27 seconds to make up the road to that Williams Esports 124 McLaren. So he's still got a pretty big mountain to climb.
Yeah, clean pass. Took him 2 tries to get it done that way, but he finally did. Here's a look at the 3rd place car, Igor Rodriguez in the number 124. Again, we're expecting pit stops any moment here from the front runners. We've already seen the 94 hit pit lane, so a few more cars destined to come on down for their 4th stop of the day. Again, once more expecting the 93 car of Josh Staffen to relinquish command to Carl Whitmer. One of the HPD Yas Pro America drivers, has some real-world racing experience. The 66 we're expecting to be handed over to Chris Severt, and then we'll see how those two drivers stack up against each other. But Staffen has been the better of the two in relation to Cairns. He's extended a 6-second gap to 17 in the last 50 minutes of racing. Prior to that, it was Hillebrand versus Tinko van der Velde, and those two were pretty much on top of each other in both stints that they ran. A little bit of an advantage to the 93 towards the end of the 2nd stint. So really curious to see how the front two shift and shuffle when we put the last drivers in.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the big things to keep in mind here. And then as we focus back on Igor Rodriguez, we've really talked about just how consistent this Williams Esports machine has been. And consistently close to the wall there.
He might have gotten a piece of it there, just a little bit. Don't see any damage on it, but that was about as close as you could get without knocking it down. You know, I would really love, we're talking about, so AWS has something they call Race Vision, where they basically take data points from around the racetrack and show you, top speed going into a corner, braking distance, fastest speed through a corner, and all that sort of information. I would love an AWS Race Vision to tell how close a driver is to any particular wall. Maybe an extra timing loop, but then combined with like a laser measure reader or something, like a laser yardstick essentially on the wall to measure the distance, how close they get. I'll bet you it's in the tenths of inches or millimeters for our European friends. Actually, everybody else in the world other than me. But I think that'd be a really interesting data point. So AWS, if you're listening, distance from wall would be a great AWS Race Vision.
Oh, for sure, especially at tracks like this where the walls just come up on you like that. But I think that, to me, more than anything, however hair-raising that is for Rodriguez, I think that means he's pushing here a little bit as time goes along. He's trying to build out a little bit of a gap, I think. He knows Whitehead is coming up behind him, maybe trying to close as much of a gap as he can to Cairns in front of him, although that gap is pretty massive at this point.
Still some work to do for the majority of the field here. 7 hours and 46 minutes remaining in this race. And Rodriguez watching navigate Griffin's Bend all by his lonesome right now. And that's got to be a little frustrating. And we've talked about how having a rabbit can be useful. But when you're on your own, you can also find your own pace. And some drivers might find this sort of boring. Some might really like the solitude, at least for a little while around here.
Well, I think was as crazy as we've seen some of this lap traffic be, and just how hair-raising it is to try to navigate it, and frankly, the patience that is required coming up and down the hill around here, Kyle. I've got to think for Rodriguez right now, he is breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief. He can just run the laps that he wants to, run that delta that we talk about, not have to worry about doing anything. Just take a good long breather here, as he's got a pretty decent run of track in front of him at the moment. He has the 14th place of Parker well down the road of him. Parker just now entering the kink before the chase.
Sam Cairns on pit lane from second place, so they're going to put in their last driver, Chris Severt, with 7 hours and 45 minutes remaining. And when will Josh Staffen hit pit lane? I'd bet the next lap or two. And I'm very curious to see how these last two drivers in these lineups stack up. For the number 124 car, I think we've seen everybody but Felipe Roberto. So I'm expecting a bit of a change there in the 124's pace. And I mentioned earlier how quiet, how much of a dark horse this 124 is. I still believe it. This car is capable of winning this race, but that too is a dangerous car. Luke Whitehead, though, has been sort of the commanding force in that number 2 car. Cody Blanton and Niels van de Kekelt are not any slouches either, but I think the two's really been sort of the driving force behind that 2 car's climb. So I'm curious to see if it'll stall at all when he jumps out of that car.
Well, speaking of that number 2 coming on to pit lane right now, as a matter of fact, so we'll have to see if that changes anything.
So more cars on pit lane. Alvarez, Canapan, and the number 40 BMW, the 877 Ferrari Alvarez on pit lane as well. They're back out. Whitehead on pit lane. So they're essentially back on sequence from what it looks like here. Back on sequence enough that they're with the race leaders. And that is a useful thing for the number 2 PPR Esports car. Here's the 89. And he's fallen off of the 6th, or actually, I should say, ahead of the 2 car now that he had hit pit lane. But in pretty heavy traffic, a lot of blue flags there. Landrick's trying to navigate through all this. The 2 orange cars, the 22 of Mola and the number 44 of now Dirk Grunveld in command of the 19th place car. This is going to be a bit of a roadblock for Landrix, and he might have wished that he'd hit pit lane the last time, like Josh Staffen has just done.
Yeah, indeed. That's part of what you've got to kind of keep in track of here when you're running around, and that's where you've got to rely on the spotters and your teammates to try to find you a good gap to come back out as they come on through. But yeah, very much just a real roadblock up ahead there for Landrix. He's going to be a little bit frustrated and just praying he can fly on by here as they come out of Forest Elbow.
Well, I know one of the Acura teams might give him some distance there. That's the number 94 right ahead of him, Cardin Liu in command. But that's a 9th place car. Why would he move over? There's not really inclined to. And now those two cars running side by side in front of him. Grunwald not for position with anybody here. A couple laps down. Oh, this is just disastrous for Landrix. This is not helping him. He probably should hit pit lane. And I expect that we will see him hit pit lane this time through. And here he goes. Yep, getting out of the mix. I like that move a lot.
Yeah, it's a good call from him. And just to sort of recap on some of the drivers that have been down pit lane and some of the driver changes that have been made, the 66 switching over back into Van der Velde's hand, and Van Kekelt jumping into the number 2 Mercedes.
I am shocked to see that both the 93 and the 66 have put their first driver back in. So they went 1-2-1, and neither team has put their third driver in, so saving the fresh driver for perhaps the next stint or even the stint after that. So Nicholas Hillebrand and Tinko van der Velde perhaps going to rehash their earlier battles of the day. We'll see how close they are. It's about 23 seconds, so it's still some work for the 66 to do.
Yeah, it is. I don't necessarily understand the move out of the 93, out of that Yas Pro America machine, putting Hillebrand back in the car. I do, however, understand it a little bit from the Sidemax X Blackhawk Racing number 66 McLaren. Put Van der Velde back in there. He was able to close down that gap. He's clearly got some speed. That one I do follow a little bit. A little bit more confusing, though, from our leader.
Yeah, I mean, perhaps it's just... Again, the 93 got the lead early and stuck with it, so really no need to change that out. Again, saving a driver that is fresh for sort of the mid-race probably isn't a terrible idea. I just am usually of the opinion that giving drivers more rest is a good thing, so it's been almost 2 hours since, or actually over 2 hours since Hillebrand's jumped in the car, so maybe that's not a terrible idea, but if you put your third driver in, then you have 4 hours of rest. That's basically a brand new race.
Yeah, exactly. You can take a nap there at that point, so... Who knows? We'll have to see how that strategy plays on out. It also may be a situation where their third driver may not be able to get into the car until a little bit later. That may be part of it, that they have to double stint here early on and then let their third driver come in later when they are available.
So 7 hours, 40 minutes remaining. One of the cars peeling off in the background is Dirk Grunwald in the number 44 team. That with Tadas Lutkes and Takis Weeks, they have dropped out of the running for the win for the moment, down in 19th place in that 44. Only one retirement. Again, it was the number 123 FFS racing car that is out of the event. All other 19 cars continue to run. There are currently somewhere between 4 and 11 cars on the lead lap. I know we're in the middle of a pit cycle, so it's a little confusing. 5 or 6 more, 1 lap down, and then there's Hamza Gulzar, Harry Spires in the number 3. They're 2 laps down. Matt Largy and Dirk Grunwald now 4 laps down to the race leader. So some work for them still to do here as we continue to race. Watching Van der Velde on the timing screen, he has eaten into Hillebrand's lead just a little bit. Here is a touch down into the chase there. That was Etier. Zach Etier, the number 89. That is the Racing Sim Tools Esports car. And giving up a spot. I don't think that's track position. No, it is not. That's the 3 car that has just gone by. The Racing Sim Tools Esports machine running in 7th now after the pit stop sequence. And now Sam Michaels has jumped in the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing Mercedes AMG, so switching over from Scott. So they have cycled through all of their driver lineup, as has the 124. Felipe Roberto in the 124 car as well. They're in 3rd place as it stands at the moment.
They are, and now it is down to Michaels to try to reclose that gap after Roberto has gotten on by Etier there, as you can see, running in 7th, seeing if he can maybe hold on a little bit to what he can. But I'm also maybe potentially seeing that he has gotten a time penalty.
Yeah, looks like a plus 10. We haven't heard anything officially from the stewards yet, so we'll see if that is an update we'll get a little bit later from now. But potentially a time penalty for some sort of infraction. Could have been on the pit lane, could have been elsewhere. still a long ways to go. I'm not really concerned about the 10-second time penalties so much. It's more the stop and hold. Oh, there's a big moment on the downhill. That'll cost you some time. But I was going to say the bigger things that'll get you are the stop and goes, that sort of larger penalty, especially if you get parked for a lap or two. Those are the ones that'll impact your race. 10 seconds, most of the cars in the field will have a penalty at some point today, I'll bet.
No, exactly. And those 10-second time penalties, they are basically just added onto a pit stop. So instead of being stationary for 55 seconds, you have to be stationary for 65 seconds. And so it's really not that detrimental to you. You're completely right on that, Kyle. Should be able to recover from that pretty easily.
So watching a TA roll through the last couple corners here. Again, you won't serve that penalty until he hits pit lane, but you will be forced to serve it on your next pit stop. And rolling down the front straight now with just over 7.5 hours remaining. So as we get to this point in the race, DJ, this is where it gets really easy to sort of lose your context of where you are in the field, because everyone has gotten spread out enough now where it's difficult to know who exactly you're racing. The strategies are still somewhat on the same page, but it's really easy to sort of lose that context. So it's important that your team stay on top of it and let you know who's important to race and who's important to just let go at this point. And for ETA right now, the car that's important is the 1 car up the road and the 94 car behind. Anyone else on the racetrack, just let them go. Don't deal with them. You really don't need to push against anybody that's not on your lap at this particular moment.
Exactly, and that's one of the things that, whether it's sim or in actual GT racing, that makes racing as a whole such a team sport. You have a very limited field of view, a field of focus when you are behind the wheel. You can only see and hear so much, and so having that team there to tell you what's going on, to tell you who to race, where to race, when you need to push, it really is a team effort. And for these guys out here today, as ETA may have gotten a little bit friendly with the wall there coming up over Skyline, but for these guys out here today, their teammates, they may be out of the sim itself. They may be in another chair just watching the broadcast or whatever, but they're going to be in contact with the driver in the car, letting them know those kind of details and making sure that everybody's on the same page, because they're all striving to get the best position that they can come the checkered flag.
7 hours, 35 minutes remaining, so we're well into this race now, about 4 hours and 25 in, so past the 1/3 mark, trudging our way towards the halfway mark at 6 hours, about an hour and a half from now. And again, we've cycled through the majority of our driver lineups. We still haven't seen a handful of drivers, notably, I think Carlos de la Torre in the number 838 we have not seen just yet. We have not yet seen driver Carl Whitmer in the 93, or Chris Severt in the number 66, or Alan Hellman, I believe, in the number 40 we have not seen yet. So, he's in the car right now, so scratch that one. But most of the rest of the drivers on our entry list, we've seen at least 1 point today. And it's always interesting to see how teams elect to put their drivers in. Again, we've seen how the 93 and 66 do it. But, again, there's maybe some advantage to spacing everybody out by 4 hours instead, and doing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. But it's working for Hillebrand right out on top again, continuing to run a little bit faster than Tinko van der Velde, extending it just a couple of tenths a second a lap, but that adds up. We're 128 laps into that, so do the math, DJ. A couple tenths a lap times, I don't know, maybe 25 to 30 laps a stint. You're really multiplying your lead.
Very much so, and it's all about those little advantages that you're able to pull out over the course of a race. Ooh, ETA again getting a little bit familiar with the wall. Skyline is just not his friend today.
No, it's just been very challenging. And again, that car gets light over the crest heading down the hill. Then you clip that curb on the left. That can be unsettling. ETA really not liking the feel of the car, at least visually. He seems like he's struggling a little bit with that downhill section. It's sort of an out-of-control fall off a cliff, basically. You're really just sort of trying to point the car as it falls down, as gravity pulls it down the hill. You know, you're really not on throttle a whole lot through the first section of that as you're on the brakes and sort of coasting. But some drivers, once you get acclimated to it, you're essentially throttling down the hill which is wild to me, that you can accelerate and use gravity and somehow not hit the fence. There's a lot going on that run down the mountain.
It is one of the most challenging parts of track in the entire world. And if you ever get the chance to be there live, I have only heard hearsay evidence of it, but it is absolutely incredible to see cars come over that crest. And you're right, it's just, we talk a lot about in racing of just the feathering that you have to do, whether it's just the micro changes that you make on the steering wheel, feathering the brake and the throttle a little bit, going back and forth on those things. And that's exactly what you have to do coming down through the S's and into the Dipper. It's absolutely incredible when you get it right, and getting it wrong is nothing short of disaster, frankly.
Here's a look at Largy in the number 33. This is a car that has spent some time in the wrong end of the order so far this race, but there's still time to dig yourself out of that hole. We're not even halfway done yet, DJ, so there's lots of time to make up ground after the mistakes made earlier in the race. So we'll not count Largy out of a solid finish yet, along with his team in that number 33 Audi.
No, he's got a lot of room to make up, and we've seen some good pace out of that Audi before, the TSE Racing Pure Ambition machine. We've seen a lot of good pace out of it, so I don't think he's completely done and dusted quite yet. As we said, that Audi quite nimble, especially coming up over the hills. A little bit of a similar handling characteristic to the Ferrari. Both cars are mid-engined, and so we could see it start to rise up through here. Maybe a top 10 could be on the cards if he plays his cards right, and there's some problems befalling some of the drivers ahead of him.
Notice someone was asking, how do you feel gravity when nothing's moving? Well, in fact, it's not so much about the feeling of gravity, it's just about the perception of it, right? In the real world, you've got that seat-of-the-pants feel that you get when you're driving, right? The track will physically fall away, and you'll feel that roller coaster feeling. If you're in virtual reality, which I know some drivers are here today, you'll really feel it. I've done virtual reality before, and your eyes are telling you exactly the same thing that you would be experiencing in the real world. You'd be surprised how much, DJ, your senses can trick you into thinking you're doing something different. If you're on a monitor, yeah, the feeling isn't there necessarily, but you're going to feel what the gravity in the sim is doing to the car, and that's going to drag it down the hill further, faster, and more out of control than you typically would on flat ground. So it's just more about A, the perception of that gravitational feeling that you get if you're in VR, and B, the way the car reacts to having that additional downward force as you head down the hill.
Exactly. Think of it for those who are more familiar with American racing circuits. Think of it the corkscrew at Laguna Seca. Coming down through there, that car is just wildly unbalanced as weight shifts from the rear to the front. And it just, you have to be on it and absolutely know where those grip patches are and how to feel it out.
Sam Michaels up over the crest. You can see there how much elevation. That gives you a great perspective. You zoom the camera lens in, really see how much the Conrad Straight has elevation. We mentioned early in the broadcast the total elevation, over the course of this circuit is 174 meters or 571 feet. That's a whole bunch of up and down distance over 6.2 kilometers or 3.8 miles. Very steep elevations and a huge elevation delta as well. Even just on the straightaways, we talked about that roller coaster feeling, especially in virtual reality. As I mentioned, you climb up that hill, whoa, up over the crest and back down the other side.
Well, and what makes it especially terrifying on a track like this, not necessarily on the straights, but when you're coming up and over the hill itself through Skyline in those places, it's completely blind as you crest over the hill. And as we saw earlier on, very easy to make a mistake through there, get a car sideways and have to reverse it on out of here. So what it's going to have to, what it is that you have to be very, very careful and pay attention to who is farther ahead of you when you're on the straights to make sure you know if somebody makes a mistake, I've got to be a little bit careful. I don't want to run bang on into the side of them.
Keeping an eye on some of the lone manufactured cars here today. We've got groups of Mercedes and groups of McLarens, but we only have one Porsche and one Audi. And the Porsche 911 GT3R is the Porsche that we're referencing here today. Of course, the Porsche Cayman GT4, the Porsche 7, the full name, I always forget to say the full name. The Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 Club Sport MR is the car that runs in Pirelli GT4 America. Big trouble at the top of the hill. That's Sam Michaels, and the McLaren that was running in third. That's Felipe Roberto. That was a big crash at the crest of the mountain. While I was explaining that, that's big trouble for some of our front runners inside the top 5.
Yeah, that's a big problem, and I fear that where the commentator's curse is strong with us here today, Kyle, as we were just talking about that. See all that damage on Roberto. The car looking like it's crabbing a little bit. I wonder if there may be some suspension damage to it, as well as some of that right side bodywork.
Yeah, that was a really big hit, too. Again, getting caught up in the downhill. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. So those two cars are going to suffer very significant damage. They will have to hit pit lane, and that's such a shame, especially for the CrowdStrike Mercedes, driven by Sam Michaels, Kevin Bohm, and Scott Michaels. They didn't do anything wrong. They just got put in the wrong place at the wrong time and collected in an incident. Now Felipe Roberto is going to hit pit lane with, at the time, the third place running McLaren 720S GT3. So some issues there for Sam and for Felipe. So they'll have to dig themselves out of that hole as it stands. And with about 5 minutes left in our stint here, we brought in some of our friends Paul Jeffrey and David Christie. Guys, welcome. It's been a wild race so far. It started all in the first couple laps with our front runners getting involved in a big collision. They've since been digging themselves out of the hole. But 12 hours at Bathurst, about 4.5 hours in. It's been a great race so far, guys.
Hey, how we doing? Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, or wherever we are in the country. Good to be with you, gentlemen. Are we enjoying ourselves?
I've been having a great time so far, DJ. I'm sure you have as well. It's been an entertaining race so far, guys. The conditions have been perfect for racing. No rain in the forecast. That's great to see. But we're going to hand this over to you guys in just a couple of minutes. But with some recent developments with some drivers in the top 5, Sam Michaels and Felipe Roberto, there's a lot of dramas for you guys to follow within the top 5 here in this race so far.
Well, Mr. Christie, I am sure, sir. We joined together again after yesterday's excitement, and this is a very different kettle of fish altogether, isn't it, Bathurst? Quite the challenge on an endurance race.
Who doesn't love 12 hours of Bathurst? That would be me, because I struggle to do about 2 laps on the thing. So, yeah, great to see. Been dipping out the coverage all the way through so far. I want to know, guys, how on earth did the 1 and 2 get all the way back up to 4th and 5th after that first lap chaos?
It comes down to pace, really. I mean, if you look at their qualifying times, David, they were very, very quick. They all started in the top 3 positions, but with that mistake, it put them on the back foot. They were just able to drive through everybody again. They got their cars repaired. They refocused their energies and just drove through everybody. So how'd they get back there? Just by being the fastest cars on the racetrack. But it's not the fastest over 1 lap that wins you a 12-hour race, David, as you know. It's about being fast over the 12 hours, and that average is coming up significantly now that we're deep into this race.
Yeah, for sure. It's just been such a thrilling watch. There's been action all over the place. And Paul, one of the things that I've noticed, and Kyle and DJ as well, whenever there is an incident, there is almost a 99% chance that somebody else or several other people are going to get involved in it, isn't there?
And I think that is indicative of racing at Bathurst, isn't it? You've got the hill section through Skyline, the Dipper and Forest Elbow, and it is so tight at this racetrack. There's nowhere for cars to go. You've got barriers on either side of the track, and if you've got 1, 2, 3 cars in close succession, you're unsighted over the hill. You come down, suddenly there's a GT3 car facing the wrong direction, and before you know it, you're getting into a world of difficulty. So guys, I think, is it fair to say that this has been a case of many of the drivers staying out of trouble first and foremost, and just trying to minimize mistakes, minimize time loss?
I think that's definitely the case, and spending less time in the wall means less time in the pits and more time going fast, Paul, as you know. So as we get into the final 7 hours and 23 minutes, guys, we're going to step away and let you guys take care of the next couple hours of action. We'll be back with you a little bit later tonight. And Paul and David, enjoy yourselves and bring us a great race.
Kyle and DJ, thank you very much, gentlemen, and hello, everybody at home. Now, This will be something interesting. A Yorkshireman and a Scotsman taking over a US broadcast. You will not know what we are talking about for the next 4 hours, but David Christie and myself, Paul Jeffrey, will try our very best to keep you entertained. And David, we worked together last night in the sprint series, and now we're straight back into an endurance race at Bathurst nonetheless. This is such a challenge for our drivers, isn't it? It's so hard to maintain momentum, keep the car out of the walls, minimise those mistakes we spoke about with Kyle and DJ just now. And it's an entirely different skill set, isn't it, than 1 hour of sprint races?
It really is, and before I get into that, I would just like to address that previous comment there, Paul. Closed captioning is available if you'd like to check it out on YouTube and Facebook. You might need to use it for the next 4 hours. Right, back to Bathurst then. Yeah, look, this is a difficult track to do 30 minutes on, let alone to do 12 hours on. It is just incredible intensity all the time. We used the word intense quite a lot last night, but this is so draining, Paul. You have to be absolutely on your wits' end all the time when you're on this track, because not only is the track punishing, but the cars are constantly all around you as well doing whatever they're doing. Incidents can pop out of absolutely nowhere, and the car is constantly evolving, as is the track as well. So lots to think about behind the wheel, and if your teammates just watching this, you're getting very, very nervous during a stint.
And I think actually, David, you bring on a really good point about teammates. This is the first round of the Endurance Series. It's only a 3-race season, so the 12 hours of Bathurst today, 3 hours of Monza on October 30th, and the 6 hours of Laguna Seca on the 20th of November. So this is potentially some of the first real exposure to this level of long-distance endurance racing. Some of these teams are bringing drivers together that traditionally are rivals in the America's Sprint Series. I mean, the 1-2-3 machine, for example, Kilian Ryan meaning Michael Kondatsioglu, who leads the Sprint Series, and Felipe Simard as well in second position in the Sprint Series. So it's fascinating, isn't it, to see the dynamic of how the drivers come together in a team, and potentially sometimes as well, these are drivers that race for different teams in the shorter version of the championship. So you almost don't want to really lay all your cards on the table and give away all the tips of how you go about doing your business, do you?
Yeah, it's really frustrating as well. So I always consider myself as a very below average sim racer, and obviously working through many of the different ACC community races that we commentate on, we see these drivers time in and time out again. A lot of these guys were out last night at the Nürburgring for the SRO European Sprint Series, and now we see them here tonight at Bathurst, and they're ridiculously fast, consistently ridiculously fast. And it's just like, how much time do they put in to practice these races and to practice these tracks? It's just absolutely absurd. I mean, we know of some of the drivers taking part last night that were actually taking part in a different platforms race today. It's beyond belief, and it's a brave new world, Paul.
It is indeed, and I want to just talk about a comparison between the European Sprint Series and the America's Endurance Championship, and that is brands. We have got at the front of the field, if you notice, the Acura NSX, which is a car that we don't see at the sharp end of the grid all too often in the normal championship run of things. It's fantastic. Nico Hillebrand is racing that one at this moment in time, but to be leading at this stage is absolutely fantastic. But meanwhile, let's have a quick look. This is one of the Williams machines. This is the McLaren 720S coming over the hill, missing his braking spot. So easy to do. Does a good job. I was about to say does a good job to keep it on the racetrack, but unfortunately contacts the barrier, and then another car joins into the fight as well. So that is a real disaster for the 124 machine. That is the Williams eSport McLaren. So yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about, David, isn't it? You make a mistake, you're unsighted, bang, it turns into a bigger crash.
I'm not a big fan of that. That was Roberto that was behind the wheel of that one at that point. And, when you have a crash, and for Felipe, it is so difficult, because the one thing you want to do is try and get that car going again. And I think the momentum just took him back out in the middle of the track. and that poor car that was coming over Skyline, completely unsighted, didn't have a chance to do anything with it. So really, really unfortunate to see. But look, this is endurance racing. These things happen. It's all about Lady Luck and whether you have her on your side for the whole 12 hours. Just very quickly want to give a shout out to Paul and Osaka Now on YouTube, asking some fantastic first timer questions for sim racing, all about racing in VR, for instance. How do the drivers feel gravity? I just want to address that one actually, because I race in VR myself, and you would be very, very surprised to know how much your brain actually compensates for things. So we always get this conversation between real life drivers and sim racing drivers about, oh, it's not real and you don't feel the G-forces. But to a certain extent, you'd be very, very surprised that give yourself an hour, 2, 3, 4 hours in a sim, and you'd be very surprised at what your brain actually makes you think is real and supplements for you. It makes up for that, especially in VR. You kind of just get used to it. And not having the G-forces is actually a benefit, because you don't have anything pushing against your body, trying to stop you turning the car at full lock. The other question that he asked was about the sim rigs. Are they all on similar rigs so that no one has an advantage? Well, with sim rigs, they don't quite work like that. You could spend a couple of £100 or a couple of $100 on a entry-level steering wheel, or you could spend thousands on the state-of-the-art sim rig, and that doesn't guarantee you're going to beat that person with a couple of $100 wheel or pedals. I know a couple of guys that race on very basic hardware, what would be considered very basic hardware, and they are ridiculously fast. We'll maybe come back to that later, but it looks like this is the number 4 battle that we're watching just now. This is for 6th place, and that is Sam Michaels. But actually, the car behind him, Cardin Lou, is 16 seconds behind. So this is a car that's on a very different lap here.
It is great to see these drivers pushing the absolute limits. And this is another very interesting point. Sam Michaels, as you say, 6th position. The car behind is on a different lap, but trying to find a spot on the racetrack where you can get through cleanly, safely, and minimise that time loss. That's a skill on its own in a race like this, on a track like this as well. And this is the element of jeopardy, isn't it? That the gaps maybe aren't necessarily as close as they have been at certain points in the race, but the chance, the opportunity to make a mistake and lose out significant amounts of time, or even get a little bit of damage, it's very, very high. You really need to be concentrating consistently in a race like this, on a track like this. Otherwise, very, very quickly, what looks like a comfortable and confident result can go straight out of the window.
Yeah, in the bin is how I like to refer to it usually. And it's so frustrating as well. I mean, think about it from these drivers' point of view and the teams. They've done the best part of 5 hours, Paul, in a 12-hour race. They're very quickly coming up to 12 hours. And for anything to happen, it's an absolute nightmare. But then we've spoken about this before in endurance races as well. If you are going to have an incident, you almost want it to happen right at the beginning, like we saw with the second and the number 2 and the number 1 car, the PPR esports teams. They had that horrible accident at Skyline on the first lap, went all the way back down to last on the grid, and now into 3rd and 4th position. Granted, it's during rotations for pit stops, but the pace that they've got is absolutely unbelievable as Brad Smoke decides to do a little bit of launching himself into the air there. Nice little bit of scenery watching there, I think, here at Bathurst, Paul.
Yes, that's one of the issues that is a little bit unique to the world of virtual motor racing. A bit of connectivity issues for Brad there, but we'll find out. We'll keep our eye on that one, whether that means it is race over. He's disappeared from the timing screen, so one suggests that is a disconnect, which will be a DNF in this race. So we're down to 18 cars now left in the event. But just to go back and address your point earlier, David, is if you have an incident, even if it is a fairly major accident, you lose significant amounts of time. In a 12-hour race, all is not lost. You've still got an opportunity to recover. If you've got pace in the car, if you've got drivers in the car that can bang in those lap times, time after time after time, you can very, very quickly put yourself back in the picture. And with 7 hours and 13 minutes left on the clock, I doubt we've seen the end of the dramas for a vast majority of these cars as we continue to look at the CrowdStrike racing machine of Sam Michaels. 6th position still on the racetrack. Number 4 at 94 is Carden Liu in 7th place. That is not the car that is following Sam Michaels. The car that is following is the McLaren 720S. I'm going to catch the number on it as it goes past the screen. Just missed it there, but that is a car on a different lap. So do not be confused, ladies and gentlemen at home. This is Tinko van der Velde in 2nd position. So 2nd place coming up to lap 6th place. That is an impressive result for Van der Velde up there.
Yeah, really, really is. But then again, we've seen him umpteen times before. Very, very fast driver, very consistent driver, knows exactly where to put it. But again, it's all about being consistent around the cars that are around you and reacting to situations. And that's exactly what he is very, very good at. Arup Kumar Behera on the YouTube chat has asked, he's more used to sprint races. What are the significant significant differences between sprint races and endurance races? Right, it's a difficult one, purely because obviously the obvious difference is times. Realistically, when we're watching this level of drivers, Paul, I think you might agree with me on this, very, very little, because these drivers and these teams drive absolutely flat out and treat every single hour as if it's an hour sprint race.
Absolutely. It's just gone, long gone are the days of drivers and endurance racers slowly going round and trying to finish the event. This is sprint race. This is 1 hour sprint races, 12 back to back. That's essentially what it is. It is pushing from the beginning of the race to the end. If you leave, when drivers are this talented, when the field is this close, when the skill is so high that you see in SRO Championship races, if you leave 1, 2, 3 tenths of a second on the table every single lap, think of how many laps. We've done 139 already. That is going to be multiple laps behind the race leader at the end of the event. So you've got to be flat out 110% across all 3 of your drivers, and it's very hard to articulate exactly how impressive that is, isn't it, David? That it's phenomenal. These guys, they might be doing a 1-2 hour stint, but they're driving every lap significantly faster than the mere mortal average you and I would ever be able to do on a single push qualification lap.
I think mere mortal has been very generous to my ability at sim racing, but yeah, look, it's a brilliant point that you make there, Paul. The idea being is that, you know, the 19 cars that we've got here, and this is always what we see as well on sim racing compared to real racing in the likes of the SRO GT series across the world, is that, you know, think of this as like 19 pro drivers. You wouldn't get this on the grid, like 36 pro drivers or however many are in the team. Normally you would have like pro teams and pro-ams and silver teams and, you know, different mixes of skills of driver in here. But the one thing that they've all got in common is that they are all consistently fast. I would hazard a guess to say that probably 2 seconds would cover the entire field of all the teams and all the drivers in terms of their average pace here.
Yeah, and I think that'd be a fair shout as well. And the level of practice and the level of effort that goes in as a team effort on these sort of competitions. And we see there Fidel Barriero going off onto the grass. As I'm praising how good these drivers are, we've lost somebody onto the grass, but he's managed to keep the car back on the racetrack again and maintain track position as well, which was a double bonus there for the Kings of Asphalt number 35 Aston Martin. But just going back to what we're saying, the preparation, this is a whole team effort, isn't it? It's not just a case of like it used to be back in the day where you kind of rock up, you're a one-man band and you just go and do it in isolation. They'll be training together, testing together, they'll be tuning their setups together, they'll have somebody whispering in their ear with some engineering insight as well, and it really is a phenomenal group undertaking to do something at this kind of level. And I think that's often sometimes overlooked a little bit, as we see now a drive-through penalty for car 124. So car number 124 is the Williams eSports machine and an unsafe rejoin. So a drive-through penalty at Bathurst. Not the best thing in the world, but I could think of worse tracks to get one of those penalties on.
Yeah, that's a delayed message for Felipe Roberto then, the 1-2-4. We saw that incident at the top of Skyline. That was where he just decided to put the accelerator back in, try and get the car turned around, and went straight into the path of a Mercedes and caught that one out. So he served his penalty, down in 11th place. And with 7 hours left to go in this race, I've got to be honest, I think it's not how I saw things going as well. I think it's still too close to call in any form whatsoever, but the pace that Nicholas Hillbrand has still shown lap after lap, that last lap there, 2:02.5, I mean, that is absolute craziness. When I look back to his past lap times, actually, Paul, they've been so consistent. Last lap was 2:02.5, lap before 2:02.1, then it was a 2:02.5, 2:02.9, 2:02.6, 2:02.4, 2:02.4, 2:02.4. It's unbelievable, the pace, the consistency, and the ability that these guys have got to just keep things going lap after lap. That is what wins endurance races.
Absolutely agree with you on that one. The HPD Jazz Pro American machine, the Acura NSX, is really hooked up around this Bathurst circuit. It's a car that really suits the Bathurst layout, the ability to monster those curves. There's a lot of good long straights as well, which I don't know, I think you'd probably argue is not necessarily the strong suit of that machine, but in the hands of Nico Hillebrand and his teammates down at the 93 machine, it's really doing the business at this moment in time. And as I mentioned earlier, we don't often see this car towards the head, to the front of the pack in SRO esports competition, so it's a bit of uncharted territory almost, I think, to see this car so far up. And that then begs a few questions, doesn't it, David, about how is this car going to manage over a stint? What is it like on its tyres over a stint? What is it like on its fuel in comparison to its rivals? Can the number 93 machine eke out an extra lap over some of its immediate rivals and minimise the amount of times it needs to visit pit road? Can it keep the tyres alive, the brakes alive as well, over a longer distance than some of the more traditional fare that we see at the front of the field? And that's another element of this race that again fascinates me, to see just how Hillebrand and co in the 93 managed to cope, as now we see him running down through the walls, through the tight twisty section of racetrack. That is an Audi R8 ahead, though he's looking to put a lap on the number 33 machine, which is the TSE Racing Pure Ambition car. So Hillebrand doing good work, caught the car at the right part of the racetrack as well. Although the Hillebrand catches the curve, Hillebrand too aggressive on the curves, making a lap over the Audi, and there is exactly what we were talking about. Things can change in a heartbeat. Luckily for Hillebrand, he avoids making contact with any of the scenery, but that is a significant amount of time lost. That is wear of the tyres he did not need. That is stress himself and the team did not need. And David Christie, just as we were saying, when everything looks rosy, in a heartbeat it can go very wrong indeed.
Can I retract that previous statement about consistency and pace? Goodness me, Nicholas Hillebrand, poor guy, has just given himself an aneurysm after that one. That is the worst possible corner. To lose control of the car at the chase is just unheard of. The fact he is so lucky that he went off, Paul, into that grass, into the gravel, no damage done. He'll take a breather, he'll take a lap or so to get himself back up to speed, but that is a scary moment. And that was a 26-second gap, now down to 10 seconds. Do you ever want to give Tinko van der Velde that opportunity, that chance to let him know that there's blood in the water? Hillebrand has really set himself up here.
Yeah, absolutely. Tinko van der Velde now, his spidey sensors will be tingling in second position. He'll obviously not know exactly what's happened to the Honda ahead, but he will see on his timing delta on his on-screen display that gap halving, and then some more as Hillebrand has a little bit more time on the BMW. Skates across the road. Hillebrand wise to exactly where that car was going to go, but my lord, this has been a couple of incredibly dramatic laps for Nico Hillebrand in the race leading Acura NSX, just about avoiding collecting the spinning back marker. Some great racecraft there from Nico, actually recognising that car was going to come back onto the racetrack, getting on to the middle pedal to slow it down, let everything calm itself down. But now Van der Velde will think he has fallen down into some lucky mud, because things are really coming back to the 66 car, and here is Tinko van der Velde actually the side backs by Black Hawk Racing Machine, and he's suddenly gone from stroking home, just finish a stint, have a nice, don't really lose too much time, don't really gain too much time, to hello, game on.
I don't know about you, Paul, but I may have got a little bit too loud off the mic at that incident at Skyline. That was craziness. It was almost one of those meme-tastic moments where it was like, no, and he just managed to get through by the skin of his teeth. And I feel sorry for that car that was at the top of Skyline there, but I mean, you kind of want to see them stamping onto the brakes a little bit more. Was it the 22 actually that we're seeing Tinko van der Velde just behind just now? If so, that was Cody Smith in the BMW there. Of course, the BMW TSE Racing Blitz shared with Zach Coonan and Vadim Molla. Cody Smith, we saw him last night, viciously fast, but that's a very uncharacteristic error if it was him, and it may well be, because he is, of course, in that orange BMW.
This again. We said it at the start of our stint, should I say, in the comms box, that anything can happen, and usually does. And this is some perfect examples. Now, Tinko van der Velde, he doesn't need to get greedy at this stage in the race, does he, David? He needs to recognise where the pace is for his car and for himself, and not start to try and find armfuls of lap time that weren't previously available to him. He's closed the gap, he's got some good advantage, that has come down now almost to touching distance to Nico Hillebrand ahead. So Van der Velde just needs to charge, keep putting in consistent laps, keep following the game plan, and this will start to come to him. The number 93 machine is under pressure as a driver from a couple of mistakes and dramas, under pressure in terms of the tyres have been put through a little bit more of a workload than they would have expected to have been at this stage. Things are looking good for this number 66 car if they can just stick to the game plan.
They really are, and I agree to a certain extent about he doesn't need to push. But on the other hand, playing devil's advocate here, the more he does push, the more psychological pressure that's going to put onto that number 93 of Nicholas Hillebrand, because Hillebrand will be absolutely collapsed at this point with the fact that he's just answered back 2:02.6. Van der Velde comes across line 2:02. 2:03.2. So that gap is now 9.1 seconds. Let's remember 2 laps ago that was 25 seconds, as we see a replay of Hillebrand getting the curb there. I've got to say, that is an unforced error. There was no reason for him to take that curb. There was plenty of room left to him, Paul. I think he's only got himself to blame on that one, and that does sound very, very harsh, and it may be a little bit harsh, but at this level, you cannot afford to have mistakes like that.
Yep, I would wholeheartedly agree with you on that one. It was the time during the live pictures, I wondered if maybe the Audi was a little bit closer than it actually was, and it forced the line on Nico there. But as you say, completely unforced error and massively fortunate. In a way, massively unfortunate that it was the fastest part of the racetrack to have the mistake, but at the same time, incredibly lucky that those ever-present walls that line all of this Mount Panorama circuit weren't there to make contact with the Acura NSX. So Hillebrand was unlucky, yet lucky, all in the same move, which is not very often you can say that in racing, but no harm, no foul. Yes, we've lost a lot of time, a lot of real estate to the chasing pack, but he still has everything in his advantage at this moment with 144 laps gone and 6 hours and 59 minutes and 52 seconds remaining.
Oh my goodness me, 7 hours left to go in this race. Where has the time gone? We said that last night as well, but this one has really taken the biscuit with it, given that we're just a stone's throw from being halfway through the race. And if I'm not mistaken, our production team will correct me if I'm wrong on this one, but I think Hillebrand and Van der Velde, the 93 and 66, have pretty much been in first and second place for about 99% of this race. After the 2 and the 1 and the 3 had their moment on that opening lap, They kind of just popped into first and second place and really have been there ever since. But to be honest with you, I think Van der Velde is still doing his times. He's still doing exactly the same as he was before. Hillebrand switched back online, and the gap's still solid at 9.1 seconds. That's all really you have to do. Keep it under 10 seconds and just let that play out.
Yeah, and as we've talked about many times online and offline, David, it's in endurance racing, a lot of it's racing to the numbers as well, isn't it? Okay, a 10-second gap is tempting to start closing that down, but Tinko van der Velde, he'll know the fuel number he needs to meet. It'll all be part of a wider plan. They'll have mapped this out before joining the race. He'll know that if we can deliver X amount of fuel mileage, we'll have to have Y number of stops, and that is the optimum way to get ourselves to the checkered flag. Of course, as well, we have got driver stint times involved. There's a maximum amount of time a driver can be in the car at any given time and over the duration of the race as well. So all this will be filtered into the plans, and maybe if you push a little bit harder at this stage in the race, that'll undo some of those calculations that have been so painstakingly come to back at base before the green flag wave to start this race. So there's more than just what's happening out on the racetrack for us to consider during this, and this is why endurance racing is such a beautiful experience, isn't it? That it's more than just the nut behind the wheel, it's the whole team involvement, isn't it?
Well, some teams it might be quite literally a nut behind the wheel, is it? Goodness me! But no, that you're absolutely spot on when you say that, Paul. It is really the sum of all the parts put together, and it actually can be quite boring for the driver, because literally they're not racing the cars on the track in front of them. They're racing the clock, they're racing the data, they're racing their delta that they've got set for their team. And this is what it's all about on these endurance races here, as we see Tinko van der Velde still trying to get past that Bentley there, and it's just not getting out of the way. This is the problem for Tinko van der Velde. He does have so many cars that are just plodding along. Of course, that's the number 44 Bentley down there in 18th place. Dirk Grunwald in the wheel of that one. But what do you do if you're Tinko van der Velde? Do you want to push at this point? Do you want to just hold on to it? I think he just takes his opportunities where he can and makes sure he keeps the team in contention.
And that worked out very well for Van der Velde. Actually, in the end, he got a nice slipstream. The Bentley coming through the back straight, and then the Bentley moved over, very generously moved off of the racing line to give Van der Velde the opportunity to get through before we get to this part of the racetrack where going too wide is ill-advised in the extreme. So on that occasion, that worked out quite nicely indeed for Tinko van der Velde. But as you say, it's so difficult, isn't it, in these kind of situations where, again, just going back to the competitive level for a moment, these drivers predominantly are most used to racing in like 1 hour sprint events, where rarely are you in a situation where you're lapping traffic on a regular basis, apart from the people who maybe had a problem, or the slower drivers at the back of the grid. Here in endurance racing, traffic is insanely important. You're often lapping other cars, and you don't know how your rivals are going to behave, and they're not slow drivers, they're fast drivers. You're often lapping cars in 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th position, so you don't have much of a time advantage, lap time advantage over them. Plus, you don't know how they're going to behave. Are they going to stay on the racing line and make you work for it? Are they going to come off the racing line and come off of the throttle and give you an easy run through? And that's just an added stress, isn't it, for a driver? You're trying to keep the car off the walls, you're trying to hit the numbers, trying to go as fast as you possibly can, and then you've got a variable in front of you, which is a human, and you don't know what they're going to do. And that is such a difficult position to be in as a driver, isn't it?
It absolutely is. And the other thing on top of that as well is that we often see this, right? We look at the leaderboard and we see a couple of the cars towards the bottom, like say 17th onwards, and they're like 4, 5, 7, 10 laps down, and your brain instantly thinks, oh, they must be much, much slower. But in realistic terms, they've either A, not had the rub of the luck, or B, it's just not been their day to day. All of these drivers are so unbelievably fast. If we look back to qualifying for this race, the time between them all was so close. I mean, you look at, 13 drivers, Paul, within 1 second of each other. The entire field split by 2.5 seconds. I know I wouldn't even be anywhere near close to 2.5 seconds there.
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely bonkers on a circuit like this one, where commitment is so high to get a lap time out of Mount Panorama. The track is a very long one as well. There's a significant number of corners compared to the usual sort of circuit. I mean, we're talking 23 turns and 6.213 kilometres in length. So to be separated by that small of a margin on a track of this scale, it's just, again, going back to the whole mere mortal thing, for somebody who's average at best like me, I can't comprehend how competitive that is. And don't forget, these are very, very different cars. We've got 12 teams, 20 cars, 60 drivers, and to be separated by such a small amount, and you've got the likes of the McLaren, the BMW, the Aston, the Porsche, the Honda, the Acura as well. They're very different cars, very different design principles, very different characteristics, and yet you can throw a blanket over the lap times.
Yeah, it really, really is that close. And I'm just watching here Nicholas Hilbrand as he comes out of Murray's Corner then. He's going to have some more lap traffic up very shortly. He's got Fidel Moreira just up in front of him. But this is Zach Etier for the Racing Sim Tools Esports Black machine in the 89 Acura. I have to pause there because it's so unbelievably tempting for us UK folk to call it Honda, because that's what we know it as, but obviously for the rest of the world it's known as the Acura NSX. And like you said about 15-20 minutes ago about how we don't really see the Acura being as competitive, and in all intents and purposes with the base BOP as it is on public multiplayer and things like that, the Acura isn't a very competitive machine. Neither is the BMW. But with events like this, they have their own balance of performance set to make the racing as even as they possibly can. And look, that's exactly what they have done. Look at how many manufacturers are up there in the top 10. We've got a BMW from the number 40 outfit up there in 8th position, for goodness sake, of unsponsored talent. How awesome a team name is that, by the way. Brian Canapin, Diego Chiquito and Alan Hellman behind the wheel of that one just now. So they're doing a great job down in 8th position. But again, that BMW, we used to see it with the likes of BMW Team G2 Esports doing very, very well with it, but they only do well with it in its, when it's a proper competition like this.
Yeah, and that is, again, credit where credit's due to the SRO Esports competition for a great balanced performance that they've applied to this one. And also, just to go back to the topic of cars and different styles for a second, yes, the Acura, not traditionally the fastest car on the grid, but it is an incredibly compliant car. It does what you want it to do broadly when you want it to do it. It's just neutral, isn't it? And again, that kind of ability for the car to behave itself over long periods of time, that can't be underestimated how important that is on a long distance endurance race like this one, isn't it?
It really is, and it's such a mental thing for the drivers as well. Obviously, for those that are new to sim racing, Paul, they might just think, oh well, it's just some folk just sitting in their bedrooms for 12 hours and playing a game. I can absolutely assure you, I've not done an Assetto Corsa Competizione endurance event, but I've done it on other platforms, done the 24 Hours of Daytona, for example, and I can assure you, I've done the 24 Hours of Silverstone in the C1s in real life as well, and I was actually more exhausted for the 24 Hours of Daytona than I was in real life, because the level of skill that you have to be competitive is absolutely unbelievable. In real life, you're just looking to look after the car and look after your teammates and things like that, but in the sim, there's so much more pressure on you, because you're in the sim, you're there to do it well, and you're almost, you're comfortable, you're sitting in a comfortable position, you've got, juice, you've got possibly a fan or whatever, so you're in luxury, and it's still so mentally draining over that time period, because when you're not in the car, Paul, you're sitting there usually on voice chat, usually on Discord or whatever, and you're supporting your teammates, you're spotting for them, you're giving them advice, you're giving them info on when cars around them are pitting, when you should be pitting, what strategy you should be thinking about changing to. It's just a non-stop thing for the full 12 hours, and the amount of practice as well that's gone into this race.
Absolutely. It's, as you say, it's something that you cannot switch off from as the Williams eSport car. Again, in a little bit of strife through T1, but just about manages to keep going, not losing too much time so far down in 11th position. But you're absolutely right, David, that it's a full team effort, but you've got to give it everything you've got. You cannot afford to make a mistake. You can't afford to be the slowest of the trio of drivers in your team, because you know that the amount of work, the amount of effort they've put themselves fully into this competition, and you do not want to be the one that lets the side down in that kind of scenario. That is the absolute last thing that you've got to do. And you touched on a point, actually, that's a really good point. With this being a simulation, of course, it's not real life. You're not paying for the car, you're not paying for the damage, and you're not risking your own health and safety, so to speak, in the simulator. So there's none of that looking after the car, looking after yourself, giving a little bit of margin in case something goes wrong. It's maximum attack from the second you get in the car to the second you get out of it. And when you do anything, be it eating an apple to elite sports, when you're doing it to the absolute limit of what is possible, that's tiring. And you're doing that for 60, 120 minutes at a time. That is mentally absolutely draining. Even as a commentator talking about the drama for that kind of time is tiring, but in the car it is just phenomenal how much that takes it out of you. And it's the mental strain, isn't it? Not the physical so much, it's the mental of being on your A game for so long and then having no real time to step away from it because you're still invested in it. As Cardinal Lou just gets a little bit dramatic on the brakes coming into the final corner, but does well to avoid the car ahead of him.
Yeah, he's done so well catching up to the back of Alan Hellman for this battle for 8th position, and then it's kind of all undone at the end of Murray's Corner there, so the gap goes up a little bit here. This is Felipe Roberto then for Williams eSports, still on the recovery drive after having that moment at the top of Skyline. He's going to be getting past Etienne in that number 89 just now. That is, of course, Zachary Etienne in the Racing Sim Tools eSports machine. I thought he was going to try and be making a move, but he's going to have to think later on in the circuit for this one. On the subject of how draining this race is, the other factor is that we haven't spoken about yet, Paul, is the fact that realistically for some of these drivers, this is their job. They're getting paid, and some of them are getting quite handsomely paid to take part in events like this by their teams, because they have got a name for themselves as being a very, very fast driver. So they get paid to be part of the team and to bring that skill level to events like this consistently. And that's a big pressure for these people to be able to deliver on that. And some very awkward conversations if they're not able to do that performance, because there is no love lost here. It's very, very cutthroat. If they don't deliver on what they are here to do, they'll very quickly be found that they're replaced with someone who does.
And actually, David, that is a sensationally good point. This has become more and more professional as sim racing in the last 12, 18, 24 months. That these are paid professional drivers, and everybody wants to do what they love for a living. And in sim racing, in comparison to real life racing, it is accessible to the vast majority of people out there. So as you say, if you lose form, make some mistakes, throw away a good result, there is an almost endless pool of talent that your team can call upon, and you will be out of a job faster than the blink of an eye. So that kind of pressure is immense for these drivers. Meanwhile, Cardinal Lou has just, after that incident on the previous lap, has closed that gap back down again, a Hellman ahead. So this is, ladies and gentlemen, the fight for 8th position on the racetrack. The BMW versus the Acura NSX. Cardinal Lou now with a big steering wheel on the picture-in-picture goes to the inside. In the end, that is a very, very easy overtake. Alan Hellman didn't really put up much of a fight in the BMW. Often as is the case in endurance racing, it's not worth squabbling with 6 hours 44 minutes left on the clock. And now let's see what Cardin can do moving up in 8th position. Does he have enough speed to start closing the gap to King ahead of him? And also, this is another fight on the racetrack, the Williams that's been in plenty of drama in the last half an hour or so. This is Felipe Roberto in 11th position. Ahead is Zach Etienne in the number 89 machine. So Williams looking to try and get themselves back into that all-important top 10, and not quite sure exactly where he's going to do it, because he's fast on all the wrong parts of the racetrack.
He really is. I'm just thinking about that overtake from Carden Lou on Alan Hellman there. Based on what we saw last night with that BMW, I would suggest that was a case of Hellman just deciding to think about the race rather than the actual fight itself. Very, very good strategy call there from Hellman if that is the case. But nonetheless, Carden Lou shown that 94 Acura NSX is very, very fast. And Felipe Roberto, despite him being right on the back of Zachary Etienne, he's nowhere to be found when it counts. Coming out of Forest Elbow and down through the chase, this is where you needed to be, and he's absolutely nowhere right now in that McLaren. So the Honda proving itself that it can take the legs, and Roberto in that McLaren just doesn't have an answer for him right now. Meanwhile, I'm watching with bated breath that the leader as Nicholas Hilbrand, that gap was about 9.8 seconds, it's down to about 9.2 now. And I've noticed that Hilbrand's still stuck behind the number 35 of Fidel Moreira. Now, he's been in that position now for about maybe 6, 7, 8 laps, but his lap time still just as fast as ever. I wonder if he's using Moreira to tow him round the track.
That might very well be the case, but Hildebrand played a bit of a dangerous game at this stage in the race. To start doing strategic things when your rival are so close is a risky business. Of course, we're not far away from where the pit stops may start taking place. Again, I'm not quite exactly sure when Hildebrand last jumped down pit road, but he'll not be a million miles away from his next scheduled service. But look at this. Just look at Roberto in the picture-in-picture there. Look at the concentration he's got as we're coming now up the hill. This is the danger section. This is where Roberto is so fast, but there is just no space to get that 720S down the inside or up the outside of the Honda Acura ahead. So it's so frustrating as a driver, isn't it, David, that you've got a car that is quick, but you just can't leverage that into an overtake.
It really is, and it also brings out a lot of the driver's ability to be patient, Paul, because, for instance, you see Roberto here, and the mannerisms, the way that car is moving from side to side suggests to me he's starting to get a little bit frustrated and impatient at being stuck behind Zachary Etienne here, when realistically he's not in a position to do anything right now, as we see Nicholas Hilbrand, and this is exactly what was on about, still stuck behind Felipe Moreira in that number 35, but not actually in a position to do anything. So I'm just checking here Moreira's lap times here in the 35 did 2:02.658, and yet Hilbrand's still able to do 2:02.2s consistently. So very strange how he's still behind him, as we see now Felipe Roberto up the inside of Zachary Etienne like candy from a baby. That was a very simple move, and that started all the way out from that exit at Forest Elbow there, Paul.
Yeah, lovely job, but look at the car behind now. This is fast in a straight line, so the job is not done yet for Roberto. He recognises the fact, goes and covers the inside line. The Acura can't find a way past. A little bit of a love kiss as well, I think, maybe on the back of the Williams machine, but the Acura driver of Moreira now very disappointed to see that overtaken manoeuvre completed by the Williams car. Meanwhile, further up the field, Tinko van der Velde decides to jump down pit road, so Hildebrand has a little bit of breathing room. Will probably be coming in on the next lap or so at the outside maximum, so our leaders started to take their next scheduled service. Let's keep our eye on that one to see if drivers swap round. Nils van der Kokelt, third position at this moment in time in the number 2 Mercedes. So Van der Kokelt and the charge back up the grid again continues in impressive fashion, but Felipe Roberto now number 124 Williams. This is the opportunity. This is the moment he needs to start pushing. He's a little bit further away from Cody Pride than he would like to be at this stage in the race. Cody Pride, sorry. Hellman in 9th position than he would like to be, but this is where you need to push. This is where you need to take advantage of all that clean air and start to put lap times in as we go back to our race leader, still behind the Aston Martin GT3. But let's watch this one now. I think it's pit road time for Nico Hillebrand in the HPD Jazz Pro America machine.
Yeah, I think he's going to be in very, very shortly. Tinko van der Velde already been into the pits. We're starting to see a lot of the top 10 into pit lane just now. And yeah, this is where it all starts to come good. The next page of the story is about to be told as we go 6 hours and 40 minutes left to go. And as if on cue, in comes Nicholas Hillebrand. And I wonder actually if Van der Velde, if the fact that he got into the pits early on, it was a lengthy stop, fairly normal stop, but a lengthy stop nonetheless for Tinko van der Velde, if he's able to make any hay while the sun shines on that one, because Hillebrand there 204.830 on his in lap there as well. And there goes Nicholas Hillebrand into the pits. I wonder if there's going to be a driver change there as well, Paul. But coming up very, very soon now, rapidly to the halfway point in this race, and you still get the feeling that things are on an absolute knife edge right now.
Would absolutely agree with you on that one. In particular, this little fight, Tinko van der Velde, look at all that beautiful fresh air that he's got in front of him. He'll have new boots on that car. Now it's time to push it to the absolute limit. Meanwhile, the Hillebrand machine was stuck, as we rightly said, behind traffic, and this could be a very big opportunity for Tinko van der Velde. We're coming down now into the final corner as Hillebrand accelerates away from his pit box. Hillebrand will retain the race lead, of course, but that gap from the tune of 10 seconds will be reduced significantly, and more importantly still, Tinko van der Velde has fresh tyres. Hillebrand has plenty of traffic and cold tyres on that Acura. So this is Tinko van der Velde's opportunity now to really start to bring himself into contention for the race lead. We know that Hillebrand has made a mistake earlier on. That will be in the back of his mind still, I am sure, and Tinko van der Velde is a big, big winner during this pit cycle sequence.
He really, really is. And look at this, he's got BMW and a Mercedes in front of him. The BMW not wanting to give any way whatsoever, eventually does yield, but also noticing that Alan Hellman in the number 40 BMW gets a stop-go 30-second penalty. That's going to be for speeding in the pit lane. So this next section here, absolutely crucial. Remember, about an hour ago, that gap between Hillebrand and Tinko van der Velde was about 35 seconds. Hillebrand had that spin coming through the chase. That brought it down to about 10 seconds. Then he had to take emergency evasive action. That brought it down to about 9 seconds. Now, the gap is down to just 7.5 seconds, and you can't think past the fact that Tinko van der Velde might be pushing like crazy on these fresh tyres.
Yeah, it's been a really good hour of racing for the number 66 machine, from very much out of contention to now very much in the conversation for this race lead. Of course, 7.5 seconds is still a tasty, thank you very much indeed, buffer, or 6.5 seconds now as the cars start to fill, the times start to filter through. Somebody's off the racetrack just up the road as well. We'll find out who that is in a moment, but that's no concern for Van der Velde. They sort themselves out before the sidebacks by Black Hawk Racing Machine gets too involved in that situation. But Hillebrand will be aware of the problems that he's faced over the last hour or so. He'll be aware of that ever-decreasing gap behind him, and that's got to play on your mind as a driver, hasn't it? You've got to start almost second-guessing yourself a little bit at this stage in the race, and that is not the scenario that you need for fast lap times.
No, that really, really isn't, but this is a great position for Tinko van der Velde to be. I know that sounds crazy, but he's behind the BMW, one of the strongest cars in a straight line, and that is giving him a huge tow back up that mountain straight on the entry to Quarry Bend, and he's just dipped in behind the toe of that car. He's going to make a move up the inside through the cutting, gets it done. No, he doesn't. That is, I'm not sure why he decided to stay behind the BMW. Maybe he's just trying to play it safe. But yeah, that is. I thought that would have been an advantage coming up the mountain straight, but I think that has been a massive, massive hole in the plan there with the BMW there, so that could be a big moment for Tinko van der Velde. Oh, and there is the Mercedes just off in front as well. That was the one that was just in front of Hillebrand as well, so the two of them have got going again. Thankfully, van der Velde avoids it, but the number 66 is charging. But look at that gap. It was 6.5 seconds at one point. It's now 7 seconds, so a slight gap there being opened up by Hillebrand, but still, van der Velde has got a little bit of pace right now.
Yeah, this is good news overall for Tinko van der Velde. We get sometimes you win, sometimes you lose in traffic, but over the course of a 12-hour race, of course, those things pretty much even themselves out by the time we get to the checkered flag. Now, let's have a look at Sam Michaels in the CrowdStrike Racing number 4 machine. A bit of a lonely race for Michaels so far in this race. 4th position, not really any pressure. Cody Pride's 4 seconds plus in arrears down in 5th position. Niels van der Kokelt up in 3rd place, is too far away to really mount any kind of attack on as well. So Michaels it's an unenviable position as a driver, this one, isn't it, David, where you've got to keep to the rhythm, you've got to keep to the pace that you're trying to maintain, but when there's nobody around you, there's nothing really happening, it's so easy to lose concentration momentarily, and before you know it, you're heading straight off into some kind of instant, or you're losing too much lap time. So it's the discipline that you have to apply to yourself in these scenarios is very significant.
It really is, and you're racing your own race, so you will have cars around you, but they're not necessarily for on-track position. You can see Sam Michaels there using the triple monitor setup there. Certainly, you don't tend to see a lot of VR headset users in endurance racing, mostly because of the fatigue levels that adds on to you. Having a heavy VR headset on your head for a long time is very, very exhausting. So a lot of these drivers deciding to go for triples. Not all of them. Some of them still use single screens, believe it or not. And one of the questions actually that came in from Krieger on YouTube chat was actually about the sim racing setups, about the sort of gear that a lot of these drivers would use. Well, obviously, it's a wide mix. I mean, you see if you look in the webcam pictures, you'll be able to identify the different brands that are on use. Obviously, we're big fans of Fanatec here for obvious reasons, but the other question was coming up about what gear should they use. I mean, that's the other great thing I love about this sport, this hobby, this passion that we're all part of, is the fact that we've got such a wonderful community, Paul, that puts out great content, likes of Chris Hay, likes of Ermin Hamidovic, Sim Racing Paddock. All of them guys, check them out on YouTube. They've got loads of in-depth detailed videos that are updated regularly about what is best for your budget, what wheels work really, really well, what games they work really, really well with. It's a great place to get support. So check them out if you're new to it, if you're wanting to get involved, take part in it, and get yourself involved in some of these races.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the biggest advice I could give to anybody that's maybe new into the world of sim racing, and I give this to anybody that asks, hardware will not buy you lap time. You can buy a $2,000 wheel and a $2,000 set of pedals that will make you no faster than somebody such as this chap, Adrian Bowden. If we're looking there, that's a Logitech G25 steering wheel. Entry-level steering wheel, a couple of $100 will get you that wheel, and he's racing in a competition like this in the top 9. So hardware buys you immersion without any shadow of a doubt. Expensive wheels, pedals and rigs and monitors will make the whole experience, I quote, more enjoyable and more realistic, but it won't make you any faster. So you can really get involved in this sport for a very limited amount of money, and then how much you decide to spend after that point is entirely up to you. Be warned, ladies and gentlemen, it is a rabbit hole where you think, I'll just have this, I'll just upgrade that, and before you know it, you're 10 grand down. But it is a massively rewarding sport that you do not need the best equipment to compete at a very, very high level indeed.
Yeah, they really, really do. And I mean, obviously, you've got the likes of of Fanatec not making it very easy for sim racers with the likes of their brand new direct drive wheel that they brought out this year at a very, very affordable price. Just after I went and bought my wheel from a competitor, I was most displeased, I've got to be honest with you, because I would have much rather had that one. I had no idea they were bringing it out, and it's every time I sit behind the wheel now, there's a little bit of muttering and displeasure as we see Adrian Borden having a huge moment over Skyline, straight into the wall. You saw that one coming a mile off, and again, 6 hours and a half left to go. That car is stranded, and that is exactly why you need to have your eyes on stocks for every single one of these 12 hours of this race, Paul.
Yeah, that is a big penalty for Borden to pay, making a very, very, very simple mistake. Massive consequences. 2 or 3 places lost as well. The car will be attracting plenty of damage, and he needs to try and extricate himself from that little scenario before somebody else pile drives into the side of his Ferrari machine. So big mistake. We've seen many drivers do that one in this race, but get away with it by heading over the escape road. Not so for Adrian Borden in the number 877 machine, and the consequence is now he's dropped outside of the top 10 and may well have to come visit pit road in the non too distant future.
Yeah, it's just absolute craziness. It really, really is. And our production team behind the scenes are actually posting photos of coffee. Paul, I think we're going to have it on tap for the next couple of hours, because it's very late over here in the UK, 25 past 11, but it is still very, very early over in America just now. And I think that's coming up for about 6:24 p.m. I think it is in Eastern Daylight Time.
Yep, so the middle of the start of the evening for everybody over in the States. Hello to you if you're just joining in, by the way. This is the GT World Challenge Esports America Endurance Series opening race from the beautiful Mount Panorama Circuit. And this is what happened just a few moments ago. Catch the curb on the inside, can't control the car. The wall comes oh so quickly here at Mount Panorama, and for Adrian Borden, unfortunately, that was a very heavy kiss into the concrete barriers and a significant amount of time lost. In fact, the number 877 car is down pit road as we speak, no doubt getting much needed repairs on that Ferrari. And we've talked about this ad nauseum so far in this race, David Christie, but it is exactly right what we see. One small mistake, one miscalculation, miss your apex by 1, 2, 3 feet, boom, 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 straight into the wall.
Yeah, it's so unforgiving, this track. It really, really is. If you come off, it's very similar for me in the terms of this to like Nürburgring. If you are a Nordschleife rather, if you come off the track, you've got maybe a couple of meters of grass, and then you're straight into a concrete wall, and that is going to do a lot of damage to the car. And again, for those maybe a little bit new to sim racing, to Assetto Corsa Competizione, and to these endurance events, to explain a little bit about the damage. The damage model on this sim is unbelievably realistic. You can have anything from punctures to suspension failures to complete engine, the engine being completely destroyed and manhandled, and having to limp your way back to the pits. And sometimes it's often much easier just to call for the virtual tow truck and take the time penalty associated with that. So again, you really have to stray that fine line. How far do you want to push? How far do you trust your own ability, your own skill? It's so easy to overdrive these cars. When you overdrive the cars, that's when problems happen. That's when you overheat the tyres. That's when it starts getting a little bit looser. And it's this vicious, vicious circle. And you're going to eventually end up on the wall and in pit lane.
Flip side of the coin to that one though, David, is you start driving 90-95%, you let your guard down a little bit. It's almost more dangerous to hold a little bit in reserve than it would be to be maximum attack. And we've seen that. Very famous names like Ayrton Senna, for example, dominating at Monaco back in 1988, starting to drive well within himself with victory almost guaranteed, and then straight into the Armco and straight back to the apartment block. And it is so easy, isn't it, that you lose your rhythm. You start to go away from what you've been practicing for so long on the lead up to the race. And as we said before, and I'm sure we'll say again before we hand back to the guys in a few hours' time, you make the smallest miscalculation, you lose concentration for just a moment, and we've seen the end result of what happens. You go say hello to some barriers and you throw away all the hard work of the previous 6 hour, 5.5 hours that you've done so far in the race.
Yeah, and as you said, I mean, it can happen to anywhere on the track. You could be Senna in first place, or it could be me in last place and still put it straight into the wall. But I mean, on that note as well, the extra thing you've got to consider with that as well is that it's bad enough, you know, binning your car into the wall, but then you've got your teammates on voice chat. You've got your teammates that you've got to kind of answer to, and the worst thing that I've ever experienced is when you bin it and you hear them on voice chat and you hear that sigh. And for those that do sim racing, you know exactly what that noise is, that discontented, where they're not going to say it to your face, they're not going to be, you know, moaning about you, but you just know that there's a text chat going on about, oh my God, I can't believe he's just went and done that. It is really, really heartbreaking to see when that happens, because these teams work so hard. And when you're at this level, Paul, how often do we see it? It's one incident like that that changes the entire race on its head.
Oh, absolutely, and that is such a different experience than when you're racing solo. You're racing for yourself. Of course, you've got a team and you've got an infrastructure around you, but when it's just your championship, your points, your race, make a mistake and you've only got yourself to answer for. You've only got yourself to let down. In a scenario like this, where the drivers, it's a 3-man team, or a 3-person team, should I say, you make a mistake, that is all of your efforts have gone to nothing. And please, ladies and gents at home, don't think these people turn up 24 hours before the race, put half a dozen laps in and go motor racing. There is hours and hours and thousands of laps have been put down by the majority of these drivers before today. The commitment is just phenomenal from drivers at this caliber. They have given themselves fully to this championship, and it's so devastating if you're the one that lets the side down. Meanwhile, let's have a look at Cody Pride now for the number 1 machine, 5th position. And who's that ahead of us? That is Michaels in 4th place in the AMG Mercedes, the number 4 machine. So Cody Pride on the recovery drive after the earlier dramas at the very start of this virtual motor race. And Cody Pride, now you can see the car on its tippy toes. He fancies his chances for going now down into the final corner. This is a good opportunity for Cody Pride into Murray's. Can he find a way past? Not at this moment in time, but he will no doubt be regathering his composure. That Bentley Continental looks like it has got the pace advantage over the Mercedes at this stage in the race.
Yeah, jinx out just before the turn into Hell Corner, then it's straight on the power back onto the mountain straight, this long climb up the hill. Then Cody Pride gets a poor exit out of the corner. Sam Michaels gets the run away in that Mercedes, but the fact that this is happening is absolutely absurd to me. I cannot believe that we're talking about very shortly that Niels van de Kekkel and Cody Pride are going to be up into to 3rd and 4th position here. So amazing stuff here, and it's just testament to how hard these PPR Esports drivers have done to get things back on the road here.
Yeah, it's a great recovery drive from both of them. If you missed the start of the show, of course, these two took each other out on the opening lap of the race. So only literally a few moments into the event, and then disaster befell both the number 1 and number 2 machine from a front row lockout, and the recovery has been significant. The push since that moment in time, 6 hours later, and they're back into podium contention and potentially even back into the conversation for a race victory before the checkered flag falls on this, the 12 hours of Bathurst here in New South Wales, Australia. We have got a race on our hands. Don't you worry about that. Cody Pride now trying very hard to get himself into 4th position, and more importantly for him, I think, back into contention with Niels van der Kekkel